Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is August 25th, 2026. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff going on today. But before we get into it, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. So let me get started by saying yesterday, amidst an IMEU poll release announcement, my computer was victim to a million different lines of attack. And no, it wasn't Mossad. No, it wasn't Israel. And David bears a little bit of the responsibility, but not entirely. I had to end the broadcast. I had to end the broadcast earlier than usual because I just could not be live. My computer kept shutting off over and over again. Part of the problems, it started when we put a new GPU in. But clearly that isn't the only issue. There are other issues as well. The GPU itself was drawing too much power. We put a new power supply in there to help alleviate the stress. But it turns out the power that it was drawing that became an issue wasn't even about the power supply itself, but it actually was due to the fact that I have an oven in my home. And my mom doesn't really use it all that much, but really wanted to make sure that the oven was drawing power. And we brought in an electrician. And when we brought in this electrician, he diverted power from different places. And it turns out what drew most of the power in the house is my studio. There's a lot of electronic equipment in here. And in order for my mom to be able to make her little gluten-free, breads and things like that, the electrician diverted power from my main hub to the oven, and therefore this room wasn't drawing enough power as necessary. My mom is the data center of my household. That's right. My mom is basically like an AI data center that I live with. Okay. Sometimes can be just as loud, not always, but her power demands are identical. So anyway, we were able to redirect power from a different avenue. Different outlet. I don't know. We just jerry-rigged it for the time being. And hopefully it'll be fine. The projection is crazy. Okay. Lost the gluten-free bread. Yes. 35 still lives with mom. Yes, it's all true. So, anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, so that's the reason why my PC kept shutting off over and over again, and we couldn't finish the day. Hopefully there won't be problems today, but you never really know, honestly. You never know. Who knows? Maybe there will be more problems today. I don't know. I don't care anymore. I just, nothing matters. All right, but other than that, not much is going on in my life. Being a chud-ass loser as always, watching a little bit of Mad Men, went to sleep early, woke up early, played some basketball, went to the doctor to get my annual yearly physical, and the doctor was shocked at how little water I have been drinking and how much caffeine I've been consuming. Because apparently I have very low blood pressure. And it was so low, because I was going to ask him, this was going to be like, we're going to look at my testosterone levels. We're going to see if I can get on TRT, all this stuff. And the doctor literally was like, this is my physician for years at this point. He was like, dog, I can't draw blood from you. And I was like, why? He's like, because your blood pressure is so low that if I draw blood from you right now, you will faint. So I have to drink more water. Yeah, apparently, because I asked him, I asked the doctor, I was like, doctor, give me the news, got a bad case of loving you. That's not what I said. Anyway, I said, what the fuck's going on? I'm like, I'm experiencing diminished performance in my weight lifts. I'm experiencing, I feel like I'm, losing muscle mass. What is going on? Do I have cancer? What the hell is happening? It's like, and cardio wise, I'm much more winded. I'm much more winded playing basketball than I ever was before. Is it because I'm 35? Do I have low T? I'm constantly fatigued. And he was like, do you travel a lot? And I was like, yes. He's like, do you have a lot of pressure and a lot of stress? I was like, I'm sure you've seen the news. So yes. And then he was like, okay, do you drink a lot of water? I was like, well, I hydrate. And he's like, what does that mean? And then I tried to actually him to be like, well, I drink a decent amount of water, but I also drink a lot of coffee. I drink a lot of soda. He was like, what kind of soda? Like diet soda. I was like, okay. How many? And I was like, like 4 cans. He was like, what? After I consume 2 espresso shots in the morning and then 2 big cold brews, he was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, doctor, listen. I tried to actually him. I tried to say, well, yes, while they're diuretics, it still technically helps hydrate. And he was not having it. He was like, you're a fucking idiot. You didn't say that. But he was like, it's my, my professional opinion as a doctor that you need to slam way more waters. And we can't even like draw blood from you today. So you're going to have to come back. Let's become anti-vax, anti-medicine community if they won't let us have our diet sodas. Yeah. Yeah, that was the closest I've felt to RFK Jr. You know what I mean? Just want to be like, doctor, give me the motherfucking TRT, man. Come on. Give me the TRT. I need it. And diet sodas are good for you. That's how I felt. Yeah. Source, you're a bad patient. I'm shocked. No, I'm not a bad patient. So, yeah, that's what was your blood pressure? I don't know. I think it was like 90 and like 66 or something. It was like something insane. It was low. It was low as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. No, he literally said he can't draw blood from me. Mossad adjusting the strike gun right now? Okay. If you just chug water instead of drinking it at a normal pace, then you'll just dump it out, won't hydrate as well. Okay. 96 is borderline heart failure. 90-60-ish is how mine is all the time. I have orthostatic hypotension. Yeah. Doctors won't draw blood. Was it a nurse? No. Like he said, I'm not going to send you to get blood work done. Okay. Doctors complain when it's high and when it's low, like it's never good enough for them. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. You've stirred up the chronically medically anxious chatters. I know. It's annoying. But you know what's not? You know what's even more annoying than that? The fact that Maya Higa is a liar. Because for the longest time, if you guys recall, Maya Higa and I have been ops, right? She is my enemy, and everyone knows it. And I'm not afraid to say it out loud. And part of the reason why Maya Higa and I have been foes to one another, enemies, is because of her abject lie that I am incapable of vibing out a bear. Well, it turns out my suspicions were correct. Because at first I thought she's just a hater. Right? At first I thought she's just being a fucking hater. It turns out the real reason why she was telling me I can't vibe out a bear in the wild is because she wants to vibe them out on her own. Let's take a look.
Just don't know. I think this is the same one that came over here earlier.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah. No, you got that, bro. It's you. It's you. That's all you, bro.
That was awesome.
Yeah. As you can see, Your Honor, I point to Exhibit B to show once again that man and bear contact and vibration is not a mere possibility any longer, but reality. Here is the bear coming in for the first time. And much like Kaya, the bear is taking a posture of monitoring the situation. This is normal. This is a bear that wants to monitor the situation. This is like, I'm in my habitat. Who are these fools coming in to my habitat, hanging out? Are they nuisance streamers? Is this stable Ronaldo? Right? That's what the bear wants to learn. That's what the bear is trying to figure out. Is this... He heard that the core boys were coming to Alaska and was like, is it stable Ronaldo? Is it Lacey? He's checking it out.
In your area? Is that right?
Oh. Huh.
This is so crazy because it looks fake. Like, it just actually, okay, if I'm being real for a second, like, it actually feels like it's animatronic. Like, that's insane. Anyway, so the bear is coming in, monitoring the situation.
Adapt. Oh, their snouts are so long.
Presumably also, I mean, is it a fishy?
You sure that's not Kaya? No, this is not Kaya. She is way too skinny to be Kaya. Let's be real.
Fish-eating bear at Admiralty? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Another instance where the bear is coming back to monitor the situation one more time.
Alright, just don't move.
Hey, buddy.
So, quick question for all of you that I suspect asked this question and probably got an answer during this live stream. Are you allowed to pet the bear? Because I feel like that's a crime if you're not allowed. Because if the bear comes up to you, you should be able to pet it. Why is everybody saying no? This doesn't make sense. If it's brown, lay down. It is a federal crime. Well, then, throw me in jail, officer. Okay? Throw me in jail, Kash Patel's FBI, because I am going to violate a federal crime. If that's wrong, I don't want to be right. Literally the same animal. That's funny.
Should we turn with him, Abby?
No, we're good.
The guy will shoo away the smaller ones when they get too curious, but he does carry a gun. And he does carry a gun. In 10 years, he says it throws your vibes off. In Canada, the bear can pet you, though. Sometimes does end very well. I am Russian dog. Ban me. Why? Why would I do that? Anyway, that was good. That was a good little. Intro. Set the vibes up, Speaking of vibes, of course, the other vibes in the real world are abysmal. We will talk about that. We will talk about how insane things have gotten. He does not carry a gun. You will be FBI's Al Capone, wanted for anti-Semitism, arrested for petting a bear. I would gladly go to prison. He does not carry a gun. Okay, sorry. I did not understand that. When are you going to do the census? Maybe this weekend. 40K likes on you monitoring a TikTok of you monitoring Austin's coffee habits. What is this? I was disgusted. It's true. Sometimes I feel like they bully Austin a bit too much, and he does something like this, and I kind of get it. Hasan's perpetual disappointment with Austin heals me. Not a single fuck given. I feel like Austin was sent to keep Hasan chained to reality. What is this? Yeah, Dolly Parton died before Trump. My mom is mad I'm going to Fear and on Saturday. Lamau, wait, why? Lol, you were zooted? I was not zooted, buddy. I was locked in. All right, baby cub before news. All right, last one.
It's just different strains of genetics. Also, she's probably dry. She may not have been in the water yet, so a bear can look darker because he's wet. But that guy, he's just got a real pretty, he hasn't gotten his back wet. He's not really working for the fish.
I think they could see the cub on his camera. They got it up.
I will say though, like here on, what's the date? The 20.
It's crazy.
This is what it looks like, Andy. It's the 25th, I think.
25th. There's not been a lot of fish caught this morning.
We saw one.
Not great. Yeah, there's.
I assume this is like pre-hibernation. They're aggressively trying to feed, right? Is that what it is? Before fall? Anyway, brown bears and Hasan have the same passion against fishes. Yeah. All right. Look, we got a lot of news to cover. R.I.P. Dolly Parton, Abdul El Sayed dunking on Jesse Waters. Canada trade war, China econ nuke, Iran war, continued manufactured outrage. Every prominent Dem disavows me for saying Jews are not a monolith. Yeah, I think it's going to get to a point where it's just like me versus the world with this issue, because there are plenty of people on the anti-Zionist side who are literally saying Jews are a monolith. And there are plenty of people on the pro-Israel side that are saying the same as well. It's become this fascinating reality where it's just like me against the world. It's us in this community against the world. It's truly remarkable, the madness that we're experiencing right now, where virtually everyone on every side of the argument is like, no, actually, Hasan, you're fucking stupid. All Jews care about is Israel, and they are monolithic. And if you're obviously. Some people want me to just, suck it the fuck up and just be pro-Israel. And others are saying I should be anti-Israel. And to be anti-Israel is to be anti-Jewish. Very strange reality that we live in. I hope that there will be more people that hopefully people will maybe understand and will come to terms with the reality. I don't know. But yeah. CIA in Moscow as well. We'll talk about that. Did you see they put Jared Moskowitz in charge of Middle East subcommittee in the House? They also added Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Wesley Bell. Leadership is trying to stack it so no anti-Israel legislation can ever make it out of committee. Yeah, I see that. I think the Democratic Party is going to do everything in its power to keep the uniparty approach to Israel. It's very clear to me. Yeah, it's nasty. It's totally ridiculous. We live in hell, and every day. Every day, it is, it's increasingly clear that we just have to defeat them. There's nothing we can do other than try. But it is between this and also the uniparty approach to purging Israel critique in the ranks of the Democratic Party, their attacks against me. I'll be honest. I'll keep it a $1.50. I think people are recognizing what's going on, but I don't know what to do, man. This is how you lose to Tucker Carlson and JD Vance. Like, JD Vance is going to come out. Tucker Carlson is going to come out and be like, yeah, we are the anti-Israel party. You should vote for us. We're America first. And I think a lot of people are going to do that. If we lose, This is the reality that we're facing. It's so obvious. It'll be a reroute of 2024 after 4 years of Trump. So we can't lose. We cannot lose. We must not lose. But it is kind of wild because we're now in a situation where it's increasingly clear to me that the democratic wishes of the majority will not be listened to, no matter how hard we fight for it, no matter how hard we try. We have to make ourselves unbowed and an undeniable force. Part of that revolves around reaching the normies, reaching the apolitical, doing everything we can to get them to understand that this is a unique predicament, right? This is not normal. Senator Jackie Rosen. Hasan Piker's been trafficking in anti-Semitic tropes for a while, but this is a new low. Blaming Jewish Americans for the violence and hate they're facing is not just wrong. It provides an excuse to those perpetuating these anti-Jewish hate crimes. Let me be absolutely clear. Crimes against Jews for being Jews is anti-Semitism, plain and simple. There's no excuse for it. They're like yelling about a thing that I didn't say. And if you're obviously a part of this community, you've most likely seen this. You've most likely seen, the truth, and you're seeing the way the media is covering it, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? It's definitely worse than I ever expected it to be. Call me endlessly naive and charitable. But I think I still have this firm commitment to the truth. I still have this understanding that like reasonable people will look at what's going on and realize that this is a smear campaign. A smear campaign that's being conducted. Kaya, stop barking. Sorry. The vital clip has like 10 minutes cut from the middle. It's ridiculous. People are falling for this. I mean, even the clip that they show is like, even if it's like devoid of context, it's still kind of like people can understand what I'm saying there, right? The only way, it's not even a bad take. The only way that you perceive that as a bad take is if you think, oh, Hasan wants violence to happen to Jews. And it's very clear that a lot of these guys legitimately believe that way, right? Because like me describing a thing that's already happening and then saying that that's bad and we must avoid it is, you can only arrive at that conclusion if you legitimately believe it. You legitimately believe that I want violence to happen to Jewish people. I don't. And it's very clear I don't. And it's not just Jewish people, it's everyone. So it drives me absolutely fucking insane, dude. I'm Jewish. I see anti-Semitism everywhere online, except here, except this stream and chat room. This is quite literally the least anti-Semitic space on the modern internet. I know. And we keep a pretty tight ship around these parts. But it is legitimately wild. New Madeline tweet going viral defending you. Yeah. Give us a list of the talking points, King. Every progressive gets chased around about the relationship to Hasan Piker. Has one reporter ever asked J.D. Vance about his embrace of the insane anti-democratic ideas of Curtis Yarvin, or is about his relationship with democracy hater Peter Thiel? The imbalance is stark. Yeah, I mean, it's a very clear coordinated war. It's a very clear coordinated messaging war. And what we have to do is fight back every step of the way. No, they don't believe genuinely. Stop being naive. They don't even engage these arguments. Just point out their dirty history of supporting Israel and end it there. Yeah, I mean, look. This was said by a Midas Touch former Obama guy. To quote Piker is to lie. The real truth is what he intended to say, but for some reason he didn't. It's very clear that if you are a critic of Israel, you are going to be treated like fucking dirt no matter what. People will lie about you. Trusted resources will drop their journalistic integrity to aggressively posture against you. Prominent Democrats and every Republican will lie about your positions. Sometimes they'll say your positions truthfully, while also simultaneously saying that it's somehow wrong and bad. Right? Carl Bayer says, I hope people understand that a lot of the focus on Hasan is just about making one person the face of opposition to Israel so they can act like it's just a fringe agenda being pushed by a single streamer. I think there's truth in that statement. But it's also more than that. I think it's a way. I think it's also a way to punish a prominent critic of Israel, to basically show the rest of the critics of Israel what will happen to them if they fly a little bit too close to the sun. That's where we're at. That's what this is. There's no other way to look at the situation. They want to make an example out of me. Make a YouTube video about it, explaining everything in the clips. No, just let her leave. Kaya, out. Get out of here. Get out of here. It would be 3 hours long and no one would watch it anyway. No, do it. No, chatters. I have done it. I have done it already. I've done that every single day. What are you talking about? Explaining the clips. The clip itself is already fairly revealing of my position. There is no world where I can get these people to tackle the issue seriously. The only way we can fight back against this is by being an undeniable force that says, like, look, this is completely ridiculous. Very clearly why this is happening. This level of uniparty only takes place when it comes to the issue of Israel. Like, what do you mean? Explain your position. How many fucking times have I done so? There is no perfect explainer that solves this problem. When you have congresspersons from the Democratic Party going on television, going on Fox News and saying that I'm a self-identifying anti-Semite and I'm proud of it. That's what they're saying about me. Or even, who could forget this utter insanity on CBS? Yeah. Just distance yourself from Hasan Piker. Bro, they're making up shit about Mark Ruffalo right now. There will always be a new guy to smear and demand you denounce. Somehow, every time Fox News and the political establishment manage to trick liberals into thinking agreeing with your base is a political liability, and they're probably laughing at them behind the scenes. Yeah, I don't think this is a trick necessarily. I think there are liberal voters who get tricked because they trust liberal news outlets. They trust some of the establishment Democrats, and they think, oh, well, the establishment Democrats are making this a salient issue. And perhaps that's the reason why, it's valid to distance ourselves from this guy. But I think the reality is prominent Democrats know. Prominent Democrats know what the base wants. Establishment Democrats know what our desires are. They know the morality of our desires. They just hate it. And instead of yelling constantly about how their voters are stupid and how they hate their voters and how they're never going to abide by their democratic wishes, they're taking this turn where they're saying, oh, these negatively framed clips about Hasan Piker, carefully edited. Sometimes not even saying anything wrong, really. Show that once again, we want to be pro Palestine. We just simply can't, because see all of these prominent critics of Israel, all these pro Palestine folk, they're all scary, dangerous, radical terrorists. They're jihadists. They're a threat to America. Now, if you're a Democrat, you can't openly say that in the way that Republicans do, because then your own base is going to say, what the fuck are you talking about? This is racist as fuck. So what they do instead is lean into the Republican madness, lean into the Republican mania, repackage the same argument from an electability framework, because everything has to go back to electability. And that's it. So there's no amount of explainers that I can do, because my job is to explain. My job is to explain. And I'm explaining to you once again, the reason why this is happening is not because of anything I've said. Is not because I'm an anti-Semitic person. I'm not. I have spent my whole professional media career combating anti-Semitism, and I will continue to do so. The reason why you're seeing this uniparty approach is because every Israel First Democrat, every AIPAC Democrat wants to get rid of me. But they don't want to just get rid of me. They want to get rid of all of us. They want to get rid of the 90% of their base of the party that is demanding this change from the party. And that's it. And no one will say it. Obviously, even the new crop of Democrats can't say it, because we haven't been able to build enough power internally in the party to come out and be like, the hell are we doing, Hakeem Jeffries, instead of addressing the fact that you're having private closed-door meetings with Jared Kushner? You're over here on CNN condemning Hasan Piker. How about you condemn yourself? They can't say that. That's why you have Zoran Mamdani the next day come out after the Jared Kushner saga, go on television and say, yeah, no, I endorse Hakeem Jeffries as the Speaker of the House. We don't have enough power inside of the party yet where we can actually move our weight around. That's just the unfortunate reality. But that's precisely the reason why someone like myself, who is an outsider, who doesn't have to abide by the party line, who actually has his own perspective, who even at times will be critical of people like Zoran or even Abdul, okay, is a real threat. Because I am not beholden to any corporate entities. I am not beholden to the same investors that corporate media is beholden to. I'm only beholden to you. I will always tell you what my perspective is, I will always tell you the truth. I will always give you an honest assessment of the facts. And that is a real threat. That's it. That's it. That is a real fucking threat. It's a huge threat. I've had to explain to CNN watching Aunt so much about you because of this. She went from not knowing you to being upset by you. I know. It's to fire up the boomers, the boomers that are kind-hearted liberal boomers, self-identifying liberals who still watch television, who still trust corporate media, who don't realize that they're being propagandized towards. It's the perfect. It's a perfect way to get those guys to be like, I'm pro-Palestine, but these kids are not all right. I'm pro-Palestine, but what they're saying is actually really bad for elections. We have to, I care about elections. It's very clear that these guys do not. They're like ruining the party. Look, it's the Republicans are using them as an example. We have to get rid of these guys. There are at least some boomers who are still trapped in that mindset. And the media is trying to manufacture as much outrage as possible towards those guys. Right? And to keep them as, anti-Palestine as possible. Do you think the current mainstream media messaging strat around you is new, effective, or justifies new strategies from you? No, it's not effective. Because the reality of the matter is, if the mainstream media narrative around Israel was effective, the overwhelming majority of Americans would not be anti-Israel. So this is just the same. This is just a rehashing of the exact same failed strategy. But they won't stop, because the goal here is not to actually change the hearts and minds. The goal here is to identify threats, to identify prominent critics of Israel and badger them, belittle them, ritualistically humiliate them so that others that see that think twice before they speak out. So that others that see that, even if they're in line with the ideology, will also turn around and say, I'm pro-Palestine. I don't really fucking like Hasan either. A lot of people yell at him. I think it's time to cut our losses. Not realizing that there always needs to be an effective communicator, a major media outlet on the independent side that holds this shit together. So if you are a leftist, if you're an anti-Zionist, even if you think that I am ineffective in my ambitions of trying to move the needle in our direction by way of electoralism, you have to comprehend that our enemies, not only the class enemies, but also advocates of a foreign country that are justifying the genocide and demanding more violence, demanding more belligerence, they recognize the danger. They recognize the threat. So they're actively trying to depose and destroy this independent media outlet. That's it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because I just don't think people have that much respect for mainstream outlets any longer. And it's sad because I am a firm and committed believer in the importance of the Fourth Estate, in the importance of news organs. So at a time when we need good, objective news reporting more than ever before to claw back a sense of consensus reality that is necessary for survival, not just the survival of American democracy, but the survival of this country in general. A lot of these corporate outlets are lighting on fire what remains of their modicum of credibility for the same exact reasons why they lost it, in defense of their emotional support apartheid state, in defense of Israel's genocide, in defense of Israel's apartheid. It's a terrifying prospect. It's very frustrating to watch, especially as someone who cares about the importance of journalism. A big part of my job is to do media criticism, right? Media critique. A big part of my job is just doing media critique, but the reason why I do it is because I understand the importance of media, good media. And a bunch of Zionist billionaires are straight up taking mainstream media out back and putting a bullet in the back of its head right now. I mean, what can you say? What can you say other than the Ellison purchase of CBS, putting Barry Weiss in charge as the editor-in-chief, regardless of how much enmity that draws from good journalists who recognize exactly what's going on? Same with CNN. And of course, all of this is obviously paired up with an infatuation and an outright unlimited admiration with defending Israel, with the state of Israel. It's fucking crazy. I mean, look at this. Look at what CBS reported on. Where is it? CBS News is trying to convince their audience that this comment from me is anti-Semitic. The idea that Jews are monolithic, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. I mean, what are we doing? Based old lady defending you at the Hillary Scholten town hall?
Deeply sexist attacks against women. In addition, you insinuated that Dr. El Sayed somehow endorsed the regrettably worded comment of Hasan Piker suggesting that America deserved 9/11 or 9/11. I don't understand that. Your accusations help create the climate that encourages hate speech, like the hunting permit for killing Muslims released by your constituent, Bob Reminga, a current trustee of Plainfield Charter Township, which is in Kent County. And if you haven't seen that, it's really horrifying. Your inflammatory rhetoric has nothing to do with creating a better economic future for the people of West Michigan, and everything to do with protecting the pipeline of our tax dollars to Israel to pay for their health care and their bombs. So why should the taxpayers of West Michigan take your guidance and your comments that are contributing to this climate of hate? And I hope you can respond to that.
I'm happy to. So, first of all, I have roundly condemned Bob Remington. His actions, are disgusting, and I have publicly condemned them. Hate in all its forms has no place in the United States of America and should be called out roundly. We're here today to talk about Sean, and I would like to keep the focus on Sean, why he is such an incredible representative. We may not necessarily be in agreement on everything. You're right. I do not support the comments of Hasan Piker. He has said some terrible things about America, about American troops, and I will stand by my comments condemning those. I think they don't have any place in the Democratic Party or in the United States of America.
Wait, is that fucking Jamie Raskin? Chat, is that Jamie Raskin standing next to Hillary Scholten? Oh my God. What the hell is Jamie Raskin doing over there? Also, come on, Jamie Raskin, you know better. You know better. Don't lend your platform to this nonsense, even if we have disagreements. That's crazy. The entire mainstream media is now clearly pro-Zionist. Wouldn't it be right to include all advertising the BDS movement? Wouldn't that help change the media narrative? Okay, anarchy, evolution. Yeah, let's blacklist every media outlet. Like, come on, man, that's not going to work. We have to be focused. We have to be disciplined. Worth a retweet. The quoted tweet is actually unbelievable. Yeah, I saw this. Haley Soifer. We can't create a permission structure for the targeting of Jews due to the actions of Israel, which is anti-Semitic. And there can be no place for rhetoric normalizing the violence in our politics. All Democrats should separate themselves from Piker. He's a gift to Republicans. She just repeated my point. She just repeated the point I was making and then made it seem like I'm saying the opposite. I cannot believe it. I think a big part of that I genuinely think a big part of this, it has to stem from the fact that my name is Hasan, right? You know? It's got to be, because they're taking something that I have said a million times over. They're taking something that I've said a million times over, that Zionism is not Judaism, and that to attack Jews over the crimes of Israel is anti-Semitic, and that Judaism being tied to Israel is actually making it less safe for Jews, is something that I have said a million times over. It's something that I believe. It's something that I've advocated for. It's something that I have never shied away from openly revealing. And you can go back for, a decade. You can go back to a decade from where we're standing and still see that I've been saying the same exact things over and over again. Joe Walsh, hey, Matthew Hasan said any American Jew who doesn't condemn Israel will deserve the violence that comes their way. What an ugly anti-Semitic thing to say. It's like, is this hallucination? Are these people truly hysterical, or do they know better and they're just lying? Not that it really matters, because the impact of this is still to change discourse away from Israel's crimes back to the anti-Semitic hate crime of a Twitch streamer for a thing that he never said. I guess at this point, you could say whatever you want. You can call me a fucking Holocaust denier, and it's not like people give a shit, you know? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's where we're at. That is where we're fucking at. And then they ask like random fucking people that don't know the context, don't care about the context to respond to this shit. I don't even know what Faye said here, but like,
what do you think should happen on this front?
The cancel culture is a little bit out of control here. We're seeing everybody want to say, hey, in a free society, we can't let certain people talk. I'm old enough to remember, you remember Donald Trump's campaign. Nick Fuentes doesn't speak for me, and he didn't speak for him. There's a person who's online who happens to have a view. Jake Lang, he's out there doing all these horrific things. Does he speak for the president? No,
like, I kind of I'm not going to lie, I also low-key despise being compared to Jake Lang and Nick Fuentes. Not even low-key, high-key. Like, there is no comparison, man. Okay? I know FaZe is trying to defend me here, and he's saying like it's this is cancel culture, and it's like, but that's crazy. Like, we should not be mentioning me anywhere near these fucking odious individuals. Like, what are we doing? It sucks. It sucks because there are so many clips. It sucks because most people go, he's just a Twitch streamer. Who gives a fuck? But it's like, it's insane. Do you really think he's Nick Fuentes, but tall? Fuentes is an explicit identitarian who often masks his beliefs with charm, whereas my impression is that Hasan Piker has standard lefty universalist ideas, but says offensive things as a part of his streamer act. I hate having to give this caveat every time I defend Hasan, but I should say that he is far to the left of me. And it's wild because, like, the people who are supposed to be of sound mind are saying utterly unhinged things, okay? They're saying utterly unhinged things. Michael Lasher straight up came out and first said something that I agree with. Defenders and some critics of Hasan Piker just don't get it. The issue isn't just that he lumps all Jews together, which I don't, and holds us all accountable for the supposed evils of Israel. I don't do that. is that his nonstop drive to demonize the world's sole Jewish state, along with those who supported survival, crosses the line by miles between criticism and Jew hatred of the ancient variety. Again, don't agree with this last part because I don't demonize Jews. I accurately explain Israel's crimes, okay? You're the one tying it back to Judaism. You're like, oh, it's the sole Jewish state. Like, what's the argument? Like, they can have a little bit of genocide as a treat? Like, the fuck does this mean? Also, Mr. Piker, Zionism is in fact bound up with Judaism. It's not false conflation. Yes, some Jews are anti-Zionist. And yes, you have helped turn the Z word into a slur that such large number of Jews, particularly younger ones, disown it partly out of misunderstanding. Here it is. This is the reason why they fucking hate my ass. Okay? If you want to know the truth, it is not because Zionists in America, Zionist organizations in America despise me because I'm not anti-Semitic and because I fight hard against anti-Semitism. That is why they fucking hate my ass way more than Nick Fuentes, way more than Candace Owens, way more than any number of people who have come out and said actual anti-Semitic things, because that is a perfect way to wrap up the story. Of course they oppose the world's sole Jewish state. They're Jew haters. But they can't say that about me, even though they try. But most normal people hear my commentary and they go, what the fuck are you talking about? This guy defends Jews all the time. As a matter of fact, one of the common criticisms that I hear from normies is that I'm doing too much throat clearing anytime I talk. Anytime I talk about the issue of Israel, I will spend a good deal of time talking about the dangers of anti-Semitism. And that hurts the feelings of people like Jonathan Greenblatt more than anything else, because Nick Fuentes is not going to convert a generation of young American Jews away from Zionist propaganda into seeing Israel and its actions for what it truly is. Okay? That's it. So Micah Lasher here unironically gives the game away. You have helped turn the Z word into a slur such that large numbers of Jews, particularly younger ones, disown it partly out of misunderstanding. No agency for young Jews, apparently, according to Micah Lasher. He says, yes, there are anti-Zionist Jews, but they don't know what they're saying. They've been hypnotized by you, Hasan. You controlled the media and you hypnotized young Jews into feeling shame, into feeling a sense of shame, as though I did that. I didn't do that. Israel's actions did that. It's condescending in two different directions. It's condescending because it just like robs young American Jews of their agency, of their capacity to see right from wrong. And it's condescending that we are not all united on this issue from a diligent pro-humanity perspective. But when Jews are attacked for supporting Israel, they're being attacked for a core part of their Jewish identity. It is Jew hatred. It is unacceptable, and your rhetoric encourages it. Spare us all your taxonomy of good Jews and bad Jews. Never done that. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense at all, but it's not supposed to make sense.
There are people who are loving the attention. I'm sure Hasan Piker has gained hundreds of thousands of views because Fox News is allowing him to get more attention, but he isn't on the ballot. Abdul speaks for Abdul, Donald Trump speaks for Donald Trump, and in a free society, we allow a discourse to occur without telling them they're canceled.
I think it's different. I hear your point, but I definitely think that there is a difference, and that the Democrats see it. I didn't come up with Hakeem's statement; they did. Hey guys, love having you on the show.
Thank you, Dana.
Baz
Thank you,
and
Dana.
Whitlock, have a great day.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Sorry, I absolutely despise that argument that this is, I bet Hasan is loving the attention.
Him to get more
I'm not. I'm not loving the fucking attention, man. Come on. Jesus Christ. Dude, what the fuck do these people think? Where do they think this is going to go? What do people, especially in the Democratic Party, this is not about phase anymore. This is more so about the establishment Democrats. Where do they think this is going to go? Do they think that people are just going to eventually be like, yeah, it's fine? Like, no, we should give $10 billion to Israel. Like, it's great. I love it. Yeah, I can't retire at a reasonable age. Like, where do they think this is going to go? Matt does had a good take. He said conservative Democrats can't convincingly claim to just want to beat Republicans while continuing to stroke the media frenzy around Hasan Piker by blatantly twisting his words. Stop helping the GOP write attack ads. The statements are so insane, by the way. Senator Jackie Rose, Parker Malloy says, I feel like I'm going insane because all these statements are just straight up responses to something he didn't say at all. Hasan Piker has been trafficking in anti-Semitic tropes for a while, but even this is a new low. Blaming Jewish Americans for violence and hate they're facing is not just wrong. It provides an excuse to perpetuating these anti-Jewish hate crimes. Senator Jackie Rosen from Nevada, $2.26 million from pro-Israel PACs. Hakeem Jeffries. The malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves is dangerous and anti-Semitic. There's zero justification for threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters from a moment of rising hate. We will fight the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce urgency of now. Hakeem Jeffries is one of the top recipients of AIPAC and pro-Israel donations. Ken Martin, head of the DNC, chair of the Democrats. Criticizing the policies and actions of the Israeli government is one thing. Blaming American Jews for the hatred, threats, and violence directed at them is something else entirely. It's dangerous, wrong, and anti-Semitic. No Jewish American should be held responsible for the actions of a foreign government, and there's never any justification for threatening the safety of Jewish communities. We must confront anti-Semitism wherever it happens with resolve and zero tolerance. Congresswoman Susie Lee claims that American Jews are responsible for the violence being committed. Like, it's literally... Jeffries is the top recipient of AIPAC money in both parties. Sorry. Apologies. Brad Schneider called to violence against American Jews. Elisa Slotkin. In response to Hasan Piker's recent comments on Jews in America being targeted because of their views on Israel, this shouldn't be hard. No community should face the threat of violence for their political views, period. I never said that. I never said that, and I don't believe that. And I didn't even say that in the clip that they're circulating around. But if you can't recognize this as a very clear attack, a uniparty attack, as a boss call has very clearly been made by AIPAC, I don't know what to tell you. Everybody collectively came out. Everyone collectively came out and in unison started lying in the exact same way. Claiming that I mean something that I've actively advocated against my whole life. It's orchestrated. It's completely orchestrated. Yeah, GLD Vittorio said, every Dem political figure falling for the trap of spending more time on Hasan Piker than attacking Republicans is at best easily duped and at worst has something to gain from Democrats losing in November. Either way, they shouldn't be taken seriously as a leader nor advisor. And of course, on the other side of this insane saga, is the reality that I am being talked about in mainstream news every single fucking day. And yet, despite my accessibility as a media figure, I don't get to talk on my own. You can't just interrogate my views. You can't have an interrogation of my views. You guys had Max Miller on. You know what I mean? You have everybody on. I am such an odious figure that you can talk about me and clip me out of context, negatively frame everything that I'm saying, lie, outright defame, slander, smear. But you can't hear from me personally? You don't have an issue having Netanyahu on? It's deliberate. But it's also backfiring. Matt Petty said, the Israel lobby's best hope was everyone in America would move on and forget about why they don't like Israel. This would have been the best time to do that. Gaza has been out of the headlines and Iran is fading out. And yet, AIPAC had to do their mass release, their big memo. And they're going just as hard. Well, liberal outlets aren't going as hard as at Mark Ruffalo. But they're still going super hard. Yeah, Lisa Slotkin did it as well. I can't believe it. I cannot fucking believe it. These guys are toying with the Senate majority now? Yes. Yes, they want the Democrats to lose. Democrats want the Democrats not to gain a Senate majority if that means that there will be Israel critics sitting in a seat of power. That's what this is. They want Abdul to come out and be like, I'm so sorry that I ever entertained even being alongside Hasan. I'm so sorry for what I've said. I'm so sorry for what I've said about Israel. They want people to run around and say, Am Israel high? It's ridiculous. Brad Schneider is saying Abdul's statement was not good enough. Of course. Of course. And this is what they're courting, by the way. This is the type of bigotry Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Third Way, and Center for American Progress proudly stand behind. Jewish Democrat Senator Jackie Rosen just slammed Hasan Piker for being a Jew hater. Meanwhile, the Islamic communist in Michigan continues to defend Hasan. Abdul El-Sayed is unfit to serve in the Senate. This is your daily reminder of why it's a bad idea to elect a Muslim into office in America. But I guess this is how it works. If enough people repeat a fucking lie, then it might as well be the truth, right? I cannot, I don't know what to say other than this is not only Democratic infighting that's taking place that's like unbelievably unproductive. It's perhaps the only way that Democrats actually lose, or the only way that Democrats actually lose the midterms, and they're doing it. There are Democrats who are leaning into this on purpose because they are fucking terrified of anti-Israel Democrats gaining any power whatsoever. Or rather, they're terrified of democracy. That's what I need to stress over and over again, because the overwhelming majority of the masses want this. The overwhelming majority of the masses recognize that Israel has committed a genocide, recognize that we also have some level of culpability because they did it with our tax dollars, and they want to stop. They want to stop sending weapons to Israel. They want to stop sending money to Israel. They fucking hate that you can't talk about Israel without a million different prominent people in positions of power demanding your firing, sometimes even your execution. This is exactly why Israel has become a pariah state in the Western world. That's it. Adam Johnson says, reminder that support for Israel among Democrats is lower than support for abortion bans and prayer on school. It's at best an 80-20 issue. It's an objectively fringe position among the party's actual voters, yet Dem leadership is growing more lockstep behind Israel. He said this after Alex Jordan reported that Hakeem Jeffries, only days after meeting with Jared Kushner in that private meeting, is naming Jared Moskowitz, one of the most pro-Israel Democrats, as a ranking member of HFAC's Middle East Subcommittee, House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Middle East and North Africa. It shows you everything you need to know about Dem Party leaders' preferred plan for dealing with their base's fury at Israel. Ignore it and maybe it will go away. So at a time when the base is saying, what the fuck are you doing? We need to hold Israel accountable. We need to stop sending money to Israel. Hakeem Jeffries is cutting backdoor deals to elevate some of the more right-wing, some of the most right-wing and pro-Israel Democrats out there at direct odds with the base of the party and its demands, hoping that you don't take notice of this reality because he's chirping about me on fucking CNN. This is what they're doing. This is how politics continues to never deliver the results that you understandably and righteously are demanding. All the while, the base has moved directly against this. Widespread disgust and anger at Israel among Dems voters, or the Democratic voter base, is reflected in dozens of polls. It's real, it's palpable. It'll be an issue for 2028 primaries, but this 6 to 9 month primary window is the only time where party elites have to feign interest in what voters think regarding Israel, and the media regime developing to take anger and channel it into liberal Zionist pseudo breaks with Israel is sophisticated, obvious, and very likely will work. And once this window is passed, a dynamic absolutely helped by the new primary schedule, it will go back to not mattering. The two most powerful Dems in the country are the largest recipient of AIPAC money and someone who said their main job was to keep the left pro-Israel. He's talking about Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. The plan is to bullshit, provide fake off-ramps, refine two-state solution hand-waving, pseudo-breaks, vote scolding, and banking on outrage slowly subsiding as the genocide maintains the status quo of lower intensity killing and reliance on starvation, constant relocation, and disease. This is what I mean when I say they have a openly uniparty approach to the issue. Okay? Yeah. Jared Moskowitz called the resolution against the Iran war the Ayatollah Protection Act. Matt Duss says, at what point can Democratic voters finally have foreign policy committee leadership that actually represents the party's anti-war majority instead of its small and thankfully dwindling hawkish minority? Opposition to the Iran war is a supermajority position among Democrats in leadership. Hands the Middle East subcommittee to a guy who denied a resolution against it as the Ayatollah Protection Act. Yesterday, IMEU Policy released a poll showing large majorities of Dem voters support sanctions and an arms embargo on Israel. Today, leadership hands the Middle East subcommittee to one of the caucus's most obnoxious pro-Israel ideologues. It's fucking unbelievable. Democrats in positions of power do not fucking care at all. They do not care about the base. They do not care about democracy. They certainly don't care about Israel committing a genocide. Let's be real. All they care about is AIPAC dollars. For some, it's ideological loyalty. They're zealots. And for others, it's fear that AIPAC will dump millions of dollars into their races. For some, it's both. And for many, it's who they know. It's the cocktail circuits. It's the lobbyists that they talk to. They never have to face their voters, and they can do everything in their power in safe districts to continue presenting a direct position on Israel that is at odds with the base. And they can continue doing that. And better yet, Zionist billionaires who own these social media platforms will tweak the algorithm in their favor anyway. At the directive of the Israeli Foreign Ministry, as Amichai Chikli openly explained, they'll move in the direction of Islamophobia. We'll move the conversation away from Israel's crimes. We'll move the conversation away from how Israel subverts American democracy with AIPAC and with its subsidiaries. We'll just talk about Muslims being a scourge. A tiny, minuscule minority of people that have no outsized impact on American politics whatsoever. Those are your enemies. This is a 90-10 issue for Democrats. This might be one of the last opportunities we have in changing the trajectory of America. Okay? If we don't seize on this opportunity as we have done so far, if our movement leaders are neutered, destroyed, if the political victories amount to nothing and they're co-opted, it's over. It's over. It's completely over. It'll be theater once again. Every 4 years, politics exchanging hands. But American foreign policy remains the same nonetheless. And you'll sit around and wonder how we got here. You'll sit around and say, I don't understand. Why does it always feel? Why does it feel like the Democrats don't care? Why does it feel like no politician ever actually does our bidding? Because this isn't just about Israel, obviously. This is about everything. This is about everything else. You want healthcare? You're not going to get it. Because the private healthcare industry is far too important for our GDP. They make far too much money, and their profits are what we care about. So we're not going to listen to your demands for healthcare. Support for Israel is a losing issue for Democrats. So all of the party bosses are trying to do their very best to present an alternative reality. Hasan Piker isn't trying to hide anything. That's what makes him anti-Semitic from Haaretz. Or that's what makes him dangerous. That's funny. I just did a fucking 2-hour interview with a Haaretz reporter too. Are we downplaying the effect of Epstein files in this scenario? I don't think it's as relevant in this conversation as you think it is. I mean, I think that's more so a reality of the pedophilic elite who are defended every step of the way. Yeah, and it's sad. Like Jacob Kornblue, who I've met in person, by the way, at the Zoran Victory Party, writes an article for The Forward. My latest, how Hasan Piker caused new trouble for Democrats, especially in key Senate race in Michigan. It's only trouble if Abdul backs away from his position on Israel. Okay? That's it. Abdul was in talks for an endorsement according to Semaphore. Yeah, I know. I saw. I read the article. Semaphore. Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss was in talks to endorse Abdul El-Sayed before the Piker flap. The Democratic nominee for a House seat in Michigan was in talks to endorse his party's Senate nominee in the state, Abdul El-Sayed, before a flap on Monday over left-wing streamer Hasan Piker derailed those plans. Insane. How is this in any way, shape, or form appropriate for a Democratic Party operative to openly reveal? I think people should be more embarrassed to say stuff like this out loud. And no, I don't believe it, but who knows? Look. Who knows what machinations are at play behind the scenes? Ezra has another piece on you. No, this is old. Ravi Gupta says, I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. Ezra Klein, April 2026. Are they going after Ezra now? New in playbook. I caught up with Haley Stevens while she was on vacation in Italy following yesterday's Piker news cycle. I call on everyone to get the fuck off social media even for 24 hours. Yeah, she also said unhinged things. Okay, in that. Like, I know everyone is saying, oh, she's growing on me jokingly, but she literally claimed that, like, majority Democrats who were in support of, majority Democrats, the group that's in support of Haley Stevens, was attacking her and actually was in support of me for some reason. And that's not the case at all. The majority Democrats and the bench despise me. Mallory McMorrow does not like me at all. So I don't know why she was like saying crazy things in that rant overall. Her full statement is not exactly kind, smart, or makes sense at all. The Hasan derangement syndrome is in high gear, though. It's clear. And many corporate media. This is all right. Anti-Semitic, by the way. You should just glide above the wave of shit like the legend you are. I hate it for a multitude of different reasons. I hate it, one, because obviously who likes to be misunderstood professionally? Who likes to be lied and slandered? Nobody. But I also hate it because this is the only effective mechanism that the Republicans have to divide the base, to make it seem like prominent Democrats who are against Israel are actually not really against Israel, for the Democrats to just avoid listening to the popular demands being made by their base of support by simply saying, oh, you're just a Hasan Piker Democrat. Fuck you. What is this? You should apply to everyone with this clip, timestamp at 1.1.
There's an issue of anti-Semitism that is real in this country. And Israel's behavior, when it claims it's operating in the name of the Jewish people, is actually amplifying and increasing that danger.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's the same. The difference is Ian and Eli, who are wonderful, and I'm planning on having them on the broadcast. They're Jewish. Okay, I'm sorry, that plays a role in this. When they say it, it's different than me saying it. The reception is different. Now, it's not like media. It's not like there's tremendous media opportunities for Eli and Ian to go talk about their book. They're not. They're being blacklisted because if you are in any way, shape, or form anti-Zionist as a Jewish person, your Judaism is called into question. Or you are rendered invisible. That's my point. That's my frustration. Even when someone calls themselves a liberal Zionist like Brad Lander, if they're too critical of Israel, if they say correctly that Israel is an occupation, if they say correctly that Israel is an apartheid, if they say correctly that Israel is doing a genocide, their electoral victory in one of the most Jewish districts in the country is still considered an anti-Semitic attack against Dan Goldman. That's how they covered Brad Lander. Brad Lander calls himself a liberal Zionist, and even then, he is rendered invisible. You could be Jewish your whole life. You criticize Israel a little too much, all of a sudden, people are revoking your Jew card. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Israel has attacked a critical water desalination plant and a mosque in Gaza as it intensifies the attacks on the enclave despite a ceasefire. Every day, Israel is violating all manner of different human rights. Every single day. But all the media has to say for it is, oh, well, people who are criticizing this kind of stuff, people who are calling into question our allegiance to Israel, are actually vicious anti-Semites. They are far, far more dangerous than Israel's actions every damn day. Here's another one. Far-right lawmaker Z. Sukkot smashes Palestinian monument in West Bank while guarded by the IDF. Sukkot confirmed to Haaretz that he participated in the action, saying it was carried out in full coordination with the Israeli military. Look. But guys, let's talk about Hasan Piker. And the thing is, Israel First Democrats unironically support this shit. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They do not care. They like it. They have to like it. I never thought I'd see the day Zay Squirrel defended you hard. What do you mean? Of course, like Zay Squirrel understands when there is like a ridiculous amount of propaganda being directed at a prominent critic of Israel. Now, there's also this nonsense from Josh Buttheimer on Dana Fash.
You've written public letters. You have introduced legislation urging your own party leaders to be more forceful, calling out Jew hate in your party. Did Congressman Jeffries do just that in what you heard?
Yes, I commend him for his comments. We need more of that, unambiguous and clear. And I hope that everyone in the Michigan congressional delegation does the same thing. Because remember, as you pointed out, the comments were made associated with State Senator and future Congressman Moss, who is in Michigan, a state senator. Hillary Scholten is the only one who has come out, along with Moss, who's strongly condemning Hasan Piker. The rest have been crickets. I hope that my entire leadership and members across Michigan and around the country make it very clear, like leaders Jeffries did. There is zero place for this kind of hatred and language and vitriol in our party or in our politics. And then let me be very clear, because Mike Lawler and I have a resolution condemning Hasan Piker we introduced a couple months ago, along with Candace Owens, who also peddles in hate. I think we should immediately vote on this legislation the week we're back and make it very clear on both sides that we condemn this both anti-Semitic, anti-American type of rhetoric. And there is zero place for this kind of hatred from somebody like Hasan Piker. He's pathetic and he should be put outside and not welcome into any kind of tent.
This is not just like, oh, look how silly this is, right? This is not just about like the silliness of prominent members of Congress, prominent Democrats demanding an unambiguous admonishment, a disavowal of everything that I stand for, everything that I support. It's not just silly. To say this is silly is to refuse to reckon with how dangerous this reality is. Okay? It's not just a silly and stupid thing. It's not just a distraction. I think this is also a media operation to defang a prominent critic of Israel, to discipline the rest of the anti-Zionist coalition.
Is an anti-Semite. It is what it is, and I don't think he would even claim otherwise. He tries to slice the words up. At the end of the day, that's what he is. Nobody should be anywhere near this guy. No one should campaign with him. No one should repost him. And frankly, anybody who is quiet right now is complicit. Everyone.
Yeah, this is completely insane. Of course, he's going on Fox News and saying this. Bro, you broke his brain. Guys, he knows better, okay? He knows he's lying. He knows he's lying. You think he's confused? He's like, oh, well, Hasan would agree to being an anti-Semite. He would say it out loud. It's like, no, he's fucking lying, dude. He's not. I know sometimes I say like, well, some of this is hysteria and some of this is just like outright lies. He is a fucking liar. That's it. Then sue the fuck. Many of you do not understand the complicated ways of being a public personality, not a private citizen, but a public personality and political speech. You do not understand how difficult it is to actually prosecute a defamation claim in this goddamn country. Okay? None of you know anything about how litigation works. There are instances where it goes beyond a certain line, but because of the threshold to successfully litigate defamation as a fucking public personality, especially in the political speech category, some of you have no understanding of what's actionable and what's not. Okay? Stop saying then eat it. I am pushing back. I'm pushing back against the lies with truth.
Should come out against this guy, and we should vote to condemn him when we get back to Congress. Again, Mike Lawler and I have a resolution. I'm hoping that Republican leaders should bring it to the floor so we can stand up to him and to people like Candace Owens who are spewing hate across the board.
Yeah, he knows better too, because look.
Argument is that he is anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic, and that they are two very different things.
If that's what he believes, then he should probably practice that, because he has done a very good job of smushing the two together.
Argument is...
No, I haven't. You're the one smushing the two. I think that eventually, it's going to be really funny when they take out Candace Owens from the dual anti-Semitism condemnation bill and push it just as Hasan is the only anti-Semite in the country. And then the Democrats, with the exception of like maybe 10, vote on it. I can see that becoming a reality in this goddamn country. I swear to God. They're going to be like, guys, Congress is back in session. And first order of business, of course, the most important, most consequential order of business is to turn around and condemn Hasan Piker for his anti-Semitism. We've actually erased Candace Owens from the bill because we knew that Republicans would never pass a bill that condemns a Republican commentator. So we just decided in the spirit of bipartisanship that we should fucking kill Hasan. In the spirit of bipartisanship, we have actually issued a once-in-a-lifetime death penalty because he pissed off Israel and AIPAC too much. We are now voting in unison on a bipartisan bill to demand the execution, the state-sponsored execution of HasanAbi Piker, the only anti-Semite in the country. Thank you for bringing America together, Hasan. You done did it. And of course, in the spirit of bipartisanship, the overwhelming majority of Democrats will vote for that bill. When this happened to Rashida Tlaib for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free in the early days of Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, of course I defended her vociferously, unconditionally, because she was victim to this ridiculous bipartisan censorship. Since then, plenty prominent Republicans and plenty prominent Democrats have said heinous things, actually heinous things, because saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is not a heinous thing at all. It's not hate speech at all. It's actually, as a matter of fact, a rallying cry for the dispossessed. No such censures took place for Randy Fine and numerous others who deserved it. But here's the issue. Here's the reality. That was in the beginning of Israel's genocide. Rashida Tlaib was obviously right. She's Palestinian herself. She's intimately familiar with the Israeli apartheid. She's been victim to the Israeli apartheid regime. She was right back then. But perhaps people were not ready for how right she was back then. Now they're trying to do this again. And this time it's going to be even less effective because the overwhelming majority of Americans already recognize what Israel is doing. They see it. They don't like it. And you know what they fucking hate? When envoys of Israel or people who place the interests of Israel above the interests of American citizens come out on corporate media and demand a tarring and feathering of prominent critics of Israel. They associate all matter of valid, reasonable critique of Israel with demands from some of the most annoying fucking figures of cancellation, isolation. We've seen it happen for the last 3 years. We've seen it happen for the last 3 years over and over again. Okay? Brian Tashman says, the reason you see establishment figures relentlessly focus on Hasan Piker after they supported Israel's campaign of extermination and starvation enabled by Biden and Trump is so they can tell themselves they aren't immoral or wrong. It's Israel critics who are the immoral ones. Yeah, that's part of it for sure. My county GOP posted photos of you. Saratoga County Republican Committee. When you wonder why people get radicalized by Democrats, here's the hairy, fairy godmother of the movement, Piker the punk. Yeah, Rhinos, we said it. He's a punk. Sorry if it's controversial or confrontational, but just because you forget 9/11 victims doesn't mean we don't. Second Amendment all day. Freedom of speech is the best part of America. Blowback from meddling in the Middle East is real. Hasan is more American than anyone trying to cancel him. Bigoted fear-mongering post because MAGA is all about fear, hate, and cruelty. He's a Twitch trimmer, lol. Dana Fash getting called out for not even having you on to talk. Yeah. This is the effect of the Abdul statement. It had zero. Yeah, of course it didn't. And the reason why he did it is not because he thought people would finally go, oh, doy, I guess Abdul is good now. The reason why he did it is because prominent Democrats, I suspect, inside of Michigan politics, forced him to say something so that, because they were dangling their endorsement over it. And they were forcing him to make a mistake. Obviously, his job right now is to unite the base.
How do you rate El Sayed's response to Piker, Congresswoman?
That was the most pathetic, half-baked attempt. I was going to use a different word, but I cleaned it up. That was not any shape, way, or form a statement of disavowing, condemning, or pushing himself away from Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is a D-class, angertainment, violence perpetuator on a Twitch stream that literally wants to traffic.
This also is part of the problem. Like, boomers don't understand streaming at all. So they just think that all I do is run around and say like heinous things, you know? These are defenders of child killers. I'm sorry. If you're a defender of Israel, your word means nothing to me, okay? If you're a defender of genocide, you've already defended the worst crime.
In people's anger and fear-mongering. That is what he does. But here's where Abdul El Sayed has a problem. You cannot rent Hasan Piker's audience during the primary and then ask Michigan voters to forget whose megaphone you borrowed in order to build your campaign. He is going to forever be tied to Hasan Piker in what he has said to date and what he says moving forward, because it's clear he doesn't want to create distance between him and Hasan Piker. He wants to keep that audience, keep that relationship, while somehow trying to fool voters that he's maybe not as close with this guy. This is a guy who showed up on his campaign primary evening party and was partying with him. If this guy really doesn't stand with Hasan Piker, why would he be welcome in his campaign? So again, it's just more doublespeak out of Abdul El Sayed. It's more of the selective socialism that he wants to espouse, just like he's trying to have selective choice of statements that Hasan Piker has made. In this case, you got to take it all as it stands. And Hasan Piker is disgusting. He has no place in our political discourse. And I think that voters are smart enough to see right through this.
Those pictures.
Who the fuck is she? I don't know. I think she's like a congressperson. I feel rage baited. If you make it through this, you're undeniable. I will make it through this. We will make it through this, by the way. That's not the problem. We will make it through this. It's just, I fucking hate it because my job requires charitability. My job requires people to receive what I have to say with at least an ounce of grace and charity. Okay? Because my position, albeit on Israel is very popular now, wasn't so popular 3 years ago. And it required a lot of people to overcome their social conditioning. It required a lot of people to listen to what I had to say and be charitable. And now that we're here, centrist Democrats are showing once again that they hate their left flank and they hate people who have voted for the Democratic Party their whole lives more than they hate the Republicans. They want to defeat their left more than they want to defeat the Republicans. It's undeniable. They're showing it. They're showing it right now. There has to be some serious internal conversations. Eli Valley says, I don't know how anybody can say the Democratic Party is a safe place for Jews when its leadership has spent days publicly lying about anti-Semitism and defaming a pro-Jewish anti-fascist while the government is crawling with Nazis. When they lie through their teeth like this, they endanger American Jews. They don't care, though. Their priority is to find common ground with an openly Nazi opposition. Truly despicable. Why is Zoran endorsing Jeffries? Because Zoran Mamdani is aware of the limits of his power and influence. And instead of actively engaging in a knife fight with the leader of the Democratic Party, he is trying to be a good mayor for New York. He's playing politics. He's being pragmatic. Do I agree with this decision? I do not. But ultimately, what I know is this. Time and time again, I have actually opposed some of the things that Zoran has done, some of the decisions that he's made, and he's proven himself to be correct. The Chi Ose, like telling Chi that he shouldn't run against Hakeem Jeffries this early, that was the smart decision. Better to win 4 other House seats than to put every egg in the defeat Jeffries basket? Yeah. Now, the problem is, I don't think that Jeffries is actually going to play ball. I don't think that Jeffries is going to sidestep attacks. And if Zoran and others who are, in this left flank, a part of our movement that have now been elected into positions of power, think, perhaps foolishly, that this problem will go away if they just, boom, chop me down. And then maybe you'll get decent media coverage from MSNBC, CNN, and you can defend yourself that way. You can just go to the liberal outlets and consistently defend certain policy positions in an uncontentious manner. You're wrong. You are not only wrong, you are fucking delusional. If this space in independent media was not a real threat to the current established order, they wouldn't be coming after me like this. And once they're done with me, they'll go after Breaking Points. They'll go after Drop Site News. They'll go after Zeteo. At least those guys understand it, though. That's it. There is no quarter for our politics because our politics is on the side of the people. They're not coming after me because I'm this odious, toxic, repulsive figure. Oh my God, I run my mouth too much. No, they're coming after me because I am a megaphone for your anger. And not only am I offering a platform for your frustrations, for your criticisms, not only of the Republican Party, but of the Democrats too, the establishment Democrats, the do-nothing Democrats, the corporate Democrats. But they're coming after me because they can't come after all of us. So it's much easier to just yell and say, this guy's a Twitch streamer. Who cares? Just let him go. Just drop it. It is not my statements alone that they refuse to reckon with, that they don't want to hear. It's your voices that they don't want to hear. That is the reality. Okay? Jacobin writes, Branko Marcetic from Jacobin writes, centrists despise Hasan Piker more than they want to win. Democratic Party centrists, well-funded and single-minded war on socialists is leading them to take increasingly contorted, absurd positions against figures like leftist streamer Hasan Piker. The Democratic Party primary might be over, but the Michigan Senate race is still somehow the leading theater in the ongoing civil war for the Democratic Party's future, and an instructive case study in how the party's left-diverse centrists plan to maintain a grip on the party's future at a time when their voter base is moving away from them. 3 weeks after the Democratic primary was settled and progressive insurgent Abdul Sayed won the party's Senate candidacy over his centrist Israel lobby-backed opponent, there's yet another Hasan Piker news cycle gumming up the race. This time, Piker is being accused of threatening or calling for violence against Jews, specifically for showing an image of the pro-Israel Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, and then warning that if American Jews continue to tie themselves to Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Al-Sayed has already publicly disavowed the comments and distanced himself from Piker. A host of centrist Democrats who both have it in for Piker and were distinctly unenthused about Al-Sayed in the first place have turned these comments into a controversy, given Al-Sayed's earlier decision to campaign with a left-wing Twitch streamer. It's quite a twist in the race, even with the primary over, and the party's voters now focused on beating the hard-right Donald Trump loyalists on the Republican ticket. Mike Rogers, the party's centrists, are still effectively attacking their own candidate. The clip that they and others are responding to is not surprisingly deliberately edited to make Piker's remarks sound as offensive as possible. In a longer, unbroken video of what Piker said, he's specifically responding to two things: a user who describes themselves as an anti-Zionist Jewish person struggling to change the minds of others at their temple, and the news that Moss was withholding his backing for Al-Sayed until he fulfilled the nebulous condition of demonstrating some serious outreach to Oakland County's Jewish community. Here's a fuller transcript of Hasan Piker's remarks. Look, the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you, where you have to go back to your communities and try to get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israeli and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they're singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Now, is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdullah Sayed? No, of course not. But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires, then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize this media narrative presents Jews as single-minded and singularly invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that'll inevitably be seen as Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. Perhaps it's because of the truth of that sentiment that has frustrated so many Zionists in the media, both Zionist Jews and Zionist Christians alike. It's an extreme stretch to describe Piker's remarks as an incitement or justification for violence and bigotry against Jews. The basic point he's making, that the tendency by pro-Israel voices to conflate Jewishness with lockstep support for Israel makes Jews less safe, has been made by a number of Jewish voices, including Ezra Klein at the New York Times, David Cleon at The Nation, Norman Solomon at The Guardian, union organizer Molly Kraft, and Hannah Arendt nearly 80 years ago. This controversy also comes as El-Sayed's Republican opponent, Mike Rogers, getting a free pass from both El-Sayed's centrist Democrat critics and the national media for surrounding himself with a panoply of unsavory characters. A campaign campus coordinator who promotes white supremacists and joked about expelling Jews to North Korea, another member of his student outreach team who defended young Republicans who had been caught making racist jokes and saying they love Hitler, and a faith coalition leadership team made up of homophobic extremists, an anti-Muslim bigot, and one pastor connected to a church sex abuse scandal. It is a remarkable scenario for Democrats concerned with bigotry to entirely ignore these distasteful and alarming associations held by a member of the opposing party and focus their attacks on their own candidate instead. It is a sign of the importance that centrists see in winning what they view as an intra-party civil war. It is a fight they seem to see as more important than winning a Senate race and control of Congress. El-Sayed's primary win was a shock to the system for Democratic centrists, involving not just the victory of a pro-Palestine Medicare for all supporting progressive in a key battleground state, but also one in which the Democratic Socialists of America didn't endorse yet play a key role. This put establishment Democrats in a bit of an awkward position. They have long claimed the left habitually refuses to vote blue no matter who come the general election, and so paved the way for GOP victories. This wasn't actually true. It's been one of the Democratic center's most reliable go-to attack lines against their left flank. With the tables, you should write an opinion piece for the New York Times. Brother, if you think the New York Times would ever allow me right now, as I am the recipient of enmity from all aspects of the pro-Israel movement, if you think the New York Times would allow me to defend myself with my own words on the fucking opinion editorial section right now, you are the most delusional person on the planet. They absolutely would, friend. I have tried in the past, and they told me to fuck off, okay? Maybe today, with the additional attention, they might do that, but... One Michigan rep, Hillary Skolton, had preemptively refused to back El-Sayed against his Republican opponent before he'd even won the primary, and she now continues to do so, despite being called out for it by one of El-Sayed's own former rivals. Days after his win, Third Way, a Wall Street-funded organization that advocates for Democrats to adopt Republican economic policies like cutting Medicare and Social Security, announced a $15 million campaign to attack both the DSA and candidates who work with the group, even if it meant costing the Democrats swing seats. They specifically name-checked El-Sayed as one of their main targets. I will tell you this much. Okay, I will tell you this. I understand as a part of my job, I understand how media narratives work. I understand how propaganda works. This is a big part of what I do. I try to explain to you guys how like certain trends, certain metas are followed in mainstream outlets. And there's this this united front approach that sometimes establishment media takes. I never thought that I would be the recipient of this. I never thought that I would be at the heart of this united front approach coming from centrist pundits, right-wing Democrats, the entirety of the Republican Party, in direct coordination with the GOP, as they attempt to undermine a very important Senate seat, that the Democratic majority in the Senate hinges on. Abdul's victory. It is insane. Meanwhile, the week before this saw several stories about prominent Democrats publicly abandoning the vote blue no matter who ethos. A group of prominent Michigan Democrats announced their support for El-Sayed's GOP opponent for purely factional reasons. If El-Sayed were to win the general election in this important swing state, we fear the far left and anti-Jewish elements in the Democratic Party would become dominant, including in the imminent 2028 presidential race, they wrote, not long after the news that some Democratic bundlers are raising money for his Republican opponent. Several other Democrats have similarly publicly refused to back al-Sayed, including Moss, the state senator, demanding al-Sayed make outreach to his local Jewish community. It's worth noting that al-Sayed has the support of a number of prominent Jewish figures and groups, both in the state and outside of it. So there are two things happening here. Do you expect a complete disavowal from Abdul? I don't think you guys understand. Abdul al-Sayed could literally say, I am so sorry for ever being around HasanAbi Piker. It doesn't matter. Okay? It's not going. Their job right now is to undermine his run. The job of establishment Democrats here is to literally aggressively attack him and make him unelectable so they can prove a point. Okay? So they can maintain the idea that Abdul is far too progressive. Left populism cannot work in a state like Michigan. You should see this as a direct attack against Abdul al-Sayed. A direct attack from the Republicans, as we know, but a direct collaborative effort. A direct collaborative effort by pro-Israel Democrats. And also anti-Medicare for all Democrats. Because while I don't agree with Abdul on everything that he said, I mean, he's a capitalist after all, okay? I understand the importance of his victory. I understand it for the necessity of maintaining a Senate Democratic majority, which, once again, is not going to be entirely comprised of allies, as we have seen over and over again, but it will be a Senate Democratic majority nonetheless, and it is an absolute necessity to start gumming up the works of American fascism, okay? I am much more adult about this and much more pragmatic about this than the way centrist Democrats are, because centrist Democrats foolishly think that they can withstand 2 more years of a lame duck Trump presidency. They're fucking stupid. Okay? I do not believe that we will be able to withstand 2 more years of a lame duck Trump presidency where there's no Senate majority, there's no House majority. So they can start establishing committees, start establishing hearings, and start prosecuting the Trump administration's corruption. Centrist Democrats do believe this because they're fucking dumb. They believe that it's better for the Democrats to lose than to win with the aid of the left. It is suicidal. That's what it is. They're not dumb, they're paid. No, they're dumb because they think that these same fascist forces won't come after them. That's why they're dumb. They think, oh, as long as we collaborate with the Republicans, they won't come after us. They'll just take care of our commie left flank. They're fucking stupid. They think their complicity with the fascists will take the crosshairs away from them. Eventually, they will be in the concentration camps by our side. That's why I say it's dumb. Yes, Weimar 2.0 is right. Appeasement does not work. You have to fight back. Abdullah said distanced himself from Hasan Piker's comments on American Jews. I'm not a fan of Hasan, but how was his comment wrong? If you conflate the interests of Israel with the interests of Jewish diaspora, you'll get more anti-Semitism. Hasan is correct here. They were like, meh, close enough. Not remotely. Right-wing Israeli interests have a lot of centrist balls in vices, and they will turn every time they see a left-wing threat to their power. The comments in the article that Hasan made on stream aren't even controversial if you have anything above lukewarm IQ. I guess they're taking it and running because he said someone will take action against Jews. But even in the full context of the quote in the article, you can obviously tell he's not saying someone should do so, but that the narrative that American Jews are a monolith when it comes to Israel will cause harm if it's not spoken out against. Also, for what it's worth, this article is literally what he's getting at with the quote that it's using to frame him as anti-Semitic. Conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is extremely dangerous and what gets American Jews targeted in hate crimes. The writer of this article is literally being anti-Semitic by trying to paint Hasan as such. Yeah. No, it's really good that that pro-Israel folks are doing a number on the argument that anti-Semites represent. That anti-Semites say what? They say Jews are organized. They say Jews control the media, and they say that Jews through organized Jewry will flex their muscle over and over again. And that they're single-handedly invested in the protection of the Israeli state and its ambitions, no matter how belligerent, no matter how it diverges from American foreign policy. So it's very cool when so many prominent Democrats will then come out aggressively posturing against a prominent critic of Israel who also happens to combat anti-Semitism and then routinely say, no, you don't understand, Jews are monolithic. Nexus Project Scholar basically repeating what you said in the clip. I know. It's so fucking annoying. It's so insane. Anyway, here's El Sayed weighing in on the Hasan Piker controversy, I guess, or this is Wood TV.
A live stream from a supporter of Democratic U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed is causing quite the stir, and not just from Republicans. News 8 political reporter Rick Albin in studio now with more on this controversy. Rick.
Brian, that post that was from Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, who was once quoted as saying America deserved 9/11, suggested support for Israel is unpopular and says, quoting here, if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, end quote. Piker has campaigned alongside El-Sayed. While not condemning the remarks directly, El-Sayed released a statement saying in part, quote, nobody speaks for the campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople, end quote. This all started after a recording surfaced, allegedly, from U.S. House candidate Jeremy Moss, who is Jewish. Moss was heard on a recording saying, quote, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. That's the end of the quote, but Moss denounced the clip, calling it a manipulated and unsourced audio with things I never did and never would say. El-Sayed's GOP opponent, Mike Rogers, condemned the Piker's remarks and tied the streamer to El-Sayed's campaign. Democrats are weighing in as well, including Grand Rapids Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, while not mentioning El-Sayed. Scholten, who backed El-Sayed's primary opponent Haley Stevens in the primary, called Piker a hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks substance. It's dangerous for everyone. It's going to be one of the biggest races in the country, and this is also going to be a race that, when you see this kind of exchange, will rapidly go from an online post to national news. Back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you.
Now to a growing issue for some Democratic Party candidates in November. Some candidates are denouncing recent words by the progressive activist Hasan Piker.
I like that they openly mentioned that I'm a progressive activist. That's great. That's nice. That's cool. I'd prefer socialist, but it's fine. Jesus, you're on every network. Yes, dude. Yes. It is a coordinated takedown. It is a coordinated effort. I've listened to the full clip, and it's very obvious that Hasan is saying a version of the point Ezra Klein made here. We have 70 days left to the election, and every single news cycle about internal fighting is a gift to MAGA freaks. We got to get it together, folks. No one cares. The other side of this is that centrist Democrats do not care. They don't. Right-wing Democrats want Abdul El-Sayed to lose. We cannot let that happen. Okay? We cannot let that happen. They want him to lose. They want to make the argument over and over again that Abdul El-Sayed lost because he's too progressive. He lost because he was for Medicare for all. He lost because he was too critical of Israel at a time when the overwhelming majority of Americans oppose Israel. I'm sorry. It is unbelievable what's going on here. We have to redouble our efforts, not fucking shy away. They want you to be discouraged. Okay? They want you to be discouraged. They want you to feel sad and pathetic about the work that you put in. They want you to feel like everything you did amounts to nothing. Okay? Because if the goal is uniparty, and at least for some right-wing Dems and right-wing fascists in this country, that goal is uniparty. For them, your feelings of discouragement, your feelings of wanting to refuse to participate in this process is exactly the point. They don't want you to participate in this process in any way, shape, or form. Elections are not the end-all, be-all. Okay? You are not going to, by way of elections, defeat capitalism and bring about socialism. That's not going to happen. I don't think that it will happen. In a bourgeois system, obviously, capital will be protected no matter what. Having said that, however, if you were to just decide that there's no reason to participate in electoral democracy, you are a fool and you're giving in to their desires. You're giving in to their demands, especially when we already have, for the first time ever, effective communicators on our side. This is how you grow the fucking movement. Their goal is to feed nihilism to you, the poison of nihilism. Their goal is to make you feel like none of your efforts matter. Okay? Your efforts don't matter at the end of the day. This is the centrist right-wing party, baby. This is the party of the centrist Democrats. This is the party of Zionism. This is the party that will defend Israel no matter what. They want you to feel this way. We cannot let them win. Establishment Dems saw the 2024 defeat. And a major part of that was their reluctance to move on Gaza. They saw that, and now they are doing everything they can to make the midterms competitive after 2 years of MAGA fascism. They're trying to find new ways of punishing people who critique your emotional support apartheid state. They actively are trying to find new ways of defanging a movement that demands a recalculation of our relationship with Israel. And they're making that the position that they hold on to rather than talk about ICE, talk about prices, talk about Trump's corruption, talk about Trump's violence, talk about Trump burning American credibility and American munition at the behest of Israel in Iran. We have to see the larger picture here, and we have to continue saying the truth. They want to make it costly, but the truth will always prevail. Okay? That's it. They want to destroy your hope. They want you to check out of the political process. It makes it easier for them to control the strings of society. It makes it easier for them to never have to deal with their colleagues in the Senate or in the House of Representatives when no one is fucking talking about Medicare for all. Okay? They also don't want this wave of support to bring about real changes. They don't want this wave of support to bring about changes internally in the Democratic Party, because not every single Democrat There's hundreds of them in the House of Representatives. Not every single one of them is refusing to speak out against Israel because they are just like primarily invested in defending Israel. They're not zealots. Not all of them. Some of them are, but not all of them are. A big part of the reason why some of these elected representatives don't speak out is because they're fearful. They're fearful of the barrage of hit pieces, the barrage of guilt by associations that they'll receive, the attacks that they will receive from AIPAC, the attacks that they'll receive from prominent Zionists in the pundit class. So we have to continue fighting. We have to overcome this sophisticated and absolutely coordinated smear campaign. And we have to always say the truth. Because I do believe that if we make it out of this midterm season with significant victories under our belt, other Democrats are going to start taking notice of this. They're going to want a piece of that action. They're going to want a piece of the momentum. At the end of the day, these are public servants. These are elected representatives. They represent us and our interests. Okay? They represent us and our interests. Piker's response to Democrats criticizing his anti-Semitic statement is to claim that it was secretly orchestrated by AIPAC. AIPAC boss call was made. They are unanimous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. If you're a defender of Israel's genocide, of its occupation, of its child-killing spree, then your boos mean nothing to me. Yeah, go ahead, Jonathan. Keep chirping. This was never supposed to be easy. Okay? Power does not concede without demand. And power never concedes unless there is also a real push for it. So we have to be unbowed. We have to be resilient. And we have to become undeniable. This is one aspect of it. Elections are simply one aspect of this process. It's not the end all be all. I'll keep repeating it over and over again. I know that some people hear me say this and they go, oh, let's vote for liberal Zionist Democrats and then we'll make the changes. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? That's not the argument that I'm making. So stop. Of course, it's not going to be easy. These people did not get the positions of tremendous power by mistake, by sheer happenstance. They didn't. They worked hard. They were conniving. And of course, they're going to do everything they can to keep their position of power. They're going to do everything they can to keep their comfortable sinecures. That's it. Raphael Shimonov says, I don't see anything wrong with what Hasan Piker said here. He's not saying he wants that to happen. He's stating the obvious repercussions of legacy Jewish institutions and leaders lying to Americans and the world to claim that the Jews are a monolith on pro-Israel support. What Hasan said is not only not anti-Semitic, it's not even neutral because it's anti-anti-Semitic. And it's what Jews from anti-Zionists to even liberal Zionists have been saying for decades. Stop conflating our faith and culture with occupation, apartheid, and genocide. The more you do it, the more it fuels anti-Semitism. Elite Dems thought Biden's age was a huge liability, and the response was to lie about his fitness, shield him from public view, and avoid talking about it. You know what they didn't do? Obsessively try to make his age and mental acuity a storyline for weeks on end. What they're doing here is decidedly not taking on a party liability, but trying to reframe an ideological debate that they've already lost as an unsettled question about optics and electoral strategy. They are creating a liability as a cudgel. Yeah. How do you seriously not fall into nihilism? I literally need guidance and advice. I've repeated this over and over again, but it's because I maintain revolutionary optimism by looking at what we have accomplished thus far. Okay? I don't take victories for granted. I don't take messaging victories for granted. I don't take electoral victories for granted. I don't just go, oh, it's too late. That's how I maintain revolutionary optimism. I hold on to threads of hope so that we can weave together a better future for America. That's how I do it. And at times, it's tough. At times, it gets quite difficult. Okay? At times, it gets quite difficult. And here's the thing. At times when I feel discouraged, I also will let my spite motivate me. My anger and resentment motivate me to continue. Okay? And you can do that too. Imagine people that have defended some of the most violent things that you have seen. People that have no shame whatsoever, that do not shy away from, even at this point in 2026, still actively defend, go on the main stage and actively defend Israel. You want those motherfuckers to win? You want those people to win? They want you to be silent. They want you to shut the fuck up. They want you to be scared. They want you to submit. They want you to stay out of the political process. You want AIPAC to win? Get the fuck out of here. Here's the thing. I see this as going through the motions of the same process that AIPAC is going through right now. It's not a secret that they despise me, okay? And I welcome them. I welcome their hatred. Not a secret. It's fine. Your boos mean nothing when I've seen what makes you cheer. And what makes you cheer is the death of children, okay? Death and destruction, a genocide. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. AIPAC recognizes that they are far too toxic of a political entity in American discourse now, in American politics now. So much so that Mike Rogers, who just got done in my fucking backyard of Los Angeles, California, doing not one, not two, but 3 different closed-door AIPAC fundraisers in this goddamn state, in this goddamn city. And in that conversation that he had with AIPAC bundlers and pro-Israel donors, or 4, not 3, sorry, 4 apparently, I apologize. In the first meeting that he had with the AIPAC fundraisers, he begged them to not associate directly with the campaign, which is illegal, by the way, just so you understand. You are not supposed to be able to have direct correspondence with, PACs that are fundraising for you, but obviously we don't have any fucking laws. We don't have a real FEC, so who's going to prosecute that? Nobody knows. Maybe one day when the Democrats have Senate majority, Democrats have majority in the House, maybe we can start prosecuting some of this stuff. I'm not holding out hope. Listen, Mike Rogers told AIPAC fundraisers to stay away from the race directly, to continue fundraising for him, but to do it in a more opaque structure. He did not want AIPAC to be directly involved in the race in the same way that AIPAC was in the Haley Stevens run. Because Mike Rogers understands that AIPAC is toxic. So what I think AIPAC is trying to do is make me toxic. They want me to also be hidden and quiet behind the scenes. Only show support every now and then. It's not going to work. Of course it's not going to work because 1, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Okay? And 2, even if I were to go away, people's resentment towards Israel will not. I didn't invent hating Israel, okay? Yeah, here it is. Rogers' allies urged AIPAC to get involved without putting the group's name front and center. People familiar with the talks told Axios one option, directing AIPAC donors to a pro-Rogers super PAC instead of the group running its own ads, or a joint fundraising group the Rogers campaign has established with the national GOP. Rogers' team also proposed hiring AIPAC political strategists to help guide its effort. But AIPAC officials weren't satisfied. They leaked it to Holly Otterbein and Axios. AIPAC officials weren't satisfied. The group wanted a visible role in defeating al-Sayed and argued that because Rogers is strongly pro-Israel, al-Sayed would tie him to the pro-Israel lobbying group regardless. AIPAC very clearly saw this race as a prime opportunity to salvage their reputation after losing so many primaries. Being denied that by Mike Rogers of all people, who's still asking for their money anyway, is catastrophic. That's where we're at. They want their opposition to feel the same level of enmity that they receive. They want their opposition, which ironically enough is a testament to how far they've fallen, because if AIPAC, this massively consequential political action group, is now putting up their primary opponent as a fucking Twitch streamer, as a socialist, anti-imperialist Twitch streamer, oh my God, you've fallen off. You have fallen off so fucking hard. Multiple Democrats in Congress have decided to speak out against Hasan Piker today. Josh Gottheimer, Jackie Rosen, Hakeem Jeffries, Richie Torres, Elisa Slotkin. They're Israel First Democrats. It's that simple. That's it. Rogers featured you in his latest campaign video.
Abdul El-Sayed is extremely scary. The people that he have around him speak nothing but rhetoric. One of his key spokespeople, he has done on social media, and you can.
This lady is a kook, by the way. She's crazy. She's supposedly a Democrat. She's an anti-vaxxer, anti-LGBTQ. You won't see that in this fucking ad, obviously. She's a crazy person.
Look it up for yourself regarding how much he's a racist and how proud of it he is.
I don't give a what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the up. Black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat. Suck my back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's We'll see. Because I'm racist, dude.
I'm not voting for someone that's who he keeps company with. I don't expect your friends to be everything that you think and say and do. But when we're talking about rhetoric like that, and that 9/11, that the United States deserved that.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
What else is he up to?
Both parties are Israel or capitalism servants. You're pissing both of them off. It's simple. I want to be optimistic about the movement, but I doubt the game mechanics will permit it. We have no other option but to fight, man. That's it. What's the other option? What's the alternative? We just let him win? We can't. So we keep fighting. It's that simple. The people that we care for, the crimes that have taken place that we must address, we can't just cast it aside. We can't just check out of the system. We can't just check out of the process. Do you understand? We can't just decide like, fuck it, who cares? You know, it's too tough. Especially when our enemies want us to feel nihilistic. Our enemies want us to shy away. I feel like we're at an inflection point in this country's politics. Path A is the people waking up and continuing to support people like you and the DSA, and we might be able to achieve a better future. Path B is rebuking DSA and you, and we just roll straight into fascism. Look, the job's not done, and it'll never be over, okay? I will never let setbacks like this get in the way of demanding further progress, no matter what. Because we can't, we don't have, we do not have the comfort of failure. We do not have the comfort of just saying, all right, we can just, we don't have the comfort of indifference. Okay? Like, even if the Democratic Party decided to destroy Abdul's chances of winning this race, as they're actively trying to do, okay? And that they were able to just quietly destroy all of the DSA aligned and DSA cadre candidates and pack them up. What are we supposed to do? Just decide it's over? We don't have the luxury of indifference. We don't have the luxury of complacency. We just can't. We can't allow it to happen. We just move on and we recalculate, we recalibrate until we win. It's that simple. That's what happens when you believe in something. Our opposition is cynical. They don't believe in anything. All they believe in is maintaining their seat of power. But that's what happens when you believe in shit, okay? You keep fighting. If you stand for something, you have to keep fighting. It's that simple. So let the victories, no matter how minor it may seem, no matter how marginal it may look like to you, let those victories give you confidence. Because of course it's going to be tough. Of course people are going to yell at us. People are going to say we're bad. People are going to say we're wrong. MAGA erupts in fury with Hasan derangement syndrome.
Tuesday. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Got a lot of stuff to get to today. So in a little bit, Trump has a stage 5 meltdown at Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene because MAGA has completely and utterly collapsed around him. So I'll have a lot to say about that. We also have Joe Rogan taking shots at AOC and mocking her over her comment that woke one was crazy. So we'll dive into that as well. And then later on, we have a billionaire, Mark Cuban, panics and throws a tantrum against universal health care, Medicare for all, which is just beyond disgusting and grotesque, and he should be ashamed of himself doing that. So I'll have a lot to say about that as well. And you guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You, of course, can support the show on Patreon as well. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I never will do that. I'm very proud of what we built here. You guys made that possible by giving $1 a month or $2 a month or $5 a month. So I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And then, of course, you could also sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below. And go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us live on Monday nights as well. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So let me start with this. Abdul derangement syndrome and Hasan derangement syndrome has now hit crisis levels. Okay, I mean, this is like nuclear levels of bad faith attacks and smears and, disgusting, underhanded, bullshit, dirty politics nonsense. That's what we're now witnessing here. So, you had a disgusting and fraudulent attack from Mike Rogers, the Trump cuck, running against Abdul. He said the following: more calls for violence coming out of the El Sayed campaign. Here is his running mate, Hasan Piker. What? Saying that if American Jews support Israel, they will be violently targeted because of it. This is all in reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss, who happens to be Jewish, saying he is unsure if he will be able to support Abdul for these very reasons. Absolutely disgusting, he puts in all caps, so you know he's serious. If Abdul El Sayed had any courage at all, he would call this out and disavow Hasan Piker once and for all. We're waiting, Abdul. Okay. So he's citing this DSA Watch account, which is another hack smear account, which looks for out-of-context clips to try to smear left-wing people. And he plays a 51-second clip here. Now, I'm going to get to Abdul's reaction in a second. But first, let's go to this. So Palkey says the following: Mike Rogers is pushing a blatantly clipped video. In the full clip, Hasan never called for violence. He was discussing Jeremy Moss's refusal to endorse Abdul El Sayed, and that the worst anti-Semitism comes from those who conflate all Jews with Israel. So now I'm going to play the entire comment that Hasan made, and you're going to determine whether or not you think he's calling for violence and whether or not you think this is anti-Semitic. Let's listen. Here we go.
I wonder what he has to do to gain the support of Oakland County's Jewish community. Yeah, he has to drop his critiques of Israel. That's what it is. Now, is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul El Sayed? No, of course not. But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires, then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize that this media narrative presents Jews as single-minded and singularly invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about.
He's literally calling out Zionists for making anti-Semitism worse by insisting that all Jews are represented by the state of Israel. He's saying that makes Jews less safe. He is literally calling out Zionist anti-Semitism. That's the point. Let's continue.
Republican U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers is endorsing a one-year moratorium on new data centers. Look at that. Look at that. They are positioning themselves and reacting to the popularity of our policies, our positions. Look at that. Yeah, Ben Jacobs says, Ben Jacobs reports on Jeremy Moss's take. Adam Johnson says, I'll translate for those unfamiliar with these serious outreach threats. Moderate on Israel, support apartheid and the arming of genocide, albeit some mild scolding about Netanyahu, or else I will withhold my support and help Rogers. This is a variation on Hakeem Jeffries' further conversations threat. There are pro-genocide uncommitted movements everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's precisely what is going on here. These guys are shamelessly ignoring the doctor's advice. Fuck, I had more water than I ever have today. Okay, hold on. I got more water. I will drink more water. Saying that they are uncommitted. They're uncommitted to Abdul al-Sayed because Abdul has an anti-genocide position that is broadly popular, and these guys can't contend with that reality. They want Abdul to take a less popular and immoral position, a position that he does not hold. It's totally ridiculous, and we should not let these people forget. We should not let others forget what shameless positions that they are holding on to in this pivotal moment where the Senate majority hinges on this seat, and they are casting that aside. Because while not all Jews in Michigan are single-handedly or single-mindedly in unison holding up the continuation of Israel's apartheid as a major reason as to why they will withhold their support, there are those who are doing that. And we must not let people forget that reality.
What part of that was anti-Semitic? What part of that was a call for violence? The Mike Rogers campaign, the MAGA Republican Mike Rogers, is simply flat out lying, and aggressively so. That's what's happening here, and everybody who's being honest knows it. So, naturally, the Diet MAGA Democrats get in on the fun. Okay? The Diet MAGA Democrats, one of them named Hillary Scholten, who said during the primary that if Abdul wins, I don't know if I could support him. I'm probably not going to support him. Now she's out here pissing in the punch bowl and trying to take down Abdul, doing MAGA's dirty work for them. So she comes out and says, today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Hasan Piker said that American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. In his stream, Piker directly discussed and targeted Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss. More on that guy in a second, by the way. Showing his picture while stating that eventually someone will come around and take action, not against Israel, but against American Jews. Today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, blah, 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 blah. Hasan Piker calls for violence against American Jews. Excuse you? That's just fucking defamation. You're just fucking lying. And directly naming a Michigan elected official and future congressional colleague, Jeremy Moss, are unacceptable. Full stop. Piker is a hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks substance. Oh my God, that's so ironic because all he was doing was talking substance there. It's dangerous for everyone. We should all be calling out this disgusting rhetoric so it loses its grip on our politics once and for all. It has no place in Michigan and no place in our country. So Hasan literally calling out anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism according to these people and is a call for violence according to these people. You literally cannot make this up if you try. So Justin Canoe says the following. He didn't call for violence. He rightly pointed out anti-Semitism is rising because of Israel's actions. And the more American Jews defend them and do the work of anti-Semites by tying Jews to Israel, the worse it will get. And here you are doing exactly that. It is amazing. I've never seen such a faker outrage cycle in my entire fucking life, bro. I've never seen one this bad. By the way, just for those of you who are unaware, and just so you know how utterly obnoxious and fake this outrage is, here's a video that was posted by HasanAbi Productions. It's a 30-minute compilation of Hasan calling out anti-Semitism and how criticism of Israel shouldn't be conflated with criticism of Jews, okay? So next time somebody accuses him of being an anti-Semitic based on a 20-second out-of-context clip, show them this. And you don't even have to say anything. Just show them this. I'm obviously not going to play the whole thing here, but listen to the sort of stuff that Hasan says all the time.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism.
I mean, he could not be more clear. It's literally 30 minutes of him making the point that the enemy is Zionism, the enemy is not Jews. Jews are our brothers and sisters. How many times and how many ways can he make that same point? So, to my surprise, Abdul drops a statement. My statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Abdul says, quote, I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms.
Yeah, his big mistake was saying my statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss, or his comms team putting that out there. Because if he just like released this statement in and of itself, then it's fine. It's the same thing he's been saying over and over again, right? But then the media immediately took that as like, oh, he's distancing, he's disavowing, we finally got him. And it really sucks because, like, it doesn't even suck for me. I don't care. You know what I mean? Abdul El-Sayed could come out tomorrow and be like, I fucking hate this guy, right? Who gives a shit? I care far more about what he stands for, what he's advocating for, what he's fighting for. And obviously I would care as much as, how this signals that he might be invested in capitulating, right? Invested in capitulating to power centers in the party. But he's not doing that. I don't believe he's doing that. The reason why I feel so discouraged about this is because this allows a new opening, a new line of attack to say, oh, well, now that you've admitted that this guy is toxic, now that you're distancing yourself from him, now that you're distancing yourself from him, are you ready to apologize every day for the rest of this election cycle for ever entertaining Hasan? And it's also based off of a falsehood. Because if he were to say, yeah, what Hasan is doing is dangerous, it's toxic, how dare he claim that Zionists make Jews less safe by consistently conflating Zionism with Judaism, then they can turn around and attack him for his own words because he's also said that. Because it's the truth. They'd be like, oh, really? So why did you say that last week? Why did you say that the week prior? This is the Zoran problem as well.
And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare. Because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to get money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. So he doesn't fully throw Hasan under the bus. He doesn't do that. But he also doesn't really say, like, they're lying and this is fake outrage, right? And so naturally, some people are criticizing Abdul here and going, really? Really? Because it almost feeds in to this mind virus of faux outrage that like Hasan was being anti-Semitic and calling for violence against Jews, which is a flat out lie. A flat out lie. So I don't know why you would drop this statement in particular, okay? I don't know why. I'm sure in Abdul's mind, he thinks like, well, I didn't throw Hasan under the bus, so like, that should count for something. But I don't know, it seems to me to just be feeding the fake outrage cycle. Because what they're going to do now is they're going to go, we got him. And they're going to, you gave them an inch, now they're going to try to take a mile. That's how it works. You can't give these motherfuckers a centimeter or a fucking millimeter, okay? This was fake outrage. They were lying from the beginning, and that's what needs to be said. That's what needs to be pointed out. It should be pointed out that Hasan was calling out anti-Semitism in the clip where they say he's being anti-Semitic. So now, by the way, this guy who the Diet MAGA Democrats are rushing to the defense of, Hillary Scholten is rushing to the defense of, and Mike Rogers is rushing to the defense of. Listen to what Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, a Democrat running for the U.S. Congress this November, was caught on tape saying. And what he said on tape is, quote, I don't think it's wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn. America is not our homeland. That is like literally the definition of being Israel first. That is a comment, ladies and gentlemen, that should be criticized by everybody. To not criticize that is fucking insane. It is insane to not call that out directly. And yes, people like this increase anti-Semitism because they come out and they say, Israel is representing all Jews. If you're Jewish, Israel is representing you. So when they shoot babies in the face, when they bomb innocent people, when they bomb UN workers, when they bomb World Central Kitchen workers, Israel is representing the Jews when they do that. That's what they're doing. And when you say that over and over and over and over and over, that will lead to an increase in anti-Semitism because you're trying to connect all Jews to genocide. And that's bullshit. So you are increasing anti-Semitism. He is doing that. And that's the point that Hasan was making.
Important, that pawn transcript is inaccurate. It's not what he said, but the other stuff is correct. So he claims it's all fake. Yeah, what was so that was a hot mic moment from Jared Moss, by the way. And I don't know if he said it's okay to make America a pawn of Israel. I think he might have said something different. But I'm pretty sure the rest of he literally said like Jews are not native to America. It's not our homeland, etc. Yeah, he said some unhinged shit. Here's the audio clip. You can listen to it on your own. But I think that the transcript fucked up some of the things that he had said. And that's why he's claiming that he didn't say any of these at all, or that the recording was doctored at all.
And so honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland.
This part gets mumbled. But the other aspects of the speech are just like very clear, right? Like where he says, I think he's saying, I don't think it's wrong for Jews to care about Israel instead. I think that's what he's saying. But then he like straight up says unhinged ass nonsense. That isn't true. That's the problem. This is not true. Okay? This is objectively untrue. Of course, for American Jews, America is their homeland. Okay? This is what I mean when I say like this is not representative of the broader Jewish mentality. This is not representative at all of how many American Jews feel. Even those who actually feel a sense of sympathy or a sense of loyalty to Israel don't fucking feel this way. Okay? That's why I always say there is this weird handshake between some of the most rabid anti-Semites and some of the most rabid Israel defenders. It's the Jonathan Pollard equation, where Jonathan Pollard will go on Israeli news and say like, of course we have dual loyalty. Now, of course, he's in Israel now, so obviously he can say whatever the fuck he wants in Israel. But like, that is objectively increasing anti-Semitic sentiment in the country. When people hear that stuff, especially because they're far removed from Jewish people in general, they don't live in neighborhoods where Jewish people live in, they've never met Jewish people, you know? And they hear stuff like that and they suspect Jews of having dual loyalty, and they go, oh, see, here it is, an admission. That feeds into anti-Semitism. Yeah, Matthew Petty responds, the head in the office, saying, here's Ezra Klein saying almost the exact same thing Hasan Piker is being denounced for, by the way. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. That's what I mean when I say you're teaching people the wrong lesson. Right? Matt Petty says, in-group versus out-group. To which Bolsa de Miedo responds with, it's literally too late. Dual loyalty is now mainstream. Debate is now between those who say that Jews are directly activated by the Israeli government, Pollard style, or it's just general political affinity. Now, that's a more cynical approach than the one that I take. Okay? Like, this is, I think Bolsa de Miedo might even be in Israel, if I'm not mistaken. He might be one of the anti-Zionist Jews in Israel, which, of course, is it kind of breaks your brain a little bit when you're at the center of it all. But it definitely breeds a lot more resentment, a lot more hostility. They're like BM, the other guy who's always in my replies being like, dude, shut the fuck up. It is Judaism. And it's like, dude, please stop. I understand that, like, you lived through this process in Israel as a anti-Zionist Jew, so your opinion on it is, I really hate you. Yeah, BM, I really hate you on Twitter. But ultimately, what's the difference between being an anti-imperialist American and an anti-Zionist in Israel? Exactly. It's not dissimilar. Yeah, it breaks your brain. Everybody positions you as an op. Did you see this? When the head of a major left-leaning DC think tank regularly gets in fights with a Dem base and progressive influences on social media almost in an irrational and uncontrollable way, does that ultimately hurt the think tank? Left-wing rep Mark Pecan from Wisconsin said, an apparent reference to the Center for American Progress CEO Neera Tanden, a vocal critic of Piker on social media. Yeah, I'm glad that there are some people who are starting to pick fights with Neera over her ridiculous attitude. Anyway, the point that I'm making is this. If anti-Israel sentiment is already is no longer a matter of discussion, right? If both sides are increasingly becoming more and more anti-Israel, the question remains, do people become anti-Israel from an anti-Semitic perspective, or do people become anti-Israel from an anti-Zionist perspective? And I don't want to know the answer to that question. But what I can tell you is this. A lot of the pro-Israel institutions that actively attack me are playing a very dangerous game. Because you take me out, next guy, well, there are already plenty of people that are prominent in this field, in this space. Many of them are not so careful about making this distinction, okay? But you take me out, and what remains after I go away is not going to be so careful, is not going to be actively defending the safety and security of Jewish people, because it's much easier it's much easier to convince Americans that Jews are this monolithic force. Just like it's much easier to convince Americans on other odious ideologies like white supremacy, white identitarianism. Americans are predisposed to tribalistic arguments. They like it. It's much easier for them to be anti-Israel from an anti-Semitic perspective, an anti-Semitic framework, than it is from a framework that not only opposes Israel's inception as a settler colonialist state, but also opposes America as well under similar grounds. And it's very frustrating when I see people who do care about anti-Semitism fall for this as well. People who are also critical of Israel, maybe not to the same degree as we are. And yes, Hillary Skolton is still talking about how she refuses to endorse Abdul al-Sayed. Jamie Raskin, you're standing next to this person. Please speak something reasonable here. Please, Jamie Raskin, what the fuck? Like, yeah, we don't see fucking eye to eye on you know, a lot of issues and probably on Israel as well, but it doesn't matter. You're a little bit more, you're center left.
Al-Sayed, then are you wheeling it over? And if it is, this big tent, then why not endorse it?
Yeah, so Abdul has not reached out to me yet. If he would, I would have some questions. I have not endorsed him yet. And I think, as I made pretty clear, a lot of it has to do with past associations with Hasan Piker, current statements, and I have received a lot of feedback, both positive and negative, from voters in my district. And one of the things that I know is I am deeply engaged on this issue, talking with folks about how they feel, but getting a lot of support from people who are saying, thanks for helping us to think really critically about this issue and to question whether this is the right direction for our party. But make no mistake, I'm not here speaking for Jamie or Sean on this issue, but I think I have been pretty clear on that. And one thing I know that voters in West Michigan have come to rely on is a representative who will speak her mind, speak with authenticity, and show up to answer even sometimes tough questions when they're posed. And that's not something I'm afraid to do.
Are you comfortable with the possibility that helps Mike Rogers win in November and possibly swings the Senate to Republicans?
I think that it's up to the top of the ticket to unify the top of the ticket. I think that's a lot of power to give a single congresswoman that I could potentially sway the outcome of the election.
There aren't many speaking out against Abdul.
I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm speaking out against him. I have spoken out against Hasan Piker pretty clearly. And
Abdul crushed in this district, by the way. I guess her district didn't care about the Hasan Piker affiliation or endorsement. Did you see this Raskin statement from a couple weeks ago on Israel? Young people interested in democratic socialism, not the psychotic Stalinism of Trump's friends Kim Jong-un, President Xi, and Vladimir Putin, are more welcome in the Democratic Party. I believe in you. Young Americans are not talking about the dictatorship of the proletariat or seizing the means of production. He's wrong. They are, but it's fine. Whatever. They just want healthcare for everyone in the richest country in the world, a dramatically increased minimum wage. Yeah, he's just like, he's that kind of Democrat. He's like much more, he is, much more positionally open-minded towards like, Medicare for all, shit like that. But having said that, that is the reason why I'm like kind of confused as to why he's not, he's not pulling her aside and just being like, Hillary, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? He's like a Chris Van Hollen. Exactly. He's like a Chris Van Hollen type Democrat. Jamie Raskin is. So I'm a little bit confused. Jamie Raskin is the type of Democrat, by my estimation, maybe I'm wrong and maybe he'll prove me wrong, but he's the type of Democrat that probably sees the attacks and goes, yeah, I don't think this guy is actually anti-Semitic. I'm not going to say anything about it. Perhaps I'm wrong. There are Democrats like that out there whose silence is being noticed. Some of them are doing it because they understand that there is a 2028 ambition. There is a 2028 ambition out there for them ambitions for higher office, and they recognize that the path towards winning the Democratic primary will abso-fucking-lutely revolve around not presenting themselves as pro-Israel stooges, right? And then there are, I suspect, others who see what's going on and they're just like, yeah, this is not correct.
Well, I supported Haley Stevens, and I think I made the reasons clear why I did. But I think that the larger issue is that I'm out here supporting Democrats. I've been all over the.
How much motion? Oh, it's not her. Okay, so here's the thing. Her endorsement, and I would say Moss's endorsement by my calculations, and I might be totally off base here. Maybe Abdul's team has a different estimate or a different weight that they're placing on it. But their endorsement isn't powerful on its own. It's more so their refusal to endorse that's driving the discourse. Right? What is this? Hasan say psych right now. The title is a lie. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, she did. Dolly Parton passed away at the age of 80. So it's not that Abdul is desperate for their endorsement. It's that any kind of refusal to endorse feeds into the media narrative that recycles the same propaganda that like the Dems are in a state of disarray, right? And that's precisely the reason why the NRCC is pushing this line. Democrat Hillary Scholten posted on social media. Like, they know, Hillary Scholten knows the role that she's playing. The role that she's playing is the role of a spoiler. She understands that her endorsement doesn't carry a lot of weight for Abdul in her district. Her refusal to endorse Abdul al-Sayed is actually feeding into Republican attacks, claiming that the Dem base is not united around Abdul because there's something there. Where there's smoke, there's fire. It's to get like independents and moderates and people on the edges like a little bit confused and a little bit suspicious about Abdul al-Sayed. Oh, like prominent Democrats are not endorsing him. I wonder if there's something going on. And then they see the attack ads and they're like, oh, maybe it's because he's a Islamic jihadist. It's a lie. Why are you confused by this? I understand you being mad, but it was obvious they would do this. No, after the rat fucking Bernie in 2020, where the winner of Iowa conceded to Biden. Why is this surprising? As a poli-sci major, why are you appealing to their reason and consciousness when their pursuit of power is everything to these people? Twofold. One, because I'm not going to succumb to nihilism, especially at a time when we've actually generated tremendous victories. And I'm just not going to push that aside. And two, this is an opportunity for me to present myself as an impartial analyst, even though I'm in the fucking middle of this story myself, to others who are paying close attention to this race. So while I suspect the Democrats of playing the role of a spoiler, I still have to, present the story to newcomers as something that I'm shocked by. And also, there was an instance where I was shocked by it. There was an instance where I was actually confused because there was a unification that took place immediately after the electoral victory. When the primary was over, there was a hugging of Abdul al-Sayed. Hasan Piker's dangerous and hateful language targeting Jewish Americans has no place in our civic discourse. Suggesting that Jewish Americans bear responsibility for hatred or violence directed against them is wrong, dangerous, anti-Semitic. We can and should argue fiercely over policy. No American should be told that their political beliefs make them responsible for hatred or violence directed against them. There is a bright line between vigorous debate and rhetoric that stokes hatred towards our neighbors. Mr. Piker has crossed that line repeatedly and unmistakably. Again, same message. Boss call. Same message every time. These guys don't have an independent thought of their own. It's I think why they won't have you on. Yeah, this is exactly why they won't have me on. Here is Waters after last night's Abdul al-Sayed conversation saying he actually kind of likes the guy.
In this case, I thought the interview was fine. Thought it was compelling. He's a confident guy, kind of a guy's guy, but I don't trust him. You know, I like him. I don't want to like him. I like him for some stupid reason, but he's not right for Michigan.
Yeah. No, but this is also part of the reason, because our positions are not fucking insane. Our positions are unbelievably sane. And if we have at least like a level of confidence and a level of charisma to defend these positions, even the most hostile and most contentious interviews will turn into ones that are where, you know, the audience reception will be different. We're going to be covering the Abdul al-Sayed. We're going to be covering the Abdul al-Sayed Jesse Waters interview in a second, because it was very good. He did a lot of great things in that interview.
Bro, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Now, by the way, the little cherry on top of this conversation, and this is what Abdul should have said. The official Mike Rogers campaign outreach team is full of neo-Nazis who participate in group chats that praise Hitler and call for Jews to be sent to North Korea. You won't hear about this because Mike Rogers supports Israel, so the media will lie about Hasan instead. This is literal, guys. This is literal. New, Mike Rogers announces members of outreach team who defended Hitler group chat and spread misogynistic comments. Quote, chat filled with praise for Hitler, gas chamber jokes, racial slurs, and rape comments. Jesus Christ. Quote, I love Hitler. He referred to black people as monkeys. And the watermelon people, and mused about putting opponents in gas chambers and called rape, quote, epic. These are the people working on fucking Mike Rogers' campaign. And we're having a conversation about Hasan Piker, who was calling out anti-Semitism? Oh, no, bro. So, guys, I got to say, I feel fucking horrible for Hasan, man. They lie about him so shamelessly, so brazenly, so aggressively. They, like, bully the media into just accepting their description of events. Now, even Abdul released a statement that doesn't really throw Hasan under the bus, but also doesn't defend his name. Like, see, now I'm sort of fed up. I'm sort of fed up of even the defense of, like, well, I believe in free speech and I'm against cancel culture, so stop canceling Hasan. No, somebody needs to go out there and stand 10 toes down and puff their chest out and say, he believes in universal rights. He believes in protecting every minority community. He believes in raising taxes on the wealthy and redistributing and giving people healthcare and giving people education and ending the wars and not arming a genocide. He's right. He's right about all that. Enough with the fake outrage, smear bullshit. And that's what it is. It's just smearing. So, look, what we're looking at here is Hasan derangement syndrome. And never give in to fake outrage. Ever, 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 ever. Okay? And then also what I'll show you is we got Hasan derangement syndrome, and that's being used in service of Abdul derangement syndrome. So here's a great example. Now remember, they went after Hasan here for calling for violence. He didn't call for violence. And for being anti-Semitic, he was literally calling out anti-Semitism. They were dead wrong on all counts, right? Here's the sort of stuff that Mike Rogers surrogates, when they're not goose-stepping and zig-heiling and praising Hitler in the group chat, here's what Mike Rogers surrogates are saying. Listen to this.
Talk about another state that you raised, another big state, Michigan, the face-off between Democrat Abdul al-Sayed and former Congressman Mike Rogers. The NRSC continues to put out social media posts claiming that Abdul al-Sayed has quote-unquote terrorist ties, and yet there is no evidence that he has terrorist ties. Senator, should the NRSC stop running those ads?
Well, we know without question that he had family members who helped resource Osama bin Laden.
Oh my God! Oh my days! You have U.S. senators going, well, sure, but you know, he's basically in Al-Qaeda. He's basically ISIS. You know, he personally helped Osama bin Laden. So, like, yeah, bro, I think that's fucked up. The shit that Republicans get away with, bro. We live in a country where Rush Limbaugh, one of the most hateful motherfuckers of all time, got the Congressional Medal of Freedom from our pedophile terrorist president. And I'm supposed to be mad at Hasan Piker for being correct, for saying true things, for supporting universal human rights? That's the scandal? That they tarnished something and twisted it and lied about it and pretended like he was being anti-Semitic when he was calling out anti-Semitism? Pretending like he called for violence when he fucking didn't? He was literally warning about an increase in violence because of Zionist anti-Semitism. That's the whole point. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, Abdul's basically an ISIS. Can we talk about this? Can we talk about this? Hey, Hillary Scholten. You know, I replied to Hillary Scholten with her fucking smear attack against Hasan. And what I said to her is, do you have any thoughts on our pedophile terrorist president bombing innocent fishermen and murdering them literally today? You've said nothing about the pedophile terrorist president murdering innocent fishermen with no due process whatsoever. You've said nothing about that today, but you called out Hasan Piker, a fucking Twitch streamer. Are you kidding me? I mean, these people are sick. These people.
It just makes the entirety of the Democratic Party look deeply unserious. It makes the entire anti-Trump movement look fucking stupid. And worse than all of that, it makes the entire anti-Trump movement look like they are super, super pro-Israel, because unfortunately some of the most prominent Democrats in the country are super pro-Israel. They are Israel first. That's the issue. It's fucking sad, man.
Are sick. If you are punching left in this moment, you are the scum of the earth. If you are punching left, you are Diet MAGA. You are helping the fascists. You are helping the fascists, period. End of discussion. If you are punching left in this moment. I have zero tolerance these days for left punching. Fucking zero. Go after MAGA and go after Diet MAGA, the people who are co-conspirators and facilitating MAGA and their fucking destruction of everything, like Hakeem Jeffries, who just met with Jared Kushner to see what they could work together on. Calling out Hasan Piker? Are you fucking kidding me?
We know without question that he campaigns with Piker, who said at one point that America deserved 9/11.
Let's stay focused on al-Sayed, though. Let's stay focused on al-Sayed and what he has said and believes in. There's
Birds
no
of a feather
evidence.
flock together.
See, I can't. See, the fact that nobody has made a full-throated defense of Hasan now leads to shit like this, right? The fact that nobody came out and said, he was talking about the concept of blowback, which is something that the libertarian Ron Paul, who ran for president as a Republican in 2008, if he could acknowledge that publicly, we can all be fucking adults here, and we can acknowledge he was talking about blowback. But no, I mean, we live in hell. And the entire race now is going to be smear after smear after smear of the left, painting the left as extremists, as at the same time, we have Donald Trump murdering fishermen, Donald Trump bombing little girls' schools, Donald Trump threatening to steal Greenland, Donald Trump threatening to steal Cuba, kicking 18 million people off their Medicaid, closing 742 rural hospitals, kicking 4 million people off the SNAP program, shoving innocent immigrants into ICE concentration camps and torturing them and raping them. But we're supposed to clutch our pearls and faint on our fainting couch because Hasan Piker said something factually true.
Birds of a feather flock together. The company you keep does matter. We all know that. That's something we learn in.
You keep company with Donald fucking Trump, who raped a 13-year-old, Katie Johnson, who has a fucking nipple torture fetish. You're fucking buddy with the guy who said, we're going to annihilate an entire civilization. An entire civilization will die tonight. Yeah, you're right. Birds of a feather flock together. And that's why you motherfuckers should be nowhere near power. You should be gonzo. It should be over for you. You guys should be in a fucking insane asylum, all of you together.
Elementary school. Well, let's go to where he stands on the issues, though. There's a reason why even former Biden administration folks are joining with Republicans.
See? This was the fucking strategy from the jump. This was always the strategy. The strategy is to get like a couple quote unquote Democrats, fake Democrats, phony Democrats to come out and express their discontent. It's to divide and conquer.
Republicans and hosting fundraisers.
And Democrats are leaning into it hook, line, and sinker. They can't openly. There are a lot of Israel first Democrats who at least experience a level of shame to not directly attack Abdul al-Sayed. Like Hillary Scholten is obviously shameless, right? She's doing that directly. But these other Democrats are playing that exact same role. They are Israel loyalists. They're in the pocket of big pharma. They're in the pocket of healthcare profiteers. And they can't come out and actively be like, Abdul al-Sayed, we hope you lose. We hope you lose we hope we lose the Democrat Senate majority. So they're just doing this sneak attack to be like, oh, well, Abdul is weak. He's a weak guy for being in line with this disgusting, vile, repulsive Twitch streamer who has said horrible things that everyone that has voted for us at this point now also agrees with. So they can't say the truth. The truth is, they don't like that Abdul is critical of Israel, and they want to maintain a pro-Israel position in the party for one reason or another. Right? They can't just come out and be like, we don't really fuck with Abdul. We don't really even want to win the Senate majority if we win it with Abdul, who is critical of Israel, who happens to have the popular support and the popular position on this issue because we oppose democracy. They can't say that out loud, so they just try to find anything else they can. But yes, their goal is to create an established narrative, a line of attack that leans into what the Republicans are saying. They're just channeling the Republican communiques. But they're actually just mad at you. They're mad at you for participating. They're mad at you for having your voices be heard. They're mad at you for going out and phone banking, door knocking, getting involved in the electoral process, and actually defeating incumbent Democrats. We took out a lot of incumbent Democrats, folks. A lot more than the Tea Party movement did. And the Tea Party movement was orchestrated and backed by Republican mega donors, billionaire Republican mega donors. It was entirely astroturfed. We took out major incumbents. What, you think that was going to, you think that they were going to leave that unpunished? Of course they're going to punish us. That's it.
Throughout Michigan to support Mike Rogers. Here's one of the reasons why. We've got a candidate.
Yeah, because they're all bought by the fucking Israel lobby and they're diet MAGA, and they know that Abdul's actually going to cut off the weapons to Israel, and they would do anything to continue to fund the genocide, and so they're Republicans now.
And Abdul El-Sayed, who wants to abolish ICE.
Everybody should want to abolish ICE. It's a criminal gang. It's not a fucking government agency. They're not upholding the law. They're destroying the law.
And the police. Here's a candidate so radical that even Democrats in Michigan are joining forces for the
You got like literally two of them on somebody's front lawn, and they're all funded by Israel.
first time with Republicans to elect Mike Rogers.
It's just fucking disgusting.
To be very clear, there is no evidence that al-Sayed supports any terrorist organization.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Just to be clear, he's not literally ISIS. He's not best friends with Osama bin Laden. Just to be clear, he's not actually in Al-Qaeda, even though your pedophile terrorist president decided to put a former Al-Qaeda leader as the head of the country of Syria. I mean, what a sick joke. What a sick joke. Here's one more for you. Mike Rogers, this is the sort of shit he's talking about. Listen to what he says here.
And when I get there, we're going to fix this. We're going to fight to bring down
Nice microphone you got there, bro.
costs.
Oh,
we're
here
going
you
to
are.
pass the SAVE Act. We're going to get... Yeah.
We're going to pass this. In other words, we're going to rig elections from now till the end of time.
You bet. We're going to take transgender flags out of our schools and put the American school back in there.
So Abdul is talking about putting money in your pocket and Medicare for all, and this guy's talking about removing trans flags from school and passing the Election Rigging Save Act to make Trump a dictator. But be really mad because Hasan said something accurate. Be really mad because Hasan said something objectively correct. Be really mad because a bunch of people are smearing and lying about Hasan and saying he said something anti-Semitic, even though he was literally calling out anti-Semitism. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am so fucking sick of MAGA. I am so sick of these lying smear merchants. And I'm so sick of diet MAGA helping to further the most obnoxious and incorrect smear attacks I've ever seen in my entire life. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Oh, this was the other thing that I wanted to briefly bring up too, as far as the as far as the cynical framing around this, like in talks to endorse Abdul El-Sayed. Like what is the possible holdup with an Abdul El-Sayed endorsement if you're a Michigan Democrat, right? Like they're basically letting it be known that their holdup is around the issue of Israel. But of course they can't say that. So they have to make it seem like the holdup is actually like a sincere disagreement that somehow Abdul is trafficking in anti-Semitic conspiracies and his allegiance to a Twitch streamer is causing people to believe that. It's fucking bullshit. Right? Adam calls it out. He says, this framing is cynical bullshit like most of what Semaphore publishes. Moss was in talks to endorse El-Sayed in that he was reiterating to him that his support was conditional on El-Sayed changing his stance on Israel and Zionism. The fake Piker outrage is clearly pretextual. It's the Hakeem Jeffries further conversations veiled mob threat. Me and the Israel cry-bully lobby will keep manufacturing anti-Semitism scandals, in air quotes, targeting and thus weakening your campaign until you accept the core premises of Zionist ideology. Until our media correctly identifies these bad faith anti-Semitism scandals for what they are, disciplining mechanisms targeting electeds who threaten the lockstep arming and backing Israel, they will continue to be nothing more than PR surrogates for the Israel cry-bully lobby. 77% of Democrats believe Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, yet only 8% of Democrats in Congress do. If you're wondering why there is a 10x gap in these figures, these disciplining mechanisms, these bad faith media campaigns, are one major way this disconnect is maintained. The second El-Sayed goes in front of a camera and spouts off all the brainless axioms, Israel has a right to defend itself, two-state solution, one bad man theory, Netanyahu, these anti-Semitism scandals will magically go away and the disciplining campaign will end. It's a formula. It's as predictable as the tides. None of this is good faith. None of this is about fighting anti-Semitism. It's about disciplining and imposing a political cost on anyone who breaks from the axioms of Israel and U.S. imperialism more broadly. This is exactly what they did to Zohran Mamdani as well. And Zohran Mamdani bucked the trend in some ways, but also certainly bent to the wishes in others, right? And these guys are so clear. They don't care if Democrats lose. They don't care. They do not care if Democrats lose as long as the Democrats that win still maintain absolute fealty to Israel's ambitions. Okay? It's that simple. That's why I'm saying they are Israel first. Now I'm getting the APAC isn't the super PAC United Democracy Project is. Somehow this meeting led to the UDP canceling an already edited ad. I agree the lawmakers can definitely dance on the head of a pin, but we can use common sense to know what's going on here. Yeah. David Dayan calling out Rogers speaking with the chair of APAC. I know we don't have a federal election rule anymore, but the law does, say directly the super PACs can't coordinate directly with candidates. It was straight up illegal. Not that the law fucking matters at all. And this is the one element where the conservative Democrats, the Israel firsters, will never in a million fucking years, take a stance on. Even if they were to prosecute Trump in any way, shape, or form, they're certainly not going to prosecute any Trumpian dipshits for violating election laws, especially as it pertains to violating election laws in direct coordination with the, Israel PAC. Anyway, going back to finishing off this centrist despise Hasan Piker more than they want to win article. They want Abdul to take a less popular an immoral position, a position that he does not hold, Piker said about Moss's demand. We should not let these people forget these shameless positions that they're holding on to in this pivotal moment where the Senate majority hinges on this seat. This is obviously an inconvenient topic for Democratic centrists who don't want voters to remember their party disloyalty if El-Sayed does end up losing. So in a bit of a political judo, they've cleverly turned Piker's criticism along these lines into a news cycle about him allegedly inciting violence against Jews. A news cycle that, as a bonus, also hurts Al-Sayed's campaign while seeming to leave centrist fingerprints off of it. The other is that this comes less than 3 weeks after Third Way's announcement that it was now devoting itself to discrediting the left and targeting Al-Sayed in particular. And a lot of these Americans who are on the left supposedly unironically think they can overcome propaganda. that they read these articles and they go, oh, fuck Third Way. But then they literally lap up Third Way's propaganda 2 weeks after the fact. That's the other side of the story. There are so many people that I see who are like, you know what? I don't really fuck with Hasan. Fuck this guy. I'm also pro-Palestine, but fuck this guy. And it's like, and then they literally regurgitate the fucking centrist propaganda that they seemingly are smarter than. They're not. You're not smarter than it. After all the hand-wringing and panic about deepfakes and AI, at the end of the day, the methods of propaganda and misinformation remain basically the same as they have been for decades, misleadingly editing and lying about what someone you don't like said. Do you see this, by the way? I did. That might seem odd. After all, sabotaging al-Sayed's campaign would be overwhelmingly contrary to the interests of these Democrats' own voters who are terrified of Trump and want their party to have a Senate majority. But al-Sayed losing would reap benefits for them as an ideological faction at a moment when they feel the party slipping away. It would allow them to resume casting progressives as the party's biggest electoral liability and help Democratic voters forget the party centrists handed Trump the presidency twice. If they create the perception that al-Sayed lost because of Piker, it would help discredit the broader socialist left that Piker comes out of in the eyes of these voters, just as Third Way is planning. And last, it would keep out a progressive who could tilt the whole Senate's political center of gravity leftward and instead install a right-wing candidate who is far more ideologically in common with them in terms of both his lockstep support for Israel and his corporate-friendly politics. This might seem surprising, but it's worth remembering that as reported by Amy Parnas and Jonathan Allen in their account of the 2020 election, centrist Democrats were seriously unsure who they would vote for if that year's race boiled down to Trump and Bernie Sanders, because their fears of losing their party to socialism competed with their fears of Trump winning a second term. Most everyone involved in the Democratic primary party considers the Michigan Senate race a high-stakes election, but many rank-and-file Democratic voters likely don't realize the stakes are very different for their party's centrist wing, for whom the most perilous outcome might be their party actually winning in November. So yeah, it hurts my soul that Abdul al-Sayed is in this unique position where he has to toe the line, okay? Because the expectation, even if he understands the context of every single smear, and I'm certain, given the similarity of positions that he has with the broader anti-Zionist movement, he obviously intimately understands the way that these smear campaigns work, because he has been the recipient of the same smear campaigns. So what is he supposed to do? Run around and constantly address every fucking smear at my behest? Because if he were to do that, then he gets bogged down on this nonsense where every moment that he's spent defending me is a moment where he's not talking about his policies. So he sidesteps the issue to bring the center of the conversation back to issues that actually matter to Michiganders. But of course, when your own party is actively trying to rat fuck you, it's quite difficult to do that over and over again. And then sometimes you can't be perfect all the time. Sometimes you make a mistake. And it's once again a clear-cut indication that this mistake is not going to be rewarded. It's not seen as fealty. It's seen as a mistake that they will pounce on. Yeah, I mean, the Ezra Klein piece on this already addressed most of this stuff, and that was back in April when I was victim to these heinous smears. All the same. I only really started watching Hasan streams at the start of the Iran war. I stuck around because he's someone my age who has the same views that I do. He's a megaphone for my views, my morals. So when he's getting attacked on all sides, yeah, I'm taking it personally. Anyway.
Popular streamer has repeatedly criticized Israel for its war on Gaza. His rhetoric has become an issue for the Democratic Senate candidate in Michigan, Abdul al-Sayed, who is now trying to back away from Piker. Ed O'Keefe is covering the midterm elections for us. Ed, good morning.
Glad, good to see you. Hasan Piker may not be a name that many of our viewers know, but his influence has only increased in recent months as he's been campaigning with progressive or socialist candidates across the country. But he rocked the boat in recent days by making comments that both Democrats and Republicans call anti-Semitic. And El-Sayed has also denounced the comments, saying he stands with the Jewish community.
People don't f- with Israel any longer.
Progressive influencer Hasan Piker has sent the Democratic Party into damage control after making incendiary comments during a live stream on Twitch last Thursday, arguing the idea that Jews are monolithic is, quote, a very dangerous mode of propaganda.
If I cannot believe that this is a real thing.
Monolithic is, quote, a very dangerous mode of propaganda.
I cannot believe that Barry Weiss's ZBS sincerely posted this quote and we're like, see, look how dangerous and anti-Semitic this guy is. Like, what's the fucking argument, dude? How the fuck is that incendiary or controversial? It's just correct. Not only is it correct, but it's also in opposition to the anti-Semitic argument. Like, what argument are you carrying water for? That Jews are a monolithic force? What the fuck? Somehow I'm the anti-Semite in this equation. If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
Republicans quickly pointed to Piker's ties to Abdul El-Sayed, the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate in Michigan. El-Sayed had embraced the left-wing podcaster during his primary campaign in hopes of winning over Piker's more than 8 million social media followers.
But when he says things like he didn't have an issue with Hezbollah, that resonates more in this state than in many others.
Yeah, well, look, those are things that he and I are going to disagree on. But again, the idea that somehow I'm going to hold myself accountable to the worst thing he said and then not reach out to his audience, no.
But El-Sayed has repeatedly denounced anti-Semitism and said again in a statement Monday, his, quote, commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Other Democrats were more direct. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called Piker's comments dangerous and anti-Semitic. And Michigan's Democratic Congresswoman Hillary Scholten dismissed the streamer as, quote, a hack who thrives on hate. Progressives like Piker and El-Sayed are outspoken critics of Israel's handling of the war in Gaza, a divisive issue for the Democratic Party ahead of the midterms.
I think the thing that Hasan Piker kind of forces on the people.
Dude, it's not a divisive issue at all. It's not even remotely divisive. It's 90-10, bro. Abortion is more divisive, and abortion is not a divisive issue at all.
Who he, supports, campaigns with, he forces them, I think, to clarify what do you agree with and what do you not agree with.
Piker says the response to his comments is a, quote, Republican smear campaign. Mike Rogers, who's the Republican running against El-Sayed in Michigan, criticized the Democrats' decision to distance himself from Piker and called El-Sayed a, quote, con man. Gail?
A lot of people watching. Thank you, Ed, very much.
On another important issue, Leader Jeffries, you issued a statement yesterday slamming what you called the malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves as, quote, dangerous and anti-Semitic. Was that in reference to far-left influencer Hasan Piker and his recent very controversial comments?
Yes, those comments were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic, and should not be tolerated by anyone in the public square. What we've seen is a startling rise of hate crimes all across the United States of America, but particularly in this moment directed against our Jewish brothers and sisters. And everybody, regardless of ideological perspective, should be willing to denounce this rise of anti-Semitic rhetoric, hate crimes and bigotry. And
well, you know, I was doing that, and you guys are yelling about me doing that. So I don't think this is about denouncing the rise in hate crimes or anti-Semitism at all. I think it has everything to do with denouncing the crimes of Israel, which these guys don't want. You know, it's kind of wild that this is the whole conversation. Dude, I was talking to some journalists earlier, like some of which that went back and like actually read the entire transcript, and they could not fucking understand like what, like they were asking me in our conversations, like, well, did you expect this level of pushback at all? And I was like, no. Why the fuck would I? It's something I've said a million times over. Sometimes I feel like I'm the last fighter against anti-Semitism. Like these guys certainly don't care about it. Will these concerted campaigns destroy Abdul's chances? No. But it's not helpful that Democrats, instead of uniting behind Abdul, are actively taking pot shots at him by way of me.
actually try to move us to a society where we embrace everyone, even where there are differences on issues, be they foreign or domestic. The notion that people should be targeted because of their religious beliefs or ethnicity or race, whatever the case may be, that's fundamentally inconsistent with who we are in this country.
Yes, indeed. Hasan Piker's clout among Democrats, though, particularly some younger Democratic voters, seems to be growing. We saw, for example, his prominence in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary. So why not call him out by name in your statement if you feel so passionately about this issue?
I've just addressed Hasan Piker's comments as it relates to the Jewish community as forcefully as I can, and I will continue to do that.
Yes, but in your original statement, he was not addressed by name. That's why I was raising the...
Wolf Blitzer, who literally used to do PR for AIPAC, really pressing our boy Hakeem Jeffries on this, where he's like, why won't you name him? Why won't you kill Hasan Piker? Why won't you demand that he gets shot? Why won't you do that? A more forceful condemnation, please.
The question, Leader Jeffries, you want to give me a final thought before I let you go? And we're grateful to you for joining us.
Well, there are 70 days until the midterm elections, and we're either going to move the country forward.
He's like, there's 70 days until the midterm elections, and I'm going to spend every day talking about Hasan Piker. Time is running out. We have to kill him before the midterms are over.
Or we're going to turn back the clock. And Donald Trump's administration has been a disaster for the American people. That is clear. And we have an opportunity to take back control of the House and the United States Senate so we can begin the process of ending this national nightmare. And look, our commitment as Democrats is going to be to fight every day, every week, every month to actually address the problems that matter here in this country while pushing back against the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people. That's unprecedented in nature and needs to end.
And far-left Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed is trying to distance himself from controversial Twitch streamer Hasan Piker ahead of the midterms, releasing this statement on X. Quote, "Anti-Semitism is a scourge and we need to address it in all its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare."
Joining us now to react is senior writer for the Washington Examiner and Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, I'm interested to see your thoughts on this one, but here we are again, backtracking from what we were before.
Yeah, see? No. Hakeem Jeffries spent the last week defending Randy Fine, meeting with Jared Kushner, and condemning Hasan Piker law. He did literally do that.
Yeah, seriously, Ashley. And look, this is so, what's the word we're looking for here? Cowardly on the part of Abdul El-Sayed. I mean, he is so afraid of losing those precious votes in Dearborn, Michigan from Muslim voters. I mean, this was the Diet Coke of distancing from that evil anti-Semitic maniac who is Hasan Piker. Hence why he didn't address him by name in that statement. And even if he did address Hasan Piker by name, he doesn't get a do-over here. All right, we just showed the photos.
He's literally admitting that they don't even give a fuck. Brother, you're pro-Trump. You're pro the grand old pedophile party. You can call me a maniac all day. I welcome that shit. Fuck you.
He campaigned with Hasan Piker. He was side by side with him. If I'm El-Sayed's opponent, Republican Mike Rogers, I'd put Piker and El-Sayed together in every ad to run every day moving forward until Election Day and remind voters what Piker has said. America deserved 9/11, calling Jews, quote, inbreds, unquote, that he has a large poster of the World Trade Center exploding when one of the planes hit on 9/11, sitting prominently right behind him over his shoulder on his podcast. And just this week, Piker warned American Jews to stop supporting Israel or someone will, quote, come around and take action, not against Israel, but American Jews, unquote. Oh, that's a call to violence. So every Democrat who has appeared on his podcast and his campaign own all of this, whether it's AOC, Zohran Mamdani, El-Sayed, Bernie Sanders. You were pals with this one. You campaigned with him. Guess what? You don't get to disown him now because you knew exactly what you were doing and what he has said in the past when you did it.
Let's look ahead to the future. Hypothetical for you, Joe. Let's say El-Sayed wins.
Yes.
Would you expect Hasan Piker to become back into the fold there in the orbit of El-Sayed?
Great question. A means to an end, right? So, yeah, if he wins and runs up the score with the type of people that listen and watch a Hasan Piker, whether that's young adults or even college students, that's where El-Sayed did well in Michigan and places like Ann Arbor and East Lansing. Yeah, then suddenly Piker will be the it girl again like he was last month. Instead, Democrats are attempting to sort of distance themselves from him. But, again, film is temporary, pain is forever, and pain is temporary, film is forever. Yes, that's what I was going
Sure.
for. So, yeah, all the video is out there, and all the appearances with him won't go away.
Really quickly, and I just want your final thoughts on this. I'm sure you saw El-Sayed's opponent, Mike Rogers, commenting on Hasan Piker, and also responding to the statement. He said Abdul's attempt to distance himself from this violent and hateful rhetoric now that he and Hasan won the primary is the epitome of what a con man does. I want to hone in on that word con man does. It says one thing when it serves him and another when it doesn't. His rhetoric is causing fear in Michigan communities. It's un-American and makes him unfit to represent.
Notice how even Mike Rogers' sentiment here is to like divide the base. He's trying to actively tell the progressive defenders of Abdul El-Sayed to fuck off, that like Abdul El-Sayed is fucking them over. And he's also trying to instill fear in the more moderate voters to not vote for Abdul El-Sayed because He's far too radical. He misquoted you from a straightforward quote and said you made a call to violence. Yeah, I yes, they are lying. What are we? Is this our new? Is this your first time tuning into the Republican side? They lie about everything. Why wouldn't they lie about this? They literally said Alex Peretti and Renee Good were white terrorists, not white nationalists. They would defend that, obviously. We know that they lie. We know that they lie all the time. The problem is liberals are saying, well, they lie all the time, but this time they're right.
Our state, your thoughts?
Did you see what
I was confident they would get Abdul kudos for condemning you. I'm shocked it only made the story bigger. Who could have seen that coming? Yeah. I mean, Abdul saw it coming too. I saw it coming. That's what I kept repeatedly saying. Like, this is not going to be successful for anybody. It's just a lose-lose situation.
Mike Rogers did there in his statement. He said when he, as an El Sayed and Hasan Piker, won the primary, as if they're running mates.
Right.
So, yeah, it's good stuff. And Mike Rogers is a very capable Republican. He nearly beat Alyssa Slotkin for the last time he ran for Senate 2 years ago, lost by something like 0.3% of the vote. So, yeah, he came very close last time. Now he has a very vulnerable opponent in a state that Donald Trump has won twice. If El Sayed wins there, then socialism is very, very much for real. Save the tape now. It ain't going to happen. Rogers wins this, and he wins quite comfortably.
Wow, there you go. Joe Concha.
Calling it.
Mark it. Joe Concha, thank
Thanks,
you.
Joe. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Well, some Democrats are distancing themselves from Hasan Piker. This after.
Oh, it's Budheimer. Oh my God, Budheimer went on Fox News and spoke on this for 6 minutes. Yeah, I'm skipping this shit.
Well, some Democrats are distancing.
All right, let's
Michigan
get to the
Senate
good shit.
candidate
Abdul Al-Sayed last night went on Jesse Waters and put on a clinic. How do you decompress from this shit, man? I don't. It's fine. I'm used to it. It's just a sad state of affairs because, like, it's perhaps more important than ever before to create some kind of consensus reality rooted in objective facts. And the media is absolutely destroying any opportunity that remains by saying, like, no, we're just going to still play the role of defending Israel. We're just going to do everything we can. We're going to be the little servants of AIPAC. You know? It sucks. I'm doing all right, though. Part of that is because, look, I worry about Abdul. But I think they're going overboard. I think they're really, really going overboard. And they're doing this over Israel again. And anytime they do this over a 90-10 issue, the same problem persists. I think that was the biggest mistake for Abdul, was to cave on the faulty smears on the issue that where the overwhelming majority support is on his side. If it was on some other shit, it would have been like there was a real opportunity to just be like, you guys call every critic of Israel an anti-Semite. This is what generates more anti-Semitism. Dude, wake up, man. They're trying to destroy you and this community. We are a danger to both parties. Yeah, I'm just saying that. Have the CIA ever tried to honeypot you? Bro, look up from your food. I'm typing. I'm being anointed to lighten the mood. Thank you. Look up from your food. Yeah, all right, let's just get to this.
Abdul El Sayed joins us now. How you doing, Abdul?
I'm good, Jesse. I appreciate the opportunity for a good, wholesome conversation, and I just want to start where we agree. We both played football and lacrosse. We both love America. We both love freedom, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Absolutely. We'll see how much we agree on. I know I don't agree with you on this. You want to abolish ICE. Who's going to deport the criminal aliens from the country?
Well, you and I both know that long before we ever had ICE, we had INS. We were able to enforce our immigration policies without shooting people in the face and the back of the head. And we just celebrated our 250th anniversary. That was an anniversary of throwing away tyranny. Now, to bring that tyranny back under the guise of the U.S. government itself, that seems to me to be inconsistent with the freedom you and I both love.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a dodge, Abdul. They did the same thing
that?
as ICE back then, INS. Do you know how many...
They didn't. That's bullshit. It's not like the INS was great, but to compare them to this iteration of ICE is totally ridiculous. Even ICE of a different time period, like maybe a decade ago, is not the same as ICE right now. That isn't to say that ICE is good. It's just to show you how insane things have gotten.
Illegal aliens are in the country
they shoot
now.
People in the face and the back of the head.
Do you know how many illegal aliens are in the country now?
To your point, Jesse, let me just answer the question. To your point,
how many do we have?
Far fewer when we had INS. To your answer, we had
exactly.
far fewer when we had INS. So arguably, INS worked a lot better.
Abdul, listen, we had twice as many illegals now when we had INS.
So to your argument,
you have to have the manpower.
Oh God. Let him fucking speak, Jesse. God damn it.
Do it. If you want to do that correlation, we have ICE now, and we have far, far more undocumented people. So ICE is clearly not working. It's just shooting like American citizens in the face and the back of the head. So if you're okay with that,
illegals are shooting people in the face too.
Agree to disagree.
Abdul, you got a guy in Michigan.
So are American citizens.
You got a guy.
Look,
let me just say something. Okay,
to get back to the conversation about the broader issues.
Okay.
Well, you cut me off, Jesse, and you said we're going to have a good conversation. So I'd like to do that. I just want to answer the point. When I travel the state, and I have traveled my state, more people are asking me about how they're going to afford their gas and groceries. They're not asking me about immigration.
Well,
now,
they also don't want to get molested. Abdul, you got a guy here from Southeast Asia, molested a kid. ICE just picked him up. You want that guy to stay in Michigan?
I'm glad that guy got picked up, but that's a different.
So here's the response that I would give in this situation. ICE does not operate in a serious and normal law enforcement function. I want police, local police, to arrest him after conducting an investigation, and I want him to go through the regular court process. This is what normally happens. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet that ICE didn't pick him up. ICE did not pick him up from the street. ICE probably picked him up from the jail. That's what happens. That is the reality of how ICE operates. ICE does not have any real law enforcement function. ICE is simply predisposed with going after paperwork violators.
Different thing than saying that INS would not have picked him up. Jesse, you're too smart for this.
It's a bureaucratic game you're playing, and that's a dodge.
You point to him, you say,
you need guys to get these guys out of the country.
And therefore, ICE, we need ICE. I'm just saying, look, playing by your own rules. When we had INS, we had fewer people doing the things that you're talking about.
That's because Biden didn't blow open the border back then.
When we had that.
All right, that's because Biden didn't blow open the border back then.
And that's not an ICE question. That's a CBP question.
No,
Jesse,
you guys let in a ton of people, and we got to get them out, and we'll take the guys out the way we need to take them out. Green New Deal, you back that up. Do you drive an electric car?
I drive a plug-in hybrid made right in the United States. The bigger question about cars, though, is why the president just started a trade war or escalated a trade war with Canada. It's about to make all of our cars, especially the internal combustion engine cars, so much more expensive.
You want to get rid of the internal combustion engine?
No, I don't. Who told you that?
That's what the Green New Deal says.
My dad came to America to design internal combustion engines. No, that's not what the Green New Deal says.
Phase out fossil fuels.
Build renewable energy opportunities. Look, I'm not going to defend the Green New Deal. What I'm telling you, though, is that we could make a whole lot more amazing jobs if we actually invested in renewable energy. You're on the record as backing the Green New Deal, Abdul. Look, I'm just telling you this. Are you opposed to the idea that we could reduce energy costs and create jobs in Michigan?
Absolutely, but I don't want windmills in Lake Michigan.
Jesse's so fucking annoying. Again, there's obviously like tweaking of the audio here. Jesse's like yelling over him. But the best answer in this circumstance is to literally be like, we need to outcompete China. This is the greatest nation on earth. Okay. And we used to have a robust manufacturing base in this country. Green New Deal is actually trying to rebuild that. And Republicans like you play a big game and talk up the idea that you want to bring back industry to this country. But every time someone wants to do that, you stand in opposition because you're in the pocket of the fossil fuel industry. That's the other problem. Enough with outcompeting China. They will then use that argument for data centers. No, they won't. You want to know why? Because everybody fucking hates data centers. Whereas everybody fucking loves having a factory in their neighborhood. Okay? Well, not in their neighborhood, but it's just like that's the argument that I find really strange. Like they'll be like, oh, well, AI data centers don't actually use that much water. Like, look, alfalfa. Like alfalfa farming uses way more water than data centers. It's like, yeah, because one is feeding cattle that we can eat. The other is a fucking data center. Of course, even the average American can look at that and go, yeah, we need the feed for the cows so we can eat the fucking cows. We don't need the data center. I can't eat the AI slop, man. But I will eat the cow.
So you're absolutely opposed to that?
Yeah, I don't want to put windmills in Lake Michigan. Do you?
Have windmills.
I don't think the people in Michigan want that, Abdul. If you're running on that, that's not going to go over too well.
We have a pipeline. No. I mean, Jesse, look, we can have a conversation if you want to. You want to keep cutting me off. We could keep doing that too. But you told me we're going to have a good conversation. I just want to talk about something.
Go ahead.
Right now, we have an oil pipeline in the Great Lakes. If that oil pipeline were to burst, the consequences for our Great Lakes would be disastrous. Now, you're telling me that you'd rather have a situation where that happened than a windmill? That really is so offensive to you?
No.
Now, those windmills are good
I'm saying I don't want to get rid of fossil fuels, and that's what the Green New Deal does. Let's move on. You want to soak the rich. Look, Rabdul, because this isn't a podcast. I got to sell ads in the breaks. You want to soak the rich. Let's listen to what you said about the taxes. Run it.
I also think we got to start taxing wealth for people who have over 100.
He had such a good take on this, by the way. Abdul wants to tax millionaires. Yeah, that'll really put the fear of God into people's hearts.
$100 million. I mean, at that point, like, what even are you going to do with more money?
What are you going to do with more money? I mean, whatever I want.
I mean, Jesse, I don't know how much you make. Look, I don't know how much you
$1 billion.
Make, but I think I'd rather have.
He's lying, by the way, when he says he's not making $1 million. That's fucking bullshit. Of course he's making more than... He's making multiple millions.
Well, yeah, look, so that's exactly it, right? The question ultimately is, do you want to drive on good roads, or would you rather have a billionaire make a second billion? That's what Mike Rogers wants. That's what Donald Trump wants. Apparently, that's what you want. I think the people in Michigan want something different. They want good roads and good schools.
So you're saying, Beyonce, who just became a billionaire, she has to break you off something every year? She has to pay the politicians?
It's not me. It's the American public.
Yup. And yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, absolutely.
I think would be happy to be able to contribute back to the public schools that she went to. I think she'd be happy to invest in good roads in her community. I think she'd be happy to pay a little bit more so that everybody had a little bit more.
You're reaching a little deep into the pockets,
to be defending billionaires from your channel, Jesse. That's a crazy thing. I thought you were for. I'm just saying. Look, at the end of the day, I thought you were for the everyday man. Like if you're for billionaires more than you're for every other person, well, you and I are just going to disagree.
No, I just think I have the right to the fruits of my own labor. That's America. It's not communist what you're talking about.
No, the problem
Let
with
me
it,
ask
Jesse,
you
is
about
you and I both
socialized
know
health care.
Billionaires don't make money. Let me just answer the question.
Sure.
No. Let me go back to that. Go ahead. Billionaires don't make their money off of their labor. That, I think, is where you head off. Billionaires that make their money off their money. So if you have $1 billion, your billion makes another 100 million. That's not the fruits of your labor. That's just the fruits of your money making money. I think it's okay. Like if we tax you at 7%, you're still gonna make what, a cool $30 million off your $1 billion. I think it's okay. They're gonna be okay, Jesse.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea of politicians like you capping how much money people make in America. That's just me. We can have the voters in Michigan decide. You say you want socialized health care. Abdul, how much is that going to cost?
It's going to cost the average Michigander a whole lot less than they pay right now. But I'm just going to tell you.
No, but what's the
I'm
price
up against
tag
a
of the
guy
program?
who voted to raise prescription drug prices 19 times, right? And so I'm just saying I want to bring your costs down. The price of the program is going to be substantially less for an everyday person who's out here who can't afford their health care and worried about losing their health care with their job.
Well, give me the total number.
Look, while you're out here trying to talk about the broader national budget, I'm a lot more interested in the everyday budgets that Michiganders are thinking about. And that's exactly the budget that Donald Trump and Mike Rogers are blowing up right now.
Well,
I just don't see why you're so on the side of the billionaires, Jesse, rather than on the side of everyday Michiganders.
No, because I don't want you guys to blow the country up. Do you know how much the federal budget is now?
No, neither do I. Here's exactly
What's the federal budget?
You guys want to, right? P. Hexeth, who used to work.
What is it, like 7 trillion? I don't know. I have no idea. It's like 40. I don't fucking know.
To the question, do you know what the federal budget is?
To raise. No. I just want to talk about this. Look, you want to talk about budgets? I'm happy to do that. The guy who used to work on your channel, I think he was like the 6th host on the 5. He wanted to raise our military budget to $1.5 trillion, and you don't seem to be upset about that. What, so we could fight a war we don't know how to get out of, to raise our gas prices $5 a gallon? That doesn't make sense to me, Jesse. We want to talk about the things that we actually suspend.
APAC bat signal went up. Yeah, no, I know. I'm aware. Total expenditures is 7 trillion. Yeah. Okay. Total expenditure for the federal budget is 7 trillion.
On. To me,
I
that's
have a feeling,
and
Abdul,
childcare
you don't
and
even
good
know how
schools.
much money the government spends every year. Do you know?
Look, the question, Jesse, to me
All right,
is,
so you don't know. Let me tell you what it is. It's $7 trillion a year. And your plan
Jesse,
to take over the healthcare system is $4 trillion.
And here's the problem with it. So to exactly your point, do you know what?
I'm not very good at math. I don't think you're very good at math either, but go ahead.
Clearly you don't. And you don't seem to care. But I don't think most Americans want to spend that much money on military escapades so that the folks stranded on the USS Abraham Lincoln can't even get a sausage for breakfast. I just think that we could do a lot better with our money, Jesse, and I think that's where you and I tend to disagree.
I just disagree.
Mike Rogers agrees with you.
I think if you spend $4 trillion, everything else is going to get really expensive. You're going to look back at Biden inflation, and you're going to wish you were back there. But you brought up foreign policy.
You want to talk about inflation? I'd be happy to talk about inflation. Jesse, you actually said the word. Because everywhere I go in Michigan, people are talking about the fact that they've never had to worry as much about life being as unaffordable as they say right now. Now, I get it. Donald Trump likes to blame everything on his predecessor. But let's be clear, this is Donald Trump's economy right now. And he's about to make everything so much worse because he's in a vanity war with the Prime Minister of Canada. And look, like, I'm in Michigan, and you're from New York, right? So you know Canadians, man. They're the only people I know who apologize before they even did his thing. So now they're raising the tariff to 50%. What's that going to do to inflation?
Yeah, what is spending?
Iran has nukes, you bozo. No, it doesn't. Watch me troll Hasan.
$4 trillion going to do? I think it's going to make it a lot worse. But you brought up the war. Are you glad the Ayatollah is dead?
Yeah, I mean, look, he was a terrible person, but that's beyond the point. The bigger question is, should we have gone to war in the first place? Look, I just want to be clear with you, right? I mean, I'm never going to defend the Iranian regime, but I am going to defend the idea that we probably shouldn't be fighting wars we don't know how to get out of. Oopsie, you go to war and you tell us that it's going to be a special military operation. That was in February. We're now in September almost, and we're still fighting the special military operation. I mean, it's not working for us, Jesse.
We're not really
this is exactly what happens when you've got a dunce in the White House who doesn't.
We're not really fighting it. Yeah, because we lost, dumbass.
Know what he's doing.
So you'd go back in time, you'd give them back their nuke program, you'd give them back their Air Force, their Navy.
No,
I go back in time to the JCPOA, baby. Barack Hussein Obama.
And pussy too.
That's what I give the Iranian regime. Obama. Oh, what I wouldn't give to go back to a time when the Strait of Hormuz was open. As you guys know, I'm in the business of import and export, okay? I'm a business owner. I'm a international shipping magnate, okay? And I love commerce, and I love when traffic in the straits, whether it be Malacca, whether it be Bab el-Mandeb, or whether it be the Strait of Hormuz, is no longer rendered inoperable, okay? I love business. I love business. I am a fan of business. And as an international shipping magnate, I'm here to tell you that what Donald Trump has done is devastating for commerce. It's devastating for oil. I would like to continue trade maxing, and it really fucks me up. Really fucks me up that Donald Trump is making trade impossible, not dissimilar to how one Pegasus has also made international shipping impossible in Singapore, which is my heart, soul, and dreams.
So I'd go
the
back,
nuke program's
I'd go back
buried
to the time
under
when we
a
were
mountain
at
of
peace
rubble.
and we actually had nuclear containment. Now, Jesse, you like to, I mean, look, I understand selective memory about history, but we had a JCPOA that was well negotiated, that actually had nuclear non-proliferation far more securely than what we have right now after having gone to war for the better part of 6 months.
Yeah, I like the fact that the nuke program's buried under a mountain of rubble. They can't even get access to it, but that's me. I think we'll figure it out. The thing you said about...
So let's just stop there. So,
Sure.
Jesse, wait. I understand you're not good at math. I get that. I'll give you that. But science, we got to talk about science, okay?
Yeah.
You understand that, like, nuclear material doesn't just go away because you buried it under a mountain of rubble. You understand they could still go back and bury it out, right?
Yeah, we're watching it from Space Force.
So
and anybody that goes...
Dude, Republicans' understanding of the world is like a child. It's just like, oh, well, we're watching it from Space Force, like a kid.
Sure, than we were back then.
Okay, let's move on. You said getting rid of Sharia law was white supremacy. Let's roll the tape. Go.
I don't have to tell you that the same exact forces that drove native peoples from their land 2 centuries ago, destroyed Black Wall Street a century ago, bombed a building decades ago and tried to ban Sharia law not a decade ago, that those forces are alive and well today.
So getting rid of Sharia law is white supremacy. Can you explain that one?
So here he does this like rhetorical trick about canon law, but I think the better argument here would have just to been like, what do you think what is going on in America? Like, you think there's a real threat of Sharia law? What are you, fucking stupid?
You know what canon law is? Jesse, I assume you're Christian, right?
Yeah, tell me.
All right,
if it's fat dual, it shouldn't count. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Canon law is the name for Christian law. I don't begrudge you your right to practice your faith as you choose. I don't know why the idea that I could practice my faith as I choose is a problem. Nobody is trying to push Sharia law on anyone else, just like I hope nobody is trying to push canon law on anybody else, because we live in an America where you should have the freedom of your religion. So the idea that you have somebody like Tommy Tuberville, right, who, you know, barely was good at coaching football, is out here trying to ban Sharia law when there's less than 1% of the Muslim community in America, as if somehow Muslims are out here trying to push Sharia law, that seems to me to be deliberately targeting the Muslim community because they're different. And I'm just saying that, like, I have no issue with people practicing their faith. In fact, I would never want somebody to push their faith on me, and I would never want to push my faith on somebody else.
Good, because no one wants you to get rid of your religion.
And so the idea,
no one wants that.
So, but when people preemptively go out there and start preemptively passing laws to ban something that's not happening, what you're trying to do is target.
This part is good. I would have gotten I think it's better to come here before anything else.
Get a very small community because they're different, and this operates. I mean, look, I'm just going to say, there's statistical evidence that the president and the vice president
Michigan is kind of scary.
Simply
people
as a function of my faith.
You know, it's like men aren't equal from women.
Like,
it's like
I just
physical
think you
punishments.
like to say the word. Look, Jesse, look,
people don't
like to
that
say
in
the
Michigan.
word
I'm just saying.
because it
I don't
seems
think
really,
that's a good
really
position.
foreign and scary. Nobody's pushing it. No, but Jesse, nobody's pushing it. You know what the issue is in America, in Michigan?
What?
The issue that people are worried about is not that somehow somebody's going to come and push Sharia law on them. The issue in Michigan is people are worried about how they're going to afford their.
Yeah, Jesse's like, not if I have something to do about that. Jillian Branstad says, it occurs to me that banning Sharia law is the wedge they want to use to push Muslim people out of public life. See Texas. The same way banning trans athletes is the wedge they want to use to push trans people out of public life, even though both are nearly non-existent. Exactly. Manufacturing a fake problem based on the most broadly acceptable version of the real harm you want to do. That nails it. Jillian Branstad nails it. Okay? Exactly. Yeah, these guys are fucking insane. Like, the real goal, obviously, is to banish Muslims, to exile them, to deport them, right? But if you say that, some people are going to be like, that's a little strange. That's unconstitutional. You can't really do that. That's maybe a little bit too mean. So in the interim, before that is like a mass accepted narrative, a policy vision, they just have to pick apart at like random nonsensical bullshit that's not really a problem at all. Okay? There's a couple flips here that you can use. You can just be like, I mean, again, because it's not a real issue at all. It's more so about obviously attacking Muslims, right? Laura Loomer said that and no one says shit. Yes, dude. Yes, because mainstream media is broadly accepting of Islamophobia. They like it. They welcome it. They foment it themselves.
Gas. The issue in Michigan is, how am I going to see a doctor when I get sick? How am I going to keep my job? You're out here, honestly, you guys love to play this culture war game where you use these.
Like, that's like, think about another minority population that isn't Christian that operates with their own set of, personal religious beliefs. Like, imagine Jesse Waters going against a Jewish candidate and being like, oh, you guys want to make sure that everybody lives under Jewish law, Jewish rule. He'd get fucking destroyed. He would get abso-fucking-lutely destroyed. People would be like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, you want everything to be kosher, huh? That type of shit.
Words that sound really foreign.
I agree with you.
To avoid actually having to talk about the issues that everyday people like to talk about. Now, look, Mike Rogers is the guy I'm running against for U.S. Senate. And I know you've had him on your show. Maybe he answers questions. I don't know if he does.
I've actually never had him on.
Only. But look, you haven't. So he's ducking your show, too, because he's ducking. Look, can we all agree? Like,
I haven't
Jesse,
invited
you and I
him
are
on.
going to have a debate, right? Can we all agree that Mike Rogers is a beta? Can we all agree with that?
I haven't even had him on.
Dude won't even come on your show because he's afraid of getting...
Oh, it's over. This was the best. It's the best. When you got the contentious host of Fox News laughing. It's fucking over.
Thrilled.
I will have him on.
That guy,
and I'm sure it'll be great. But Abdul,
like, Jesse, let me just
can
say,
I back up
he's
for
out
1
here
second?
Trying to talk about my.
Can I back up for 1 second?
Finish my point. I'll finish. I
yeah,
swear I'll be quick.
Okay, because Mike Rogers isn't here to defend himself.
He thinks he's running against Hasan Piker. Well, maybe then he'll actually come on your show. Maybe I'm doing you a favor then. But the guy's a beta, doesn't like to answer questions, and he dodges every debate. So I'm pretty sure he's going to dodge you too.
Need Mike Rogers on the show, but thanks for booking it. You know, I agree. Gas prices are too high. Gas prices are too high. Abdul, pipe down 1 second. Gas prices are too high. Green New Deal's not going to help that. You said that we get to keep our doctor. I've been told that before. We were lied to. So let's move on.
Jesse,
you said here, I want to move on because we do have to hit a break.
No, let me just finish the point.
Please.
You told me you want to say something.
Go ahead.
And I want to just finish my point, okay?
Yeah.
If the only answer that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have to this economy is to point to me and say there are scary words associated with him, I'm just going to tell you those scary words are not raising gas prices.
You want to know something crazy? There's no alternative to this on the left or in the liberal side. Like Mike Rogers would not get flamed, would not get like this aggressively prosecuted if he were to go on CNN. You know what I mean? Like we all know that Fox News, you go on Fox News, they're going to rip you. They are going to attack you mercilessly. They're going to try to humiliate you. And you have to be on your best behavior. You have to be extra charismatic. You have to be extra funny. And it's great. Abdul is doing it. He's doing a really good job with it. But the expectation is wild. Like the double standard is wild. There's no... Liberals would never do this to Mike Rogers. What's the liberal equivalent of this? Where that Mike Rogers would have to go on CNN? Like, I can see Jake Tapper and Mike Rogers having a sincere conversation about the dangers of Abdul El-Sayed's anti-Semitism. Mike Rogers go on Kristen Welker, which is not even like supposed to be liberal, right? It's supposed to be like mainstream. And they could just be like, yeah, you know, we're all glad that you're finally fighting the good fight against the dangerous anti-Semite Hasan Piker. Like, that's what they would argue. They wouldn't argue. They would agree with one another.
Or keeping you from seeing your doctor. I'm interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, passing Medicare for all. And I think that actually will solve problems in Michigan.
I'm not scared of you,
if you think
Abdul. I just think you're a little misguided.
Or running against my faith is going to fix problems, go ahead.
No, I just played what you said and we talked about it, so we're all good. You also said this. You want to replace the right to bear arms with the right to health care. You don't want to replace the Second Amendment, do you?
Well, look, man, I think more people are more worried about whether or not they can see a doctor than whether or not they can have a gun. I'm just going to put that out there.
I mean, you're dodging the question. Do you want to replace the Second Amendment?
I'm just saying that more people are more concerned about seeing a doctor. If we had a right to health care in this country, they probably wouldn't. And I think that'd be a pretty good thing, don't you?
I think you dodged the question. And that's a pretty big one in Michigan. But I'll take it as what you said. You
Jesse,
said
look,
Colin
at the end of the day,
Kaepernick.
I'm perfectly fine with people. Let me just finish to answer your point. You said I dodged a question. I'm perfectly okay with people having their hunting rifles. It's an important pastime. I've got family that goes hunting every single year. But don't you think we should have a right to health care? Don't you think that'd be a good thing in America? Can we just say that?
75% of the country likes the health care coverage they have. I don't want to screw that up.
No, 75% of the country wants guaranteed health care through Medicare for all. So maybe you have your facts. I guess I know you guys do alternative facts over here.
We'll find out.
I'll give you that.
We'll find out in November. But that's a Gallup poll. You might not believe it, but
yes, we will.
I'm telling you what it is.
Yeah, 75% of Americans like their doctor. Oldest trick in the book, baby. Oldest trick in the book. It's a lie. 75% of Americans like their doctor, not their private healthcare provider. That's insane. Yeah. I've met 75% of Americans is so funny too. It's like, yeah, only one out of every, it's just the 25% of a shitty doctor. No, it's just, it doesn't make any fucking sense because the idea that one out of every 4 American is the only one that's chirping about Aetna is ridiculous. Okay. Like, who have you ever met a person, even people who are like the sons and daughters of healthcare executives, probably still hide away in shame, unless they're Gretchen Whitmer, about, their father's jobs. I have in all my life never ever met a person that sincerely goes, I fucking love Blue Cross Blue Shield, man. That's what I ride for. I'm one of the 75% of Americans that loves Aetna, loves Blue Cross Blue Shield. Ooh. Yeah, no one likes their health insurance company. No one likes the idea that healthcare is paywalled in this fucking dumbass country.
Yes, we will.
You said Colin Kaepernick was a good guy, and you said the NFL.
Oh my God, he's mad. He's mad about Colin Kaepernick. Oh my God. Brother, get some new shit. Aetna. Hey, isn't it Aetna? Aetna? I don't fucking know. Shut up. It doesn't matter.
NFL was racist. What did you mean by that?
Look, I think for Colin Kaepernick's sake, I think he should have had several more years in the NFL. Now, I think he's a pretty damn good quarterback. I think, unfortunately, he lost a lot of time. But the bigger question right now when it comes to football, look, I know you guys like to think I don't like football, but I'm happy to line up against anybody who thinks that I don't like football. And I'll just tell you, the bigger issue that we have for football right now is I looked at ticket prices to try and go and see a game with my family. It's astronomical, through the roof. Now, I think football used to be the kind of thing that you could enjoy with people.
It's another dodge, Abdul.
So we want to talk about football. I want to talk about access to football.
I asked you if you thought the NFL was racist because you said the NFL was racist, and now you're talking about ticket prices.
No, I'm just telling you the NFL is too expensive. The NFL is too expensive. You don't agree?
All right, so you don't think it's racist anymore?
I get it.
All right, well, I'm glad. You don't think the NFL is racist?
He's doing the thing about Thanksgiving. I like it. These guys have not been primed and these guys are not primed for it. He's like, you want to talk about the NFL? You want to talk about NFL being inaccessible? It's far too expensive nowadays.
I'm just saying, most people can't afford that. Bigger issue with the NFL. You want to talk about the NFL? The bigger issue with the NFL is too many people can't afford it. I get you probably can, and I know that you're in New York, so you have like 2 teams that play in the same place, so you get 2 options. But I'm just saying that here in Michigan, we got 1 team. Okay. And most people can't afford to watch them in the stadium. And I'd like to make it more affordable.
So you dodged again. Sex changes for minors. Do you support that?
Look, I remember having great conversations with my conservative friends about right to try legislation. The idea that the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. I just think the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. And if you're a minor,
you want to try on kids?
Now, if you disagree with that, if you disagree that health care decisions need to be made by a doctor and
government needs to stay out of the decisions being made by a patient and a doctor. That's it.
They're a parent and a patient, then we think we agree to disagree. But you want to put government inside
So, Abdul,
a clinic
you're
or
a doctor,
hospital
right?
selectively. I am.
So you think it's okay for a parent to slash his kid's thing-a-ling off? You think that's okay?
I mean, do you really want to have this conversation? Are you circumcised?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a...
That I thought was a little crazy. I think you should just stick to fucking saying, like... I think he should just stick to, healthcare privacy. Medical privacy. We got laws in the books. And I say this as an intactivist, man. I say this as an intactivist. They stole from me. I will never forget what they stole from me. I wish I still had. I wish I still had my foreskin. Every day, I go, they took my foreskin away. They also stole from Jesse Waters. This is how we bring him over to our side. What, to make him an intactivist?
Are you?
Personal question.
Okay,
doctor.
So you probably should want to move on.
Is circumcision's different than castration?
I think it's a problem. It's a problem that you think that you get to decide what happens between a parent, a doctor, and a patient. And I'm just saying that, yes, circumcision is surgery on a kid's ding-a-ling. So if you really want to bring that up, you can. I just...
Dude, this was such a funny response. Never thought someone, let alone a Muslim candidate, would use this line. Unfortunately, mutilated copium is too deeply ingrained for it to land. Bro said ding-a-ling on Fox News.
You guys are what happens between a parent, a doctor, and a patient. And I'm just saying that, yes, circumcision is surgery on a kid's ding-a-ling. So if you really want to bring that up, you can. I just think you guys are really selective about how you want to talk about these things.
Abdul, Michigan's not going for that. That is sick stuff.
That's wacky. Can we get ding-a-ling on the soundboard? No. Yeah, look, minors don't get bottom surgery. It's fucking bullshit anyway, but it doesn't matter. There's a million different avenues. You should just never talk about the more you shy away from the procedures, naming them, the easier it is, because the reality of the matter is every medical procedure is gruesome. That's what it is. Open heart surgery is one where you basically chop someone's skin off. You cut them in half, you break their ribs, you pull them to the side, and it's a necessary surgery. So if I can describe how gruesome that process is in great detail, but if you were to say, I don't think we should have open heart surgery, people would be like, that's insane. That you're an insane person. Now, of course, in this day and age, maybe more Republicans, I could see them coming out against open heart surgery because that's how stupid the world is nowadays. But ultimately, the more you shift the conversation away from the gruesome nature of surgeries, the better it'll be, right? So the best angle of attack here is to always say, look, I don't think random people like yourself and myself, and I say this even as a doctor, should have a say in decisions being made by a medical professional. Like if a medical professional thinks it's important for a pre-diabetic child to get on Ozempic, but you think that that's inappropriate, should we legislate that away? That's crazy. Heart surgery? You mean cardiac mutilation? Yeah. Yeah. Heart surgery. Open heart surgery is a libtarded way to say cardiac mutilation.
Boys playing in girls' sports.
I'm not advocating anything. I'm just saying. So,
what about that?
So the question, so again, like Jesse, you have not asked me one time about the issues that people actually care about in Michigan. You don't want to talk about gas prices. You don't want to talk about groceries. You don't want to talk about healthcare. You don't want to talk.
Yeah, you could talk about all that nerd shit, or you could ask the Fox News if he has a mutilated penis. Abdul 1, Hasan 0. True.
About the stupid trade war that's about to destroy
We
Michigan's
spent the whole
economy.
interview talking about that
war
stuff.
That's destroying. That is destroying our own military. You don't seem to want to talk about any of those things. You want to bring up all this culture war. That, you know, I'm not here to fight a culture war. I'm here
We talked about the war. We
fight
talked
the
about gas prices and the Green New Deal, okay? If you want to do an interview,
I brought them up every time.
You can do the interview,
You're
okay?
asking me, like, you're doing the greatest hits, Jesse. Like, I mean, this is, like, you could play this game if you want, but, like, you can keep doing the greatest hits if you want. You told me we're going to come on for a conversation, and when we have conversations, I think that it's okay to also ask questions. I just want to understand what you're getting at here.
I'm getting at whether you think men should play in women's sports.
As the next U.S. Senator in Michigan,
it's a big issue.
I'm interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, and passing Medicare for all.
You're filibustering,
most people don't care
Abdul.
about what sports kids play.
You're filibustering.
I'm just
it's a
answering
big
questions
issue.
Because, like, I want
you
to talk
guys
about
kind
the
of
issues
lost
that
on that
your
issue
viewers
last time.
deserve to hear about.
All right, so you want to answer that question.
What issue?
You want to answer the question.
What issue? Go ahead, Jesse. What issue?
Should men play women's sports? You have daughters, right?
I think that, look, I played sports my whole life. Sports were an important part of my life. I'm grateful for the opportunity to play sports. And at the end of the day, the decision of who gets to play what sports ought to be decided by the people who govern sports. I'm running for U.S. Senate. Jesse, it's insane. I'm out here trying to take on, like, the healthcare crisis in Big Pharma, and you're asking me about who gets to play what sports. It's silly. People can't take you seriously.
It's kind of a big thing if you've been following the news recently, Abdul. Let me ask you about the politics. We'll get to your race. Let's do your race right now.
Please be serious. Like, I'm here with you. I want to have a conversation about the issues that matter.
Let's do it.
Let's talk about the things that people are actually talking about.
Okay. I am, but let's keep going. Black people in Michigan.
Well, I know you guys are talking about that, but, like, most of the country's not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Black people in Michigan voted for this white lady you ran against by, like, 8 points over you. What happened there?
Well, Jesse, I mean, you said it yourself, right? You got to give credit to Abdul. He ran
Look at the Chiron. Look at the Chiron. Dude, it's like, it is straight up. It's like an onion bit, bro. Black people voted for your opponent by 8 points. What do you have to say to that? Immediately, Abdul has a black voter problem. That's why it was really funny when he hit the mutilated penis line, because they couldn't put that in the Chiron. You know what I mean? They couldn't just be like, Abdul, intactivist Abdul wants me to regrow my foreskin.
against the machine, I got outspent 11-1. That 11-1 is going to do something at the end of the day. Now, my job is to go and earn every vote. And we've been having some great conversations in the community. We'll continue to do that. And I have a lot to talk about when it comes to my work taking care of communities. I rebuilt Detroit's health department, led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services, got to work alongside so many folks in the community to give kids glasses, take on corporate polluters, eliminate medical debt. I'm looking forward to continuing to have those conversations, and I feel really good about being able to bring communities together and beat Mike Rogers, who you and I both agree is a beta and won't come on your show and won't debate me in November.
Owned again.
Didn't agree to that, but that's funny. Reparations, do you support that?
But you laughed at it. Because you didn't say you didn't agree. Like, Jesse, you're very good at telling me when you don't agree with me, but you actually laughed at that joke because you actually agree. Sorry.
Reparations, do you support that?
I think we need.
I think there's something very primal about and almost childish about the way that, like, prominent Republicans operate. Where if you kind of dominate them, if you bro out with them, they, like, lose their minds. That's why this is like a secret. This is like an antidote. Okay. When I pull this shit out around Republicans, they fucking lose their minds because they think, like, oh my God, you're not, like, terrified of Donald Trump, because they've, like, In their minds, they have this image of a liberal, right? They have this image of a liberal that is a woke scold, that simply can't have fun. They can't even mention Donald Trump, let alone own a piece of merchandise with him on it. It's chud tech. Yeah, it's secret chud tech to be like, no, I think he's a funny guy. I think he's awful, incompetent, dangerous, violent, whatever, but I also think he's a funny guy. And it breaks the hog mind. The hog likes trinkets, the chud. The chud likes trinkets. And the chud loves when you appreciate one of their hobbies. This is two of their hobbies, Zins and Donald Trump. Funny how is Donald Trump funny? That's a real question you're asking me? Are you fucking kidding me? He's a television personality for multiple decades. Yes, he's back in the day, especially, was very quick on his feet. Even now, every now and then, he still has like his moments.
Need to have an honest conversation about the incredible debt that was put upon black folks as a function of slavery that we have yet to pay. And I just think that's fair. Like if people are enslaved and forced into servitude, and then we don't actually have a conversation about all that was owed, that our own country agreed was owed, I just think that it's past time to have that conversation. That shouldn't be a crazy thing. I understand that, like, for folks who really want to inflame culture war, I just think it's important for us to think about how do we make sure that communities like the city of Detroit that have been segregated so that you have a disproportionate number of people as a function of redlining who are forced into certain communities, how do we make sure that their schools are made whole? I'll just tell you this, in the city of Detroit right now, they just had $700 million invested in their schools. They're still $1.7 billion behind. And a lot of folks want to say, oh, well, that's profligacy, et cetera, et cetera. No, a lot of that has to do with public policy. Okay. And if public policy created a level in which black folks disproportionately suffer everything from maternal mortality and infant mortality to lack of access to jobs, I think it's important for our country to have a conversation.
So you want to have a conversation
about how we
about
make people whole.
You want to have a conversation about it because we have you on the record as backing it, but now you just want to have a conversation. I got it.
Well, I couldn't tell you exactly what. Go ahead.
Schumer. You said you basically wanted his head on a stake when you were running in the primary. You still believe that?
Well, look, me and the senator have one goal right now. It is to win Michigan. So we're looking forward to doing that. And given the fact that Mike Rogers...
I didn't even realize that Fox's replacement for Tucker Carlson was Jesse Waters. Such a non-entity by design, I'm sure. Yes. That's the most powerful, most influential time slot in the country. Right? They had to put a dullard on there and not like an actual white nationalist ideologue. I know for a fact because I remember reading reporting on the matter where Rupert Murdoch had like another one of his wives. He's had many. And she became like a massive Tucker stan. And she was repeating shit that Tucker was saying all the time, including things that Rupert Murdoch didn't believe in. I think it might have been about COVID. Because Rupert is famously a huge COVID, he's not a skeptic. He's very worried about COVID, right? He was very worried about COVID. I think he might still be very worried about COVID. But basically, he saw how much his wife was invested in everything that Tucker was saying, and it freaked him out. It totally freaked him out. That was Tucker's first problem. That was Tucker Carlson's first problem. Then, Dominion and all this other stuff, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. But dinner with Tucker Carlson, then 48 hours later, Rupert Murdoch's engagement to Ann Leslie Smith was off. The Standard is serializing Michael Wolff's blockbuster The Fall, the end of the Murdoch empire. I think this is it, but she was a striking woman, forthright, sure of herself. She sees the conversation was emphatic in her views. Often these were black and white, foxified views. The government was doing this, don't you know? Mysterious they. It's also probably really funny that Rupert Murdoch probably hates when there's like a Fox News stan because he doesn't believe in any of the shit that's being presented on Fox News. What do you mean? He's a billionaire. What is this? I'm not a hater or a troll. I followed you since the first days of TYT when I was like 15. Hell yeah. Yeah. I'm willing to bet Rupert Murdoch thinks less of you if you enjoy the Fox slop. He probably looks at you like you're an idiot because you are an idiot.
Who you agree is a beta is my opponent. It probably shouldn't be very hard.
Okay. I respect the fact that you
still
came
haven't
on.
opposed me, Mike. Bro, talk to your guy.
I respect the fact that you came on. I don't think you've really looked into some of the policies you're pushing. You seem a little naive, Abdul. I give you credit for facing the music, but some of the stuff's just straight up wacky. You know? I don't know if that's going to fly in Michigan, but we're going to find out.
You know what's wacky?
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. And you know what's wacky?
Yeah.
You know what's wacky, though?
Yeah.
Can I just tell you? You know you didn't ask me about?
What?
We got a president of the United States who cares more about the drapes in a ballroom that shouldn't be built than he cares about the war he just got us into, or that he cares about the affordability crisis. That seems to me to be a little bit wacky. So if we want to have a serious conversation about what Michiganders are feeling, I'd love to come back on and talk about getting money out of politics, put money in your pocket, passing Medicare for all.
Okay, we'll do it again.
I'm telling you, none of that is wacky, and that's what Michiganders want.
We'll do it again,
I look forward to it,
Abdul.
Jesse. It was a good conversation.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck in Michigan.
See, at least I don't dodge you.
No. Yeah.
Thank you.
Like 25%. Have a good night. Be sure to like and subscribe for.
I like to keep private conversations private. And what I'll tell you is that the conversations I've had with future Congressman-elect, God willing, Jeremy Moss, have been about what it looks like to come together agreeably across our disagreements. You know, I'm not going to sugarcoat the idea that we have disagreements, particularly when it comes to foreign policy and the best use of our tax dollars. And the plurality of Michigan Democratic primary voters nominated me to be the Democratic nominee. Now, I think it's important for us to recognize that the position that I hold on foreign policy is about trying to uplift and empower all people. It's about the kids in a community not too far from here where the median income is $14,000 a year, and the fact that Detroit Public Schools Community District is still nearly $1.7 billion behind on the necessary repairs in the school district, despite putting $700 million into the school district over the last year. It's about keeping our tax dollars here to invest in those schools here. It's also about making sure that in our foreign policy we substantiate equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinian folk. And I'd rather my tax dollars not get spent to take away some people's self-determination that could be used to empower other folks here. That's not about hating anybody. I'm grateful to have grown up in a community where I got so much exposure and empowerment from the Jewish community. I'm so grateful. Judaism and the Jewish people are a light unto the world. Incredible contributions to our society, our culture, a beautiful faith that rhymes with so much of my own. And so, you know, we're going to...
Yeah, that's the other side of the story that's so fucked up. And I used to say this all the time in the beginning, immediately after October 7, that like the greatest threat to American Jews and to American Muslims is never from one another. It's from Nazis, right? It's from Nazis. It's from white supremacists. And that's historically been the case, right? And it's still mostly the case right now. The reason why I say mostly is because there are definitely a lot of you know, back and forth pot shots in general, but like ultimately the problem still remains. It's very, very strange that this conversation turns into like Israel and Palestine, this is a religious war or whatever. No, that's not a reality. Oh, I get it now. These guys are broken bashing because Hasan Piker bashing pays too well. The RNC has 8 times more cash than the DNC. I think that's kind of part of it. They're like aggressively trying to beg big donors to come back by being like, hey, we fucking hate Hasan Piker. Come on, please give us money. It's not a secret. I have a lot of fucking billionaire haters out there, from Elon Musk to Zionist billionaire donors of all different sorts, all different backgrounds. So, a lot of this stuff is also to appease the donors. Glenn Greenwald, by the way, yeah, I can't recall many more egregious instances where both parties and corporate media unite so blatantly to distort what someone said. Hasan Piker said nothing anti-Semitic. It was a basic point routinely made about the dangers and falsehoods conflating Israel and Jews. Beyond that, watching almost every sector of media elite and bipartisan DC try to convert this election into an endless referendum on Hasan Piker, who isn't on a single ballot, is like being in an insane asylum where the staff and doctors simultaneously lose their minds. Man, now defending this guy. Wow. You're like the world's dumbest liberals who would accuse me of defending Trump when I object to the lies and falsehoods told about him. Stop the ruse, Glenn. 90% of Jews support Israel. Israel crap is anti-Semitism, period. Oh, shit. I got like boomer bots posting meme responses. We've made it. We've made it. Why won't the networks invite him to speak for himself? Because it would destroy the only strategy they have left. Oh, hell yeah. This is good. We're making moves, baby. But yeah, RNC is cake the frick up. Zero dead. DNC cash is 16.1 million. DNC debt is 17.9 million. RNC has 8 times more cash than the DNC. I guess the good thing is that this. People are giving to individual campaigns. They're giving to Abdul, they're giving to everybody else. So like the candidates that they like, they're doing all right. The NC, on the other hand, has nothing. What is this? Another badge of honor? Oh yeah, boomer cartoonists have discovered Hasan. I know. I love this shit. AF Branco cartoon. The communist Mao Zedong living influencer Hasan Piker is demanding that Democrats defend him. DSA is destroying the Democratic Party. Their first step is to steamroll over America. Yeah, this is sick. This is actually dope. They were right about what they can do. Yeah, you see this napkin? In 25 hours, we could have the signatures of 70 senators on this napkin. AIPAC official Steve Rosen and Jeffrey Goldberg in the New Yorker. Yeah. It's true. I love that Jonathan Chait, by the way, literally looked at my criticism of every AIPAC endorsed AIPAC Democrat. I said, AIPAC boss call was made. They are unanimous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred, FDR. If you're a defender of Israel's genocide, of its occupation, of its child killing spree, then your boos mean nothing to me. And Jonathan Chait, who's always wrong, says Piker's response to Democrats criticizing his anti-Semitic statement is to claim it was secretly orchestrated by AIPAC. I don't think it's a secret, man. To which Mehdi Hasan responded with, you see this napkin? In 24 hours, we could have the signatures of 70 senators on this napkin. That's what AIPAC official Steve Rosen told Jeffrey Goldberg in the New Yorker. And these guys keep saying AIPAC is Jews, AIPAC is all Jews, AIPAC is all Jews, which is infinitely more anti-Semitic than what they even accuse me of doing. Yeah, it's a mass hysteria event is right. But austerity theft is also right. They don't care that it's all bullshit and fake, even if their condemnation of what they pretend he said end up agreeing with him. All they have is this manic shit throwing, and they hope so much shit gets thrown at the wall that it won't matter. It's discipline, not discourse. That's it. if enough prominent Democrats in unison yell about a Twitch streamer they've never heard of before because AIPAC told them to, or a prominent donor told them to, possibly an AIPAC donor, then, you know, the media discourse will set the stage. It'll be, I will forever be known as like this dangerous anti-Semite. I don't think it's going to work though, because as I've said with the Abdul El Sayed primary, if you recall, one of my greatest locks in the Abdul El Sayed primary when they did this exact same coordinated attack was, hey, you're positioning yourself on a 90-10 issue on the side of the 10%. So you're fucking up. Go ahead, make my day. Keep doing this. Keep yelling about how anti-Semitic I am. Most people understand that that is not the case. I guess this question was asked about to Abdul El Sayed about like his affiliation or my if I've had conversations with me, or is it about conversations with Moss?
And
I assume it's private correspondence that he's had with Moss. About how Jeremy Moss is saying he's withholding his endorsement still because he's still having talks with him about Israel or whatever, or not Israel. He's still having conversations with him about endorsing him.
What I'll tell you is that the conversations I've had with future Congressman-elect, God willing, Jeremy Moss, have been about what it looks like to come together agreeably across our disagreements. You know, I'm not going to sugarcoat the idea that we have disagreements, particularly when it comes to foreign policy and the best use of our tax dollars. And the plurality of Michigan Democratic primary voters nominated me to be the Democratic nominee. Now, I think it's important for us to recognize that the position that I hold on foreign policy is about trying to uplift and empower all people. Is about the kids in a community not too far from here where the median income is $14,000 a year, and the fact that Detroit Public Schools Community District is still nearly $1.7 billion behind on the necessary repairs in the school district, despite putting $700 million into the school district over the last year. It's about keeping our tax dollars here to invest in those schools here. It's also about making sure that in our foreign policy we substantiate equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinian folk. And I'd rather my tax dollars not get spent to take away some people's self-determination that could be used to empower other folks here. That's not about hating anybody. I'm grateful to have grown up in a community where I got so much exposure and empowerment from the Jewish community. I'm so grateful. Judaism and the
If we keep going, maybe Democrats will offer Medicare for all if we denounce you. Yeah, that's not going to happen, big dog. It's not going to happen.
Jewish people are a light unto the world. Incredible contributions to our society, our culture, a beautiful faith that rhymes with so much of my own. And so, we're going to continue to have that conversation. And insofar as there are disagreements about foreign policy, my hope is that folks understand where those disagreements align, and also understand that that does not come at the cost of Jewish safety. He's been one person with whom I've had a conversation among so many leaders in the Jewish community who've opened their arms to me and been willing to have a really, really good conversation. I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations. And I think all of us agree that the things that divide us are so much smaller than the things that unite us against somebody like Mike Rogers.
But we do begin with two birds of a feather. Radical socialist extremist, but in this case, podcaster Hasan Piker, Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed, pictured together frequently on the campaign trail, leaving many to openly wonder, why? Why would a candidate for the U.S. Senate want to campaign with Hasan Piker? Remember, a guy who constantly, kind of doesn't love America, once proclaiming that we deserved 9/11. We deserve 9/11? No, I don't think so. Hanging a framed image of the Twin Towers burning.
Oh, God. What is this? They both crazy. These people aren't born here. Why are they allowed to run we're both born here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm done. I don't want to watch this anymore. We've seen so much. What is this? danger America faces in the rise of Hasan Piker. Brother, it's every fucking episode.
I'm not seeking an endorsement. I'm not seeking endorsement. I do not accept nor I do reject. Come on. We know what's going on here. If the communists win, they're going to pick him over Schumer. That's what this is. So he's kind of flirting with these guys, but he doesn't want to be seen doing the walk of shame. I've been doing a lot of Bible study with Harold and Greg, and
true.
I think I'm pretty certain that this Piker guy not getting into heaven. I would not be giving the middle finger to the gods.
Given all the hate, do you honestly regret saying that? Look, I already said I shouldn't have used those words. I should have just stuck to blowback. In fucking 2019. Jesse Waters saying I'm not getting into heaven is so funny. If there's between you and I, if there's one motherfucker who's not getting into heaven, it's you, Jesse.
Saying things like this, it's called karma. And we've seen guys like this before, and bad things happen to guys like this. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not predicting it. I don't know anything that could happen, but bad energy. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, he's just actively saying like someone's got to do something about this fucking guy. And it's going to get even crazier.
Greg, what do you think about the contrast of the weekend?
Well, I'm conflicted talking about Hasan Piker. It's like autoerotic asphyxiation.
Asphyxiation.
Thank you. I wouldn't know how to pronounce it. But news outlets will avoid describing it in order to reduce the contagion effect. They don't want other people doing it. And I don't really want other people imitating Piker. He is the human version of autoerotic asphyxiation. If you try to do that, you will not have the wealth and the family that he has to save yourself when you get fired from your job for doing stupid things. Kirk openly debated him, and the interaction was professional and cordial, and it wasn't until Kirk was murdered that he does the Macarena on his gravestone. And this is kind of the asymmetry.
One of the things that's really sad for the Republicans is that they tried to do this forced reverence of Charlie Kirk and it fucking backfired. So now they're mad that we make fun of, not like the assassination of Charlie Kirk, although some people do that. I'm not one of those people. But instead, the attempts of the Republican Party to make a right-wing podcaster come across as like, white boy MLK, basically. A podcaster who also despised MLK, ironically enough. So, it's just, this is more so in the same. There are Republicans who make fun of George Floyd, right? All the time. They're nasty. And then there are people who will make fun of Nancy Pelosi kneeling with the kente cloth. Okay? We are the people who made fun of that as well. But that's besides the point. My point is, we're more so making jokes at the expense, not of Charlie Kirk, even though he, is the recipient of it to a certain degree. But we're making jokes about the Republican lionization initiative, the martyrization, and its failure. Okay? That's it. And it's really interesting that all of these Republicans that mock George Floyd, that mock police brutality in general, that mock black people in general with regular frequency, that mocked the Paul Pelosi attempted assassination, that mocked Robert Mueller, that mocked Rob Reiner for simply being anti-Trump, that mock transgender people that killed themselves. All of these people, they traffic in so much toxicity and hatred. And when they receive just a fraction of it, just a little baby bit, they lose their fucking minds. This clip would go mega viral if Asmongold received the Hasan Piker treatment. He said he's glad George Floyd is dead. What did he do?
People make a joke about Charlie Kirk, which, by the way, George Floyd was a career criminal, scumbag, piece of shit, piece of garbage, trying to buy a banana with a fake $20 bill, driving around on fentanyl. And Charlie Kirk was just simply a political activist that had a family. No criminal record, no violent behavior, no resisting arrest. So Charlie Kirk and George Floyd are not equal. George Floyd was a piece of fucking garbage. The world is a better place because George Floyd is dead. And I would say that to anybody driving around under the influence of fentanyl. George Floyd isn't special. He's one of, unfortunately, many. Fuck, like, it's one thing to be doing it the day he gets killed, right? But, like, people doing it now, people make a joke about Charlie Kirk, which, by the way...
Yeah, I mean, he's just a edgy little groiper, dude. What do you mean?
That we talk about all the time. That, you know, we get dragged into these both sides arguments, and we're like, can't you see? It's not both sides. You know, we're civil, and you ridicule his death. These juxtapositions are there all the time, but yet
It's so funny. We're civil. It's just, to me, when I hear any Republican at all, say the words, "We are civil," what do you say to that but laugh? Is civility in the fucking room with us, man? You're Greg Buttfeld. We're civil, he says. Also, Charlie Kirk wasn't civil.
You as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't. Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
Yeah, that's Mr. Civil, dude. A beacon of civility. Or Greg Buttfeld saying the N-word should be, our N-word should be Nazi. Mr. Civility over here.
Oh, you bring it up. Someone will say, yeah, well, you guys on the other side, did you know that Donald Trump called Rosie O'Donnell a pig? And it's like, shut up. You're right about...
Shut up. That's just the motherfucking president. Greg Buttfeld wants to apply a higher standard to a left Twitch streamer than the president that he voted for 3 times. Okay? I'm sorry. Most Americans, no matter how dumb they might be, are going to look at that and go, this sounds a little strange. Like, you cannot make a call or a demand for civility when you are a Republican. Anyway, when I interviewed Hasan Piker at the end of June, I asked him about the possibility that he could become a liability for Abdul al-Sayed in the general election. Here's what he had to say.
Helped al-Sayed in the primary, but do you think that you might hurt him, that his affiliation with you might hurt al-Sayed in the general election?
No, absolutely not. Because for progressives and for socialists in particular, like Bernie Sanders especially as well, getting out of the primary is a far more difficult battle than winning in the general. This is our theory. The reason for that is because Republicans don't have a vision for change. Socialists do. Or even someone like Abdul al-Sayed, who's not a socialist, but very progressive. He has a vision for change. He's a real fighter. And as long as we can get that vision in front of as many people as possible, the opposition looks silly when they try to focus on culture war issues.
Now, of course,
if we stick to kitchen table problems, if we stick to issues that pertain to the material realities that the working class are facing, and if we earnestly communicate and advocate for their struggles and say, here's how we're going to solve this issue, Medicare for all, no more money on endless militarism, let's reconsider our relationship with Israel, especially at a time when Israel has goaded the United States of America into waging war in Iran, and that's actually had a horrible effect on gas prices. When we communicate to people in the general, and the opposition's reaction to that is, Well, what about trans people? What about Abdul al-Sayed being Muslim? If that's the only thing they got, people will make that right choice. I'll say, no, I think I'm going to go with the guy who wants to give me health care.
Now, of course, the other side of this is if the Democrats don't unify around the candidate and they are rat fucking him right now, then, you know, that calculation becomes a little bit more difficult. It's not impossible, but it's still difficult nonetheless.
That's the theory.
Mr. O'Sullivan, when you asked this question, did you think the liability would be from the Republican attacks or from members of the Democratic Party like Hakeem Jeffries? I did not expect the DNC to actively try to tank the campaigns of their own candidates. Yeah, I didn't either. Or at least to this degree. Abdul really folded under no pressure? That's not true, man. You're crazy if you think that there's no pressure here. He's desperately trying to plug holes. What are you talking about? He's trying to not create an environment where the Republicans will continuously, cynically make it seem as though the Democratic base is not fucking united. And in that calculation, he thought he could possibly release like a neutral statement, but of course they pounced on him. They pounced on him. And they pounced on that statement regardless. Because these guys they're not honest brokers. They are singularly invested in either getting Abdul to concede on a more manageable pro-Israel position to get him to play ball there, or destroy his chances of being the pivotal seat that wins the Democrats the Senate majority. Yeah. I'm just a stand-in for those attacks. And it is clear to me that there are at least very powerful figures, powerful organizations that have identified me as almost like a, and this is wrong, their assessment is wrong, but they've identified me as being like on equal footing to like AIPAC. Okay? That's the reason why you see a lot of establishment Democrats and every single Republican aggressively come after me and even utilize like Democrats that have already endorsed Abdul, that are stumping for Abdul, to consistently lob attacks in my direction. This is a good assessment of what's going on right now.
Jewish people are not a monolith, and to say that all Jewish people support Israel is anti-Semitic and will actually lead to more anti-Semitism. Actually, they're all the same, you fucking bigot. You're telling me that they can think independent thoughts of each other? They're capable of reasoning? They aren't a big hive mind controlled by a queen? What are you, fucking racist? I don't care if I lose, as long as Israel wins. Looks like we got a Nazi here tonight. Ezra Klein said the same exact thing. Yeah, well, he didn't say it Muslim-y. Muslim. I condemn Hasan Piker for fucking... what was the script again? What was it? Hasan Piker did October 11th, 9/11/7. 7/11. Nothing else to talk about right now. There's nothing else to talk about for us to talk about. Hasan was a good, upstanding man, like Randy Fine or Jared Kushner, who I defended and met with this week.
I mean, I cannot believe CBS put that up, dude. The idea that Jews are monolithic, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And they sincerely made the argument that I am fucking anti-Semitic. What is this? Reporter, a veteran Chicago reporter. His buddy Hasan Piker is on tape. He wants immigrants brought here to rape American women and their daughters. I asked, what the fuck? I'm not aware of such comments. And I asked about CPT resources being burned. Not a word. It's so insane that they just make up shit and then they go along with it, dude. Holy fuck, Elon Musk has ruined this goddamn country. Elon Musk has ruined the fucking world. Okay? That's got to be some fucking crazy crank, but it's just nuts. I never said that. That is bullshit. Oh my God. They quite literally never lied about Corbyn this hard. Yeah, because they didn't need to, because at the time, Israel was seen as a favorable nation. If Representative Josh Gottheimer really does do a House resolution on this, as he says he will, someone needs to submit these actual comments into the congressional record so future generations can get a glimpse of the combination of insanity and stupidity that drives the party establishment. Hasan, why did you say the following? Santa is fat and gay? Because it is true. Ali Abunimah makes the Corbyn. Yeah, the genocide Democrats are Corbynizing anyone they view as remotely critical of the Zionist mass murder regime, and the targets like Abdul al-Sayed are pathetically repeating. Oh, God. I think he's being a little too harsh on Abdul. Appeasement never works, and even if he's elected, he will be totally neutered. Ali also literally defended Zoran the other day. So, if anything, Abdul has been much stronger on his language and his condemnations of Israel than even Zoran. So, I'm not so certain that he will be a feckless, neutered. Janine Younes, a civil liberties attorney and president of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, slammed Abdul al-Sayed over his response to Hasan Piker's comments, calling him pathetic kowtowing to the Zionist mob. Piker was most obviously not calling for violence against Jews. Younes wrote, he was issuing a very reasonable warning. Again, not the best. Not very helpful. Not the best. It just... My assessment on this stuff is like, he's already getting nonstop. Zoran never did you dirty like Abdul did, honestly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's getting fucking nonstop attacked. Okay? He is getting attacked nonstop. Abdul is not the person that should be receiving our criticism right now. Until he says some shit, until he actually caves or capitulates on something that pertains to Israel, then, you know, I'm with him. This is, by the way, this is Mehdi from before, when he interviewed Mark Ruffalo before. This is the state of the Republican Party right now. This kind of shows where the right-wing activists come from. What is this? I went undercover as a Republican for a year. Yeah, NBC. Iranian missile and drone attacks have inflicted unprecedented damage on U.S. intelligence posts and surveillance hardware in the Middle East that is more extensive than any destruction America's spy agencies have endured and will cost billions of dollars to repair, according to the 4 people with knowledge on the matter. Reuters, at least 2 CIA sites were struck in March, the CIA station in Riyadh and a separate site in eastern Iraq. Some of the sources said additional CIA sites have been hit, but they declined to disclose the exact number of locations hit by Iranian drones. One source put the number at more than 1 and fewer than a dozen. A second source said several facilities were hit. Yeah. I will continue to withhold my critique of Abdul al-Sayed until he does something that is, like, actually fucking
Hasan Piker.
What is this?
They're having an event.
Oh my God.
I'm Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Good. So should co-chair...
Bro, they're asking him if he condemns Gustavo. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck. Oh my God. Everyone in the media is fucking... They just have knives out, dude. Condemn this, condemn this. Do you condemn Gustavo? Do you condemn Hasan Piker? Do you condemn your wife? Zoran Mamdani, do you condemn your wife? Why won't you condemn your wife? Divorce your wife, Zoran Mamdani! This is what the New Yorkers need to know about. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yes, the dude lives in a
Gustavo
fucking brownstone. Who gives a shit? Oh my God, who gives a shit? I cannot believe that this is like a serious point of contention. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's crazy. There's that one girl who's not even like, is she even DSA? I think she like recently joined DSA. She like worked for Brad Lander and they were destroying her on New York Post. They're like, this is Lululemon. Anyone that has an opinion that is to the left of Ronald Reagan gets the fucking Adolf Hitler treatment from American media. Except, actually, that's not true because American media was quite favorable in their coverage of Adolf Hitler for the longest fucking time, actually. They treat it as dangerous form of anti-Semitism as simply a way to win favor with elections. It's not real. It's not real anti-Semitism. Don't worry. That's the way the New York Times reported on him. It's fucking nuts. DSA rich girl Lululemon defends wealth. Like, I don't even think this person is anything but a social democrat. Is this person even like a communist or anything? Who cares? Who cares? Why do I know about this person? I should never have to know about this person. It doesn't make sense. And you shouldn't know about me either, by the way. If you're like 75 years old, you should not know what my name is, okay? It's so insane how hostile the media is. I mean, it's expected, but goddamn. Hopefully, this will be somewhat of a wake-up call for many leftists who love chirping at the fucking sidelines, okay, about all of the, leftist content creators or influencers or media platforms or leftist leaders that get routinely attacked, that they too will be in the fucking crosshairs at some point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's because of what we are advocating for, okay? That's why they're attacking us. And you're a fucking idiot if you actually fall for it. That's why I can't stand it when dumb fucks on TikTok will be like, Hasan Piker is quite problematic and he should just go away. Why? Are you going to be the new guy? Go right ahead. You think they're not going to fucking own you? You think they're not going to ritualistically humiliate you? You think that they're not going to find your old posts? Leftists that left bash are fucking stupid. Okay? They're just dumb. They don't understand. We've never had a moment in the spotlight like we do currently. Okay? I only have a lot of experience about this because I've been the primary enemy of anyone and everyone that believes that Nancy Pelosi is a communist, basically, has actively attacked me for the last decade. The reason why they don't attack you is because they don't know about you. They don't care enough about you. You haven't made an impact yet. Maybe one day when you do, actually make that impact, they'll fucking come after you too. The Rupert Murdoch's media team at New York Post sent a goddamn drone to my house, take a fucking aerial photo of the front of my house. They blasted that shit all over the New York Post. And there are dumb fucks out there who are like, Hasan Piker is actually being propped up as a psyop, dude. He's not as radical as I am. And it's crazy that they're treating him as radical. Let's fucking attack him.
Gordillo stepped down after lying to the New York Times, lying about his job to get a full-time gig with DSA and failing to support union workers.
You know, the D in DSA stands for Democratic, and I leave it to the organization in its own voting of who it is electing as its leaders. And I think what we've seen with Gustavo and what we've seen to any others who are in the fight for a fairer, more affordable New York is that their focus is on making this a city that everyone can belong to, and I welcome anyone who's committed to that.
It's the same shit over and over again. Hasan Piker is in a fucking $2.7 million mansion, dude. Oh my God, how dare he? It's like, you wouldn't give a fuck if I was talking about Sigma Grindset. If I was like, capitalism is awesome, you'd be eating my dick from the back. You would be like, he is a legend. Look at this bro-y podcaster who's talking and defending capitalism. You're a fucking dog for capital, okay? Remember when Fox News put that Reddit mod on to embarrass them? People don't understand the media's capability to destroy you. I know. The fact that I've been able to consistently push for this message that was seen as horrifying, repulsive, terrifying for like the last decade, until finally we've been able to breach collective consciousness a little bit, as the primary source of enmity of everyone that hates socialism, everyone that hates liberals, everyone that hates progress, for the last decade, without fucking killing myself, means that I know what I'm doing.
Do you condemn the actions in lying about these details?
Thank you very much.
Over the months, Iran's billboard designers have been both morbid and triumphant. A nation that feels they have the upper hand in this grinding war with Donald Trump's America. But could Tehran be the ones who soon start feeling the squeeze after Washington announced a new round of economic sanctions and the regime admitting that their citizens are feeling the pain?
We completely sympathize with the people. We understand what inflation means. We understand what pressure on the currency means. We understand what shortages mean. But the government's entire effort was to prevent these desperate attempts to cut off the country's financial and commercial lifelines.
The aim of Washington's proposed sanctions is to isolate Iran from its allies and the global economy. Tehran's currency has already dropped to a record low against the US dollar. There were long lines at petrol stations today amidst fuel shortages and rumours of price rises. The concern is that Iranians will feel the economic pain rather than the regime.
One of the major problems with sanctions is that it tends to hurt civilian populations.
Yeah, no, the sanctions package is going to be so awesome when regular Iranian citizens can't get on a fucking flight out of Tehran. How is that harming the administration? It's not. It's not. They're just putting the pressure on the Iranian public. That's all this is. And it's also not going to work.
Who already don't have control over their governments. The Iranian regime has shown that they're extremely capable of repressing dissent and opposition domestically, and they've done it over and over the past several years.
Iran is no stranger to sanctions from Washington, having dealt with a range of economic measures since the Islamic Revolution of 1979. Tehran has managed to survive by moving money, oil and goods through intermediaries, yet the White House is sounding confident. The US naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has managed to strangle oil exports from Iran. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent believes this pressure could force a change in Tehran.
To the ordinary soldiers supporting this regime, as more and more of your paychecks stop or are supposedly just delayed, ask whether your commanders are leading your country to triumph or to ruin. And recall that the Berlin Wall fell when ordinary soldiers decided not to shoot at their own people.
It does speak of desperation if they think the only way they can coerce Iran is to get a new government in place. And it's very unlikely that that would happen. And it's unlikely that a new government would be any friendlier to the United States or any more likely to compromise with the United States as a result of these sanctions.
And the new sanctions aren't just targeted at Iran. They're aimed at any nation financially partnering with them. And that risks the wrath of Beijing. China buys about 90% of the oil that Iran exports and warned that they could retaliate if Chinese companies are included in the sanctions.
China's cooperation with Iran has always been conducted within the framework of international law and should not be interfered with. China is closely watching the relevant development and will take all necessary measures to firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests.
China's warning is not great news for anyone ahead of a visit by Xi Jinping to Washington next month. And Iran could also counter-escalate themselves with yet more attacks on the Strait of Hormuz, despite President Trump saying today that all mines had been removed from the waterway.
So Iran has many cards that it can play. It can obviously go after U.S. assets, especially naval assets that are enforcing the blockade. It can deepen its own blockade by pushing the Houthis in Yemen to put more pressure on energy and commercial traffic in and out of the Red Sea. And then the Iranians can obviously push their allies, like the militias in Iraq, to target Saudi or Emirati energy infrastructure.
Will these sanctions therefore force Iran into escalating the war? Or will they fail and thus force the Americans to go back to military might? Yet more questions and unknowns in a conflict that was meant to last just 6 weeks, but will soon mark 6 months.
An unidentified projectile hitting and disabling an oil tanker near Oman's Ashisha in the Strait of Hormuz. And you can see how close it is to the strait just right there on the map. As of now, here's what we know. The tanker's engine room was damaged. The crew is believed to be safe. Now, this is according to the UK's maritime trade operations. And the news of this strike comes just hours after the Trump administration announced it's launching a new campaign against Iran, cutting it off from the global economy. They say they're going to order other countries to stop doing business with Tehran. That has historically been impossible to implement because it involves countries that the U.S. does an incredibly large amount of business with, whether it be South Korea or other countries. And it's unclear whether this will do anything to further disrupt Iran's economy because Trump has already said that Iran's economy is decimated.
They're broke. They have no money. You know, Iran is broke, totally broke. And they're not paying their soldiers. They have inflation of 300%.
They have 300% inflation. They're making no money.
So tonight, Iran's deputy foreign minister came out in response to the threats to mock Trump and Treasury Secretary Besson, who announced these economic sanctions, saying, quote, "Your narrative doesn't add up. You say Iran's military capability has been dismantled, 100% of its military factories destroyed, and its nuclear program buried. But for this very Iran, the, quote, largest financial assault in history and the mobilization of, quote, all U.S. institutions and authorities, end quote, have been necessary? Is this a victory or an admission of America's failure?" Out front now, Robert Kagan, one of the nation's top foreign policy experts,
That's
also
crazy.
just publishing a new piece in the Atlantic.
It's crazy that Robert Kagan is like one of the most outspoken critics of this fucking war. This is literally his entire life's mission. When I say I never thought we would get here, I don't think you guys understand. I don't think you understand. Hearing Robert Kagan do this is like hearing Adolf Hitler condemn anti-Semitism. Okay? Robert Kagan is one of the godfathers of neoconservatism. Okay? And him and Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol's even more insane. Bill Kristol has become an outspoken critic of ICE. Bill Kristol is more woke than like 90% of the Bulwark staff. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Fuck the Bulwark. Yeah, I mean, Bill Kristol has been outspoken before the Iran war. He's actually not just anti-Trump. Bill Kristol is not just anti-Trump. He is beyond anti-Trump. He's like anti-ICE. He's like against do-nothing Democrats. It's like kind of weird. Anyway, John Bolton is against the Iran war, but that's for different reasons. It's because his faction lost. New Galabaf tweet, "Sir, this isn't Normandy." Him, economic D-Day. Also him, 5 seconds later, lol, why would I want to blow up the financial system? Sir, this ain't Normandy. This is improv night, and you forgot your own script. Clown day. Which Zoomer is tasked with dealing with the Speaker of the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament, Galibaf's Twitter account. What the hell is going on? What do you mean John Bolton's faction? John Bolton is in the tank for MEK. And the Trump administration, at first, alongside Israel, leaned into the Pahlavists. There's like different factions in the Iranian opposition. And that was the reason why John Bolton was against it. Anyway, this is all I told you so's. Hakeem is just responds about Jared. Oh yeah, we'll get to Hakeem Jeffries, the lion of sex. But yeah, let's get back to Kagan.
Iran unleashed. Hi, Robert. I'm always grateful to have the opportunity to talk to you, and you've got a lot to talk about tonight. I just want to ask you first about this, though. We're 6 months into the war. Today, the U.S. investment rolls out this big sanctions plan. And what the deputy foreign minister, all propaganda aside, from Iran quotes Trump and this administration is saying is true, right? They say that it's decimated and dismantled and, right, that it's totally buried. So it does beg the question about why the need for this right now. So the question is, does this new sanctions plan move the needle?
I wouldn't think so. And also, what is the plan? I mean, we've been building up to this economic D-Day announcement, and the announcement turns out to be more warnings about stuff that we may do to unnamed countries in the future. And so, as you rightly point out, there isn't much left to do other than prevent countries from doing any business at all with Iran. And the number one country that we would be talking about in this situation is China. And Trump has a meeting coming up with Xi Jinping. And I think that's why Secretary Treasury Bessent did not mention any names, because he didn't want to mention China. And it remains to be seen whether the administration is willing to be tough on China, because Trump was not tough on China when he visited Xi Jinping.
Well, right. I mean, also, it's, the whole idea of we're not going to trade with you if you trade with them, it just can't add up when it comes to China, right? That's the situation of the leverage with the trade relationship, but just to be blunt. And Iran is pushing back already, right? The deputy foreign minister calling out the threat, saying it doesn't add up, if Iran's capabilities have been destroyed and dismantled. And you write, because of this war, quote, the dominant power in the region going forward will be Iran, not the United States or Israel's. For years, the world has been dealing with an Iran constrained. It will now discover what Iran unleashed looks like. I mean, Robert, look, that's a stunning thing to say. You look at this over an entire career. But to think that the decisions made in the past few months could lead you to say from the U.S. And Israel being the power players in the region to now being Iran, that is a pretty stunning thing to say. What leads you to say it now?
Well, and
for Robert and all these other neocons, it's to save American empire because we're crumbling at a rapid rate, and they see that. Oh yeah, no. This is like in the early days of. This is like in the early days of Israel's genocide, when you had like State Department officials who were criticizing the Biden administration for leaning into Israel's worst ambitions, worst desires, knowing full well what was about to happen. Those people were not pro-Palestine. They weren't like, oh my God, Israel is killing so many people. There were a lot of people in the State Department that were American exceptionalists that wanted the continuation of American empire, and they understood that leaving Israel to do whatever it wants to do would lead down would basically trigger a dangerous domino of increasingly worse acts of belligerence that would inevitably harm America's standing in the world. So it's not like those guys were, kind-hearted individuals or just, anti-war liberals or something. That wasn't the case. That would be very silly. It'd be very silly to assume that. I saw Cory Booker shit talk Hasan. Yeah, he sucks. I saw they were coming at you crazy yesterday. You got this, broski. Yeah, they're still coming at me crazy. It's not. Assuming every Democrat wins and controls the Senate and House, do you still think other Democrats inside will try to suppress them in committees? 100%. Yes. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is going to offer favorable committee positions to any of these left flank candidates. I'll be honest with you. It's not. We're, we got our work cut out for us. We just have to keep pushing. Oh, not Cory Booker. You better watch out. He might do a 25-hour speech about you as an excuse to get to wear a diaper on the Senate floor again. Yeah, but 25 hours away from Rabbi Shmuley, it's tough. Water reminder, I just drank some. Hello. Hello. What's up? Oh, you want more? What is that? That's crazy. I gave her a treat. You are the fattest dog in America. That's crazy. This is why the vet fat shamed you. This is why the vet fat shamed you. Look at her face when I say the T word. Treat? What? Shame on you. Shame. Shame. She's still looking. Anyway, let's continue with Robert Kagan.
And you're right. I mean, it is probably the greatest strategic defeat the United States has suffered since World War II. So, I do think that's why I wrote this, because I do think it's important for people to understand just how much we have lost here. Look, the story was that Iran always had to worry, even though it was somewhat aggressive at many times, but it always had to worry that the United States would come in and launch a sort of devastating attack. Well, now that the United States has launched an attack that was meant to be devastating, and Iran has survived, and now the United States is out of all kinds of munitions, of missiles and defense interceptors, the Iranians know that really the United States does not have a military option right now. And that is the reason why the Trump administration is now trumpeting their economic sanctions. But that's a major retreat, and the Iranians understand it. That means Iran is essentially now going to go forward in substantial control of the Strait of Hormuz, which gives it incredible power to deal with not just the region, and all the Gulf states are now going to have to make their deals with Iran, but also with the rest of the world. Countries like Japan and Korea depend on access to the Gulf energy sources, something like 90 to 95% of their economy. And so what are they going to do now? And what they're going to do is cut their deal with Iran. And that is how Iran is now emerging as a major player in the international system from a position that was incredibly weak just maybe a year and a half ago.
What is interesting, because you're actually saying that the control of the Strait of Hormuz is a more useful instrument of power than a nuclear weapon, which I also think is an incredible thing to say, because you say a nuclear weapon might deter an attack, but control of the strait gives Iran
Not entirely. I think a nuke is still probably more effective. But he's not wrong. Strait of Hormuz is still, yeah, I saw. Hasan derangement cube. You gonna check the South Carolina reminders? South Carolina election? No, I don't care. Is fucking Lindsey Graham's sister probably won, right?
leverage every day over dozens of countries. And this is something that
that's right.
Well, while you go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that Iran has already made clear that they will not only charge for transit through the strait, but they will take it upon themselves to decide who gets through and who doesn't get through. They've already said that ships associated with their enemies, meaning at least the United States and Israel, will not be getting through the strait. So all the countries around the world will understand that if they want to be able to get their oil supplies.
Yeah, a nuke is more effective in against the madman. Worldwide economic consequences are a weapon for a more rational opponent, and unfortunately, America's run out of all semblance of logic, reasoning, rationality. It's just not like Donald Trump does not care. I don't know how else to explain it at this point. He just does not. He simply, I mean, he said it so many times that it's tough. It feels like I'm repeating myself all the time, but Donald Trump has openly said he does not care. About the impact of inflation.
They're going to have to be friendly to Iran, or at least not hostile to Iran. And that breaks down the whole system of containment of Iran that the United States and Israel and other countries have erected over the years.
So the administration has applied a whole host of measures to pressure Iran economically. It calls this an economic D-Day. Are these measures, in your view, a significant level up from those already in place?
Frankly, no. A lot of the measures that were discussed by Secretary Besson today are the kinds of sanctions that we've had in place for years. And frankly, a lot of the work that he was talking about that's going on now, this quiet diplomacy with those who may be doing business with Iran, has been essentially a daily bit of activity for the Treasury Department, State Department, and others, you know, at this point going back decades, with a brief interruption for the nuclear deal we had some years ago. So a lot of these tools are the same. A lot of the people who are doing this engagement are the same. You know, really, there isn't a whole lot that is new here other than the threat that this is somehow going to be transformative for Iran's economy.
If one were to pick a country that does a great deal of business with Iran, it would be China, given how much oil in particular it imports from there. You saw that he was asked quite directly, are Chinese banks and other entities going to face secondary sanctions? I mean, he didn't say China, but he did.
Michael from D.C.
seemed to say, well, everybody. Is this administration, which is so focused on easing economic tensions with China, really going to do that?
To date, I think you'd have to conclude no, right? There have been plenty of opportunities for this administration to ramp up the pressure on China, you know, both when it took office and, you know, now, 18 months or so ago, and then at various different stops along the way as it's expanded its maximum pressure campaign that put back in place, or at least said it put back in place at the start of the administration, to the Xi and Trump summit, where they were talking about these sorts of issues in Beijing. There's no real evidence that the Trump administration has decided to significantly ramp up the sanctions pressure on China. They've imposed sanctions on some of China's teapot refineries, these small oil refineries, and some of the facilitators and shippers. But that's really kind of a keeping with what the Biden administration was doing before it. So at this point, I think it'd be pretty hard to say that the Trump administration has demonstrated a willingness to really ramp up the pressure on China.
Do you see an actual path to reopening the Strait of Hormuz completely? Because Iranian officials say, well, they've got some economic leverage over the U.S., and the fact is they do. I mean, with oil prices, gas prices, not just, of course, over the U.S., but those all around the world who import oil through the Persian Gulf. The administration is claiming that oil is going in there through there more than we know. Is that actually true?
Well, at this point, it's hard to say. So there are lots of people who are tracking the tankers that are allegedly coming through with U.S. support and haven't been able to validate the numbers that the Trump administration has given us. On the other hand, sometimes it's hard to validate these numbers, especially if ships are running opaquely and trying to avoid being detected. I think the bigger thing that I would point to is that with the blockade in place, with the blockade the U.S. Navy has put in place, we're already putting a significant amount of pressure on the Iranian economy. Sanctions are going to augment that and add to the pressure that's already being felt there. But we've not seen thus far.
Is that Michael from Pennsylvania? No, it's Michael from D.C., bro.
Enough relief from the pressure Iran's putting in place to speed up our clock with Iran. Instead, really, at this point, we're kind of at a stalemate. And a stalemate is going to benefit the Iranians.
You've argued the next Iran deal should be narrower and therefore easier to implement. So how narrow exactly?
Well, I think the most overriding imperative for the United States at this point is getting the Strait of Hormuz open to get commerce flowing again, not just oil, but also refined products, which are really now the main shortfall, things like diesel and fertilizer, and trying to make sure that the global south, for instance, can have planting seasons and so forth. And I think that to do that, the United States may need to drop the blockade and give some amount of limited sanctions relief. Be good to also get some transparency into Iran's nuclear program, some understanding of where their highly enriched uranium, the material that could go into weapons, is right now. But if our objective is to try and prevent Iran from continuing to be a threat, giving significant sanctions relief, lots of money to the IRGC, to me, strikes as a bad idea. So I think in the first instance, I would try and get the strait open, trade that for the blockade, maybe a limited sanctions relief, and then see what happens thereafter and know whether or not the IRGC is a reasonable negotiating party. I rather suspect we'll find they aren't.
The brand new bridge between Canada and the USA, next door neighbors, huge trading partners, same language, easy peasy, except only the Canadians.
By the way, at a time when this should be the primary focus of the Michigan Senate race, the fact that centrist Democrats have turned the ire back at Abdullah Sayed for his affiliations is unbelievable to me. I mean, it's expected, but it's just like I can't think of a worse way to operate. Like this is textbook rat fucking. The Canada tariff war is going to directly destroy the Michigan economy. Okay? That's what it's going to do. Due to NAFTA and then later on the USMCA, a massive chunk of components of cars being built in Canada come from the United States and vice versa. It is an incredibly self-destructive attitude for no real discernible reason, and it will absolutely target the Michigan economy. It makes no sense. It'll even hurt Matty Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. Okay? The Gordie Howe Bridge. What gives? It's going to hurt Matty Maroon because he makes money off that commerce flowing through his bridge. Do you think Abdul still has a shot? Yes. What? What the fuck are you guys talking about? You think Abdul Al-Sayed's chances have been significantly harmed by the last like 48 hours of attacks from centrist Democrats, yes, Abdul still, what do you mean, has a shot? He's going to win.
Showed up for the opening ceremony of the bridge that they had paid for because Trump suddenly wanted a share of the tolls. That was July. That set the tone.
Respectfully, for the exact same thing about Francesca, yeah, there's a difference here. It's a Senate race. And here's the other thing. Okay. There's so much more time between now and November. That's number one. Abdul is a crafty communicator. And last but not least, I was super confident until Haley got the amount of votes she did. Yeah, except those voters are all going to vote for Abdul. Those voters are going to vote for Abdul. Those are establishment Democrat, like concerned voters that care about electability. It's not like they voted for Haley Stevens because they were like, I really love her policy platform. I'm frustrated with the fact that Democrats are trying to blow the race up and try to hurt his chances. Now, that's one. Number two, most people don't fucking pay attention to TV anyway. But the ones that watch TV are not going to be like, oh, wow, I really hate Abdul El-Sayed for aligning with this Twitch streamer. If anything, they are going to get mad that mainstream news is focusing at a time of like unprecedented corruption, violence that they've seen, an inflation crisis, that these dumb fucks over at every establishment media outlet is talking about a Twitch streamer. I'm telling you, dude, a lot of diehard liberals. Yes, savvy and realistic Democrat is right. Like most Americans, my top political issues are Hasan Piker, war in Iran and all its consequences, from gas prices to bombed elementary schools to global fertilizer shortage to overstrained U.S. troops to inflation. Hasan Piker. But here's the thing. I predict, maybe I'm wrong, but I predict that there will be backlash to Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker, all of these like very openly AIPAC aligned pro-Israel Democrats making a big stink about this, especially at a time when a lot of liberals, not like fans of mine, not left flank Democrats, not like not the DSA, I'm talking like straight up MS Now watchers, okay, are going to see this coordinated messaging campaign. And I think they're going to get frustrated with it. They're not going to be like, yeah, these guys are right, we should kill Hasan Piker. They're going to be like, why are you talking about this? Because every single member of Congress on the Democratic Party side that's gotten money from AIPAC is tweeting the same thing. Except Brad Sherman also called me a piker. We face tougher threats than those of Mr. Piker, who's literally a piker. We will not be silenced. You think liberals care more about Hakeem Jeffries doing a closed-door meeting with Jared Kushner, or they care about Hakeem Jeffries spending time shitting on me? Pete Aguilar, comments that blame American Jews for threats against them are incredibly harmful. It hasn't stopped. It's just, it keeps going. There's no place for violence in the country. As leaders, we must stand up to hate and anti-Semitism wherever we see it. I think it's kind of funny that they're not naming me in this as well. They're just like making a blanket statement. But what's really interesting is, have you noticed who hasn't tweeted? Have you noticed who hasn't tweeted? Now, of course, Bernie's never going to say some shit like this, right? And neither is AOC. No, not Mitch McConnell. He's dead. None of the Democratic presidential hopefuls. None of the Democratic presidential hopefuls, including, I was at least expecting Josh Shapiro to say some shit. Cory Booker did? Yeah, he's going to lose. He's not a serious candidate. He's not a serious contender. I haven't seen many Republicans either. Mitch McConnell is working from home in hell. Yeah, that's what Mitch is up to. Mitchy boy. Kind of strange. No, it's not strange, man. It's not strange at all. What are you talking about? They want to win. They know that if they present themselves as aggressively defending Israel at a time when it's like AIPAC talking point currently, it's going to come back to haunt them later down the line. They're opportunists. They can't present themselves as repositioning on the issue of Israel later down the line in 2028 if they're spending a good deal of time doing AIPAC's dirty work. I'm sorry to bring up such painful memories about your late lover, Mitch. It's okay. It's okay. He lives in my heart every day. What is this? One of these seems more important. Yeah, the long-term consequences of the failed Iran war are beginning to reveal as we hear about crop yields being down from fertilizer shortages, diesel increasing, etc. But Democrats refuse to campaign on the looming crisis because they fundamentally support the Iran war, so they decide to talk about a Twitch streamer every day instead. It's almost like they can do multiple things at once. There's no legislation they can pass. They tried. It takes 10 minutes to put out a pre-written statement. I love guys like this. Yes, you're right, man. It's so smart for the Democrats to fucking lean into an attack that Republicans highlighted. Yeah. Hamid says, I'm going to turn her brain into complete soup by 2028. I know her better than she knows herself. Very much sounds like a disinterested pollster. Ma'am, I don't know how to explain this to you, but my organization does not do the polling. We pay the same company CBS and The Economist use to do it for us. Is this the Piker poll? She said. Bro, Neera Tanden is so obsessed. It's crazy. It kind of reveals everything about the state of affairs in the Democratic Party that like their top think tank operative is her entire job is to just constantly fucking complain about me. Just drunkenly tweeting about me every day. Yeah, it's the same pollster. YouGov Cap has used YouGov. This is essentially what happened with Obama because of the failures of the Iraq War. OFAC became his favorite combatant command. Military failure drives leaders towards sanctions, but limits the sanctions also drives them to war. We're stuck in a loop at this point. Yeah.
This was today.
Anyway, let's get to Canada.
$20 billion of tariffs imposed by the U.S.
Stand strong, Marks Carney. We are with you. We of Americans, we here, Americans of good conscience, see you, we hear you. You need to do this. You need to fight for your sovereignty. Did we cover this already? when the head of a major left-leaning think tank regularly gets in fights with the Dem base and progressive influencers on social media, almost in an irrational and uncontrollable way, does that ultimately hurt the think tank?
And this was the response today.
Those tariffs will have real consequences for Canadian workers, businesses, and communities across our nation.
Damn, dude. They can't even get the camera to focus. Shit's fucked up over there, man. Tabarnak.
Canada must respond, and today we are, in a proportionate, targeted, and strategic way.
First, the economics. Pity Canadian lumber. There's so much of it. One of their main exports hit by 50% tariffs. Or Canadian steel, same thing. Then there's American bourbon, milk and plywood also hit dollar for dollar by 50% Canadian tariffs. The result, real economic pain on both sides. And then there are the politics, or should we just call it trading insults? The tone for the day was set by Trump. The United States, he posted, is giving serious consideration to changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, and that we don't expect to be doing much business with Ontario any longer. That was a response to Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, who had called Trump a loser.
And simple as that. We're going to fight with everything we have. And you know something? I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body. So there you go.
But the tension started.
I love that Trump said his brother was way better than him, because it's true. His crackhead brother was better. His late great brother was a much better guy than him, which is true.
With Trump's second term, when he said that he wanted Canada to become America's 51st state. Thanks, but no thanks was...
Dude, you can't... It's so crazy. What are we doing, man? What are we fucking doing? What are we doing? What is America doing? Nothing makes sense. We can't even deal with the crisis that we engineered in the Strait of Hormuz, and now we're like, oh yeah, we have smoke for Canada. God, I wish other countries weren't such pussies, man. Seriously, like, this is the opportunity to just be like, no, enough. So I'm glad that Mark Carney is at least pushing back a little bit. I wish it would extend to other stuff. You know? Destroying their hegemony. A lib coworker once accused me of being conservative and an isolationist for saying I don't want U.S. bases in the Middle East. I'm Syrian. Yeah, more proof that the only real nationalists left on earth are from the left. Oh, for sure. That's literally true. Yes. The left cares more about national sovereignty than anybody else. This is something that I identified with this last iteration of MAGA, where the global fascist movement, the international fascist movement, has no investment in the sovereignty of their own nations and are just straight up copy pasting American culture war issues, and they're litigating American culture war problems in countries where it doesn't even make sense. This kind of stuff is good. Like what Mark Carney's doing is good because I hope others see it, take note, and also have some semblance of courage in the process. It's also very good. It's also very good for his electoral chances, too.
Prime Minister Mark Carney's response in the Oval Office.
As you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
Mark Carney has become the patron saint of standing up to Donald Trump. His speech at the Davos Economic Summit in the winter was a
Rudy Dog, you are an idiot. Oh, come on.
blast of ice-cold reality.
I want to hear from the Canadian right winger who's going to convincingly tell me why it's so much better if Canada became the 51st state. Can't believe you clapped him. The Albertan separatist. Ion Band Rudy Dog. Let's hear from what he has. Let's hear
Great
from
powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
The sun may have set not just over that glorious bridge, but over a neighbourly relationship that has endured for generations. And if Canada and the US fall out, what hope is there for the rest of us? Well, the historian Michael Ignatieff is a former leader of Mark Carney's governing Liberal Party. He joins me now. Michael Ignatieff, it's a pleasure to have you on the programme. Is Donald Trump making Canada great again?
I think the country has rallied in an extraordinary way. This is an really unprecedented coming together. We're a divided country, a huge country. We speak a couple of official languages. But this time, Canadians are pretty well 100% behind the Prime Minister's determination to refuse this deal. And the reason is that it's not a trade deal. What this is a direct threat to the economic and political sovereignty of the country, and Canadians understand it as such.
What were the things that specifically led to this trade deal collapsing? Because things were going relatively well for some time. And then at the last minute, there was an intervention. Remind us of what that was and why that was unacceptable to your government.
Well, there were a bunch of things. There were a bunch of late add-ons. A potential deal was reached on Tuesday, and then we discovered that trucks weren't covered by the auto deal, and we make a lot of trucks. And then we discovered that they didn't like the fact that we insist on French language signage on all our products coming into the country. And then we discovered, and this is the most serious issue, that henceforward,
I see the conservatives say Canada needs to get back to the table and they shouldn't do dollar for dollar tariffs, and they blame liberals, literally so cucked to America. Disgusting. How can you have any respect for someone who does not respect himself? I don't. I certainly don't respect these fools. This is why I have so much venom in my heart for right wingers, regardless of where they are. Okay? It's just, you're a nasty little freak. You're a nasty little freak. You look at a situation where the behemoth that is America, the failing giant, is coming after your country, is seeking out its destruction, is demanding its subservience. And you are over here being like, no, it's fine. We should let it happen. You are awful. You're a worm. How the fuck do I, as an American citizen, have more respect for Canada and its sovereignty than you do? You're supposed to be the patriot. Incredible. Canadians, do not let these freaks get away with the statements that they're making right now. You have to remind people all the time where they were and what they were saying. Actually mind-boggling to me that they think that they can get away with this shit.
Canadian economic policy towards Britain, towards Europe, towards China, towards Japan, in other words, towards exterior partners, would have to align with the American.
Yeah, I know it's way worse in Latin America. Colombia's new president is a cuck to Israel and the U.S. I know. But at least in Latin America, that's like, you know, there's like espionage at play. There's like very indirect and sometimes direct manipulation taking place. These are economies and countries that are far less powerful than Canada, which is an energy providing nation, right? Like, there's a difference between Canada and Colombia, chatter. What are you talking about? Colombia has has barely ever had a moment to breathe, let alone have independence, let alone have sovereignty with unbelievable amounts of American meddling. Whereas at least with Canada, it's supposed to be this fucking sovereign nation. It's under the Commonwealth, for example.
Position, and that basically says you're now a client state, and your independence is over. And at that point, Carney pulled the plug, and the country was behind him.
Right. And do you think that resilience and that opposition will continue even as the economic pain will inevitably set in?
I think this guy likes me, by the way, the host. I got interviewed by him for Channel 4. Him and the other lady, they interviewed me for their podcast, and I got the vibes that he was actually a fan.
I think this is a tough
Even though he hit me with some tough questions about Hamas. You know, I've met Hamas. When I was a correspondent, I've met Hamas, and they've got some ideas that I think are unfavorable. That's what he said.
To answer honestly, there may be real hardship, particularly for small businesses exclusively dependent on the American market. But this has become existential. This is not show business. This is something that goes very deep in the Canadian psyche. And I think it means that Canada is prepared to put up with much more pain than the United States. It matters so much more to Canada than it does to the States, that there's an asymmetry in our capacity to absorb punishment. And let's not forget that the Americans will suffer punishment on the other side of the border, because many of the key states that are in play in the midterm elections in November are close to the Canadian border and are directly affected by Canadian counter tariffs. So this is going to put pressure on the president. And in other words, it's not as uneven a battle as it may seem to an outside viewer.
Indeed. I mean, for fear of sounding lurid, is it possible that this could get even worse and go from a trade war to something far more serious?
I don't think you can exclude any possibility with Donald Trump. I mean, I think we all have to understand, and by all I mean Europeans, Brits, we all have to understand we're dealing with a predator. This is not a guy who goes in to negotiate things which end up in win-wins for both sides. This is a guy who goes into negotiations where he either crushes you or you defy him, or if you appease him, you find next day he's got another demand. And this is why Mark Carney said, you know, American agreements are written in pencil. Part of the problem is you negotiate with him one day, get a deal, and next day it's gone. Right. So I just think this has large messages for everybody. This isn't just a Canadian-U.S. story. This is a global story.
Indeed, and we're watching it very closely. Michael Ignatieff, thank you very much for your time.
The trade war between the US and Canada is back on. And I want to show you why this matters, not just for these two countries, but for the rest of the world, because this has geopolitical consequences. It's about China as well. It's about the rest of us. But it's certainly about these two countries. And the way to get a sense of that is to look literally under the bonnet of the economy, to get a sense of just how these two countries interact economically. And a good place to do that, if we zoom in, it's here. It's Michigan, it's Detroit, it's Windsor. It is the home of North American car making, at least traditionally. And the interesting thing about this border, we went there just kind of recently, is just how much commerce there is between it. This is the busiest border between Canada and America.
Say it. Matty Maroon, Trump's biggest donor, owns the bridge between Canada and the state of Michigan. Matty Maroon. What gives? Israel comes to me in my dreams.
America anywhere. You've got trucks going over all the time, and most of those trucks are filled with parts that are used for...
Where are they going over? What is the bridge that they're going over? Which bridge? Is it the Gordie Howe Bridge? Is it the bridge owned by Matty Maroon, Trump's biggest donor? Say his name, please.
making cars. Cars like this, Chrysler Pacific, are actually made on the Canadian
Is it
side
the
of the border.
Ambassador
But if
Bridge
you
or is
open
the
up the door-
Gordie Howe Bridge?
Like I said, we are going literally under the bonnet. If you could have opened up the door, you'll see parts like this. This is called a striker. It's the thing, basically, if you close your car door, this is what it latches onto. It's not necessarily super sophisticated, but it's really important and it can't go wrong. And right now, the strikers for a lot of cars made in that kind of Detroit area, they're made kind of across the border in Windsor, Ontario. So they're made there. But if we follow the journey of one of those parts as it's being made, you'll get a sense, if you multiply that by kind of 20, 30,000, because cars are made of that many parts, if you multiply that by that, you will get a sense of why this is so complex here. So the steel for the striker, it's made in Wixom, so just north of Detroit. It gets sent over the border, goes across the bridge there. It gets moved across to another plant where it's heat treated. It gets sent back across the border for plating. You can see it's crossing the border again and again. Then it goes across the border one more time to be packaged back in Windsor, Ontario. And then it gets sent across the border again for assembly into the final car. Now, this is just one example, one part, one particular journey. But like I say, this has already crossed the border 4 times. And that's actually below the average. There are many parts that cross the border kind of 6, 7, 8 times.
6, 7. Darlene Graham won, but pretty narrowly. Oh my God. Congratulations to Lindsey Graham's sister, who doesn't know anything about foreign policy. It's kind of funny. Well, she knows the only thing she needs to know, which is that she loves Israel, right? Run it back. Okay, one more time.
Over here, we have the Ambassador Bridge. Trucks, freight, moving back and forth from the Motor City to Canada, moving our economy forward. This bridge is open. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon. Biggest donor, Maddie Maroon. Donald Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon.
I'd love that. She's growing on me. She's growing on
They're
me.
collecting tolls with every passing. But wait a minute, look over here. The Michigan-made, Canada-paid Gordie Howe Bridge.
Why is the Gordie Howe Bridge not open? Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor.
Just as they're being made before they get to the finished car. This is what you call basically
Bro,
a
she's
single
done. Let her
market,
go.
an
She's
entirely
never done
porous
in my
border.
heart.
And if you start imposing tariffs on this stuff going across, then you can see you've got a big problem, big consequences, really inflationary for people. And so thus far, even though there has been this trade war, a lot of this stuff has been excluded. Certainly the car parts have been excluded. Some of the steel has been tariffed. But here's what's interesting about this, okay? So that was one tiny example. Big picture here, Canada is massively integrated with America. So imagine that all the way across the border. This is showing you Canadian exports and where they go to. So this is the stuff that potentially gets tariffed now, and the majority of it goes to America. Just look at how much higher that bar is than everywhere else. There's the US in second place, by the way. Majority of it goes to America. Same thing for Canadian imports. And Mark Carney has said, listen, if we're going to have this trade war, we're going to be imposing tariffs on American goods coming across. That's a big problem for Canada as well. And this is why a lot of people are looking at the Canadian economy and going, this looks kind of recessionary to us. You know, it's going to have a big impact, really big impact. But it could also have an impact on the US. And obviously, America isn't as dependent on Canada as Canada is on America. But look at steel imports. So where is America importing its steel from? Well, Canada is up there in the top position. There's Mexico, there's Brazil, South Korea, but Canada at the top. Same for aluminum, I should say. It's even more stark there. So much of America's aluminium comes from Canada. And obviously, actually, that has already been tariffed. And part of these talks that have just broken down were about trying to get the tariffs on this stuff down, because higher tariffs on Canadian aluminium mean that's more expensive for car producers and producers of everything else, aircraft, for instance.
Okay, I get it, bro. Another $1 trillion to Israel. True.
In America. You see how this all kind of intertwines.
The problem is we kind of need some of this shit to build missiles too.
And you know, the big picture here, if we're going kind of looking historically, how did you get that border where you have a part that's crossing kind of 4, 5, 6 times? It's largely down to the fact that tariffs between the two countries came down and down and down. They came down in the kind of, you know, in the 80s and the 90s with the Canada-US free trade agreement, going down, 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 basically to zero. So Canadian goods have been able to enter the US, and US goods going into America as well, with basically zero tariffs for the most part for most of recent history, for decades, all the way up until there. That's, what is it? Well, that's Donald Trump's first term. So you can see that spike there over various talks over various different commodities. But this is as nothing compared with what we're seeing right now, what we actually have in place. Look at where the line is now. Just look at that. Up at kind of 3.5%. And these are the tariffs that are in place right now. So what we're seeing on the border, not just the threats, that's what we're seeing. And it's worth just, having a bit of context. Historically, that's maybe not unprecedented, but we've never seen anything like that for kind of going back 40, 50 years. But if you compare Canada and those tariff rates, effective tariff rates they're called, compare them to other countries around the world, clearly they are lower. Okay, so there you've got China, you've got up above 20% just recently, you've got Japan, Brazil, Turkey, India, Russia, even the UK there, because of course we're having to face a 10% tariff. Canada's a fair bit lower than that, partly because so many goods are going across the border and most of them have been excluded, like that striker part recently. Well, these new tariffs, the kind of threat that the US is talking about, the US Trade Representative, is these Section 338 tariffs. That basically doubles that. So that is a big impact, at least for Canada. But here's what's interesting and kind of quite nerve-wracking. It could be bigger still than that, because we just had this social media post from Donald Trump, and of course a lot of this is positioning, but even so. He says, from the start of next year, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, think about that part we just saw a moment ago, think about that, and steel will be increased to 50%. And for a lot of this stuff, previously it was excluded. The threat is it's going to be included. In other words, you're going to have tariffs on the stuff that was zero tariff before. Massive, massive economic.
There's no shot. I mean, this is cheap commentary, but I do not foresee this becoming a real... I just don't foresee this becoming a real issue because it's just not going to get implemented. You said there was no shot for many things before. True.
Economic consequences if this does come into play. And behind the scenes, since this began, it
just strikes me as a taco opportunity, taco opportunity.
Seeing Canada responding. Canadian consumers in particular, there's been this kind of move to try and buy more Canadian stuff. And if you look at food consumption in Canada, this line is just showing you food consumption of Canadian food and how it's spiked up, and how American food, this is in Canada, consumption of American food has gone down since that.
This is the one thing that I find very funny. Canadians literally instituted a BDS on American products like that. It is kind of wild. They immediately stopped imports of American wines, American spirits, straight up, just like that. It was like almost overnight. Right away, like way before when Trump came out and was like, oh, Canada is going to be American territory. They were like, all right, fuck you.
That point, what happened there, that was Liberation Day. That was the moment that Donald Trump said, look, I'm slapping tariffs on Canada. People in Canada are saying, no, we don't want to buy American, California orange juice. We don't want to buy Jack Daniel's whiskey, all of this stuff. That has had a consequence. But that's only one thing. And already you're also seeing Mark Carney saying, okay, we're not just going to kind of do those things. We're also going to make big changes to our tariff rules as well, so that we're trying to bring in goods from elsewhere. So up until recently, this is showing you the tariffs that various different countries around the world have on Chinese electric vehicles. And you'll remember, America has 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs. That actually goes back to Joe Biden, really high, basically saying, we don't want your Chinese EVs. Canada had the same thing, up until Mark Carney going to Beijing and saying, no, we're going to lower the tariff. We're going to lower it down to there. There are some quotas in place, so it's only so many. But nonetheless, that is a massive shift, isn't it? And it goes to one of the concerns that Donald Trump has, which is, look,
I feel like this is also, I mean, they're just going to flood the market with BYDs. Northern Lion said, when I notice a food says produced in America, I drop that shit like it's hot lava. He's an anti-American racist. Wow. Respect. Beast mode.
Canada is on the rise. We want to be making more stuff domestically. We don't want to be importing things from China. Well, Mark Carney's just said, we're going to import more things from China. And the one area where you haven't necessarily seen that kind of shift to China is this. This is Canadian oil exports. So Canada, a massive oil producer, particularly kind of tar sands. And recently, the dark blue bits are showing you America, the stuff that goes to America. The light blue bits is basically everywhere else. And what do you see from this chart? You see that, almost all of it goes to the US. And why is that? Well, here's kind of a striking thing. Partly, it's because a lot of the refineries in America are set up to process that kind of sticky tar sands. It's a really hard job to do, and America refineries are quite good at it. But partly, just as much, so the kind of oil sands, mostly in Alberta, just as much, it's because the pipelines that take that oil from where it's coming out of the ground to the refineries, where do most of them go? They almost all go to America. It's the Keystone, it's the main line, and there's others as well. So the majority of Canadian oil goes to America because that's where the pipes have been built, have been laid. But here's the kind of striking thing to think about right at the end. Mark Carney is now trying to get a new pipeline constructed alongside, more or less, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, going towards Vancouver, going towards Canada's west coast, so that oil can be sent to China. So you can see this is not just
trade war nacky.
Just about the relationship between the US and Canada. It's not even just about the kind of, this trade war we're in at the moment. It's about the bigger geopolitical question of who.
Wife of active duty Army sergeant deported amid Trump's immigration campaign. Classic. There was I wanted to cover the CIA landing a plane in Moscow earlier. I feel like that's pretty wild. Yeah, I saw this. Random pro HasanAbi top comment with 8K
Look at what
likes.
happened on the Ewok
Yeah, I
Toba
saw
7.
this. Big fan of Hasan Solo. I know. We're gonna become close. The Vatican also met with Russia today. I wonder if it's something much deeper than the Ukraine war, possibly the coming Earth cataclysm. And the Vatican is sharing data from his telescopes or something about the global economic crash on the horizon. What is happening? That's awesome. I love cranks. I love cranks so much. They're so awesome. Vatican foreign minister grabs a confidential file from his assistant and enters a private closed-door meeting with Sergei Lavrov completely alone. What they don't realize is it's because Vladimir Putin is opening up the world's oldest vault. They're opening up the world's oldest vault. And it turns out, Jesus Christ, he's black. Everyone of the Bible, black. Yep. Yep. And the Vatican doesn't want you to know that. Dude, I can't believe you sincerely linked me a Mario Naval tweet. We are now officially in the throes. We're at the dead center of Aryan third worldism and brown white supremacy. You're sending me peak right now. I don't know how else to describe it other than peak. Mario Naval posts? What the fuck is going on with this goddamn community? Okay, so let's connect some dots real quick. First, the U.S. military cargo plane, a C-17 Globemaster, rolls into Moscow this morning out of nowhere. No official explanation, and the Kremlin says it has no information on the plane. Then you got unconfirmed reports that the mission is connected to an upcoming trip by Pete Hegseth. And now, a whole convoy with U.S. diplomatic plates is cruising through Moscow with police escort. These C-17s are known for hauling vehicles, right? So is that the plane, the one that just dropped off these diplomatic cars for whoever's about to show up? Plot thickening in real time. What do you think is actually going on? He said you contradict yourself. He said you spoke out both sides. He said you contradict yourself. Who? Mario Naval did? Mario Naval knows who I am? Wait, you're an actual unironic Mario Naval fan? That's even stranger to me than anything else, honestly. Yeah, CIA Director John Ratcliffe makes surprise trip to Moscow. Agency declines to comment on Ratcliffe's first publicly known trip to Russian capital. The speculation is that what is it that they think that it's escalating? Like Russia's tit for tat or Russia's aggressive posture towards European NATO allies is escalating. So they're trying to manage it. I think. Russian officials have briefed Iran that the CIA Director Ratcliffe's Moscow visit delivered a message with the U.S. asking Moscow to press it. No. The CIA went to Moscow directly to be like, please open the Strait of Hormuz, bro. Please, bro. Can you please press these Iranians? Oh my God, bro. They're beating our ass, bro. It is fucked up. Bro, have you seen it? They're embarrassing us, bro. Please. According to Trump, Iran hit a ship in U.S. territory under U.S. naval escort. Moscow to press Iran into reopening the Strait of Hormuz, warning that Russian entities will otherwise face designations under Operation Economic Outcast. Russia declined and told Iran the threatened measures were of limited consequence, according to two senior Iranian sources with knowledge of the briefing. The message also warned that Russian banks, traders, and shipping entities tied to Iranian oil, gold, and aviation will be sanctioned under the operation unless Moscow moves to close those channels. They're farting on us in Farsi, and they're about to be farting on us in Russian and Mandarin. Yeah, things are not looking too great. I won't lie to you. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight, though. I'm tired. And I have been drinking water. I'm almost done with this. Okay, calm down. Anyway, another eventful day. Let's see what tomorrow brings. I suspect not great things. But we'll be there nonetheless. Did you fix your PC? It didn't break down today. So So I guess I did. All right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.